so we can replace it with the new wood setup. The new hotness. Yeah, there's so many problems with this sawmill. Um, as I was looking at the XML and stuff, there's a bunch of stuff around this sawmill that doesn't show up. Like there should be a giant billboard on the top roof here that just says sawmill, right? So there's a giant billboard missing that's in the 3D file. And then all the chevrons, the colored chevrons, these corner little yellow and black chevrons, there should be a bunch of them show up. There should be a bunch for I have one set for every row of pallets that spawn. There should be a set over here. And so those don't show up for some reason. I can't figure that out. Why those are missing. It's just very, very it's always been very, very broken. So yeah, we are gonna replace it, and they just don't work. Why is that spawning? That should not be spawning. Um, it doesn't work with the new trailer, and it's no surprise there. Um, yeah, that just for some reason the fix when I got the other sawmill working. What I did, because I knew the master carpenter worked. Somehow the unload trigger on this building works just fine. And so what I did is I exported the trigger, just the trigger from that, and I imported it into the new sawmill, and it worked. It was able to unload it, and so I was like, oh, maybe that would work for the original sawmill. Nope, not even that worked. Like I just could not. There's something fundamentally broken about this sawmill that I could not work around. I just could not get it to work. Okay, Jake Break, you need to turn off, because that is enough of that. Sounds cool, but goddamn is that loud. Oh my god. Planks. Forgot about the planks. Let's get rid of the planks. I wanted to spend time on 25,000 meters. Yeah, we have a new way of moving logs, which is it's going to save us so much time of just sort of annoying back and forth kinds of things. Um, the trucking it from A to B is fine and dandy, and as far as realism goes, that's fine. But I grossly underestimated how much wood is on this map, and trucking it from A to B is by far that takes the longest. We can cut it down and delimit pretty freaking efficiently, and even get them all lined up really efficiently. It's the moving of the things from A to B that is kind of the thing. So yeah, we've got a new solution for that. I want to unload all of these. Yeah, quite a few little tweaks and updates to various building stuff. Where I'm trying to drain. Looks like this thing is already drained of wood, which is amazing. We're gonna need to drain it out of pallets. Let's get a full truckload of pallets out of this. Bring some long boards. he wants to. Beams is done. Let's spawn set.
Fixing to come in here.
This. Sure does synchronize fast compared to the other maps.
Yeah.
It's damn near instantaneous when it synchronizes. Versus like the Silver Run map, that took a hot minute.
Well, dude, my connection's a little bit faster than most.
Well, even OS. I mean, OS synced right away. I mean, it was just blip
okay.
and it was done. Like,
Yeah.
so. We do need to continue clearing that section of land. So, but I'm trying to get us into the new wood setup so I can show everybody the new hotness, what just how awesome it is. I'm sure none of you guys have seen it yet, but it is so glorious. And it's freaking raining. It's an October rain. Interesting. This is not. It's not able to go full blast. Huh. Well. There we go. There. Oh, and it's stuttered. Yeah, so what I did, Patrick C had pointed me to a mod or a script that I originally thought was just for loading logs into a trailer, like normal, right? You like the timber trailers that we already have. So those timber trailers where you pull up beside a log and it loads the log. That's what I thought that script does, because I've seen it on the mod hub many times, and so I just sort of discounted it as, oh, this is the script that everybody uses to load their trailers. Well, no. Upon further inspection, it was more abstract than that. It was literally exactly what I wanted, which was a script to load logs, quote unquote wood, onto a trailer and then discharge that wood just like we do the pallets, right? So the pallets, when they go into that trailer, it is it's acting like it is a almost like a thing of wheat, like you load wheat into a big trailer and it would just be bulk fill. So that's how those trailers react. Yes, they're full of whatever product you're putting in, but it's a little bit more abstract. And so that script does that with wood, because wood is just like every other fill type. The reason why there's so many unique things around lumber and why the sawmills have their own trigger where you have to like pile the logs and then trigger it manually is it's all very dependent on what logs you're actually loading in. Unlike a pallet, let's say a pallet of, I don't know, a pallet of flour is always going to be a pallet of flour. There's no reason why that would weigh any less or be any less or more volume. Whereas a log is very much what the wood is. And so the script, what it does is it sort of mimics and it calls the same routine as a sawmill would call, which is get. It's basically like a get for every node, for every log, right? Every log is its own little node. For every node, get the statistics, get the volume, get the length, get the quality scale of the log, and that's what loads into the sawmill. Well, the script calls that and then puts that amount of wood into the trailer. Right? So it's you're not I could have doubled the volume, doubled the liters coming out of it. I could have tweaked it, but I didn't. Because we have enough freaking wood on the map. We don't need more artificially. But yeah, what I did is I took in the end, it took 30 hours to get her done. But in the end, I took the truck, the enclosed trailer, and I had I had to make a copy of it. So it is the same trailer, and I added all of the wood loading functionality. So this thing is just about empty. There's another truck and a bunch more trailers over here, so we need to get her emptied. Although I could probably just sell it outright now. And these are the pallets. All right, so let me buy one of these trailers. Drag these side here. Yeah, there's one bug. One bug with the map is the markers to spawn the trailers or spawn the vehicles. So there's an invisible marker that marks this spot, and then there's a start and then there's an end. And these are just so unwieldy. They're so back heavy. I didn't put it far enough out from the building. I just need to take those markers and drag them out further because I grossly underestimated how much time or how much space that would be. All right, there's an autosave. Well, those are taking a little bit longer these days. All right, now the new trailer is under forestry equipment. Near the end, there's the trailer. The TLX X52 wood enclosed trailer. It will have the reefer unit because there's a bunch of extra code that hides or disables that, and I was like, I got it working and didn't want to mess with anything else. So think of that as a drying unit, not a reefer unit. It's drying the wood inside, right? That's what it's. Okay, so it comes in 4 flavors: realistic wood, unrealistic wood, extreme wood, and uber wood. So 4 different wood capacities. So realistic is 60 meters cubed, which is roughly what one of these would be able to hold. That is 60 meters. That is 60,000 liters, right? 60,000 liters is roughly what one of these trailers could theoretically hold if you filled it perfectly full, right? But yeah, so that's realistic. If you want a realistic, more power to you. But I don't. So unrealistic is 150,000. Extreme is 1 million liters, and Uber is 5 million, which is glorious in all of its things. And then the design I usually go with Lizard Lawn Care because there is no Lizard Forestry moniker, unfortunately. I wish there was. That would be nice. And then what I do, I always put mud guards on it because not enough vehicles have mud flaps these days. And the design color, I go with the coat near the bottom last thing, the nice dark green kind of matches that. Matches the green logo on the Lizard Lawn Care. And that is my standard wood thing. So we're going to buy that. We're actually going to buy that twice. Just in case we need 2 of them. And yeah, remember when I said the thing isn't forward enough because these things spawn and the back end is sort of stuck in the building. So that's one bug. I don't know if I can fix that and not have to restart the map. We're definitely not going to be restarting the map. So I've been trying to avoid any and all shenanigans with that. Alright, so let's get this thing loaded up and go out to a nearby tree and document. So you can see down below the storage unit right down by my tachometer is set to wood, right? Unlike the other trailers where it sort of depends on what you load in it. Once you load something in it, then the icon shows up. These, it's only wood. And so imagine there is, similar to the other trailers, imagine there is a box, an invisible square that encompasses the trailer, right? So there is something that hangs off the right and the left side of the trailer. There's an invisible box outside of that, right? That is the trigger area for the logs. And all you need to do, you can do, if you want to do this, like crazy, like cheaty style, you can go ham with this. You can even line up a tree. All a tree has to be is cut and in that zone. So if you want to test your lumberjack skills, you can cut a tree down and have it fall right beside the truck, and pop, it disappears. And now there's 16,098 liters of wood inside the trailer. Just like that, it's magic.
So we don't even have to delimb them or anything.
No, I still want to. I mean, I want to treat it like it's. I still want to be professional with it and not go too crazy. But if you like, remember how we were lining them up before?
Yeah.
Now, before we were lining them up so we could all cut them at length. Now we don't need to do that anymore. I'd like to delimb them and line them up, and then drive by slowly with the trailer, and the trailer would just zip, 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 zip. It would just absorb all of that wood as you go down the line. And you don't need to cut them to length. You don't need to do that anymore. But having them all lined up makes it so you can fill these things super, super fast. Because then you just drive by with a trailer and it pulls all the wood in, and there you go. And this is why I needed a new sawmill, because for some reason the sawmill that we have is so derpy. There's so many things broken with it. I could not get this thing to trigger at the sawmill to unload the wood. Even though everything was right, all of the triggers were right, the collision masks were right, everything was right and identical to everything else that worked, and yet it didn't work. I could not tell you why that was. Like, I spent 20 hours trying to figure out why or what would work and what wouldn't. In the end, I just went out and got a different sawmill mod and used a different mod as my base, and then customized that with exactly the recipes and storage of that one. So in the new sawmill mod works great. You plop it down and load up, you pull the truck into the trigger, and boom, it gives you the option to unload. The same option it gives you when you unload pallets. It says start overloading. I don't know why it says that specifically, but so in here we've got pallets. Let's take, at the very least, we want to take the wood chips out of here. So let me grab, because the wood chips will be valuable as diesel.
Now, do we still want to sort out the spruce logs from the others, or just do them all?
Just line them all up.
Right.
Yeah, we don't need to. You need to make all the butt ends, similar to one another, so they're all in a line, so that the trigger on the trailer can hit them all. But other than that, yeah, you don't really need to sort them to the extent we were before. I don't know, let's go over here and dump some of these off. Now, when we sell the old sawmill, well, oh, I actually want to leave this here. I always leave my Unimogs at the fuel station. We'll probably have more than one Unimog eventually. Just easier that way. Alright, so go over here. We are going to sell. And we're also going to sell all the products inside. So, yeah. We'll get 1.3 million in products sold. And the building itself is only 125. So, yeah, there's quite a bit left in there. But if we look at purchase, construction, production, we should now have these. Every time I open this menu, these are in a different order. Now it'll be, instead of modded sawmill, it will be FG sawmill. Again, here, all these. There's mod. That's the bad one, modded sawmill. Where is it? Fertilizer. I missed it. Oh, I don't think I added it. I was too quick. I was too quick to start this. All right, you guys have to exit. I forgot to add the mod. I was so used to loading up my test world that, you know, I forgot. I forgot that there was an extra mod I had to add.
See.
Come on, Wild Man.
I'm working on it.
There we go. All right. Let me save. I can't believe I did that. Quit game. Multiplayer. Create game. Save game 4. Yeah, I disabled the John Deere CS770 cotton harvester. I tried using that in my test world last night, and it was so bad. There's the FG sawmill. I need to check. It was something is fundamentally wrong with that mod. That's beyond my expertise. It was behaving in ways that super nice cotton harvester, nice and wide, but for some reason the width of the building, or width of the building, the width of the swath that it was able to do, did not reflect what it reported as being. And then we can start here. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot to add that damn one. I was so focused on that cotton, on disabling that cotton one. Yeah, what it was doing, it was like I had a cotton field and it was harvestable. So I started harvesting and I did the headlands around it. All right, water is back up again. Oh, yeah. For some reason in a multiplayer, my run multiplier, jump multiplier are not saved. Yeah, I was trying to use that cotton thing, and it was literally in the field, you know, whatever field that we have here. It was here. It was like I would hire a worker on it, and the worker would turn around and start harvesting, and then do these like really big like S curves, right? It would just like go one way, and then steer the other way, and then steer this way, and then steer that way, and it was like, what the hell is it doing? Like, it was literally straight on cotton harvest, and it was doing these weird S curves. I don't know what the hell it was going on with it. So, and then the fact of the matter was it was not able. I think the tweaks I made to the yields on the crops on this map, like, had it caused their own special problems. You know, without knowing how to edit it correctly, we need to get rid of this damn rain. This is annoying.
We'll turn it off.
Oh, I am. After a fashion. Yeah, so I just disabled it. I just went and got the Colossus one. For some reason, the Colossus, it only does a 6-meter swath. So if we have a big field of cotton down the road, we're gonna have to have more than one of those. Now I don't anticipate needing cotton because if we have the amount of wool that we're gonna be able to grab. Yeah, we're going to be able to have more than enough. This was another mod I had to edit. I tweaked the sheep pen here. Yeah, those are floating above the ground. Tweaked the sheep pen a little bit and separated the pallet spawner markers. Separated them a little bit because the truck was sort of interfering. Didn't quite fit. Took a little bit of tweak. Why is this not generating wood chips? Oh, it already processed all those wood chips. Holy crap, that was fast. That was really fast. Wow. All right, so now back to what I was doing. Is purchasing the new sawmill. Okay. See now remember, these are all in a different order now. In a completely different order. You know, all the base game ones, and then the platinum expansion ones, and then finally the mods come in. So we want FG Sawmill. It's a cooler looking building. The trigger zones are a little bit different on this one. The pallets, yeah, they're basically swapped. What I can do is I can spin it around. Well, no. How do I want to do that? Yeah, let's do it this way. Having doubts. Let's spin it around this way, maybe. Because there's gonna be a road going past. This is gonna split this area in here. So a road going past there wouldn't be too bad. Let's turn on snapping and get this. Landscaping, painting, dirt.
I wish they would put lines around the building so you could kind of see if you're lining everything up with the other building.
Yeah, it would be nice to have some indication as to the area. So the area that it actually flattens and paints, those are defined. Those are defined in the i3D file, and they're, you can easily see them in the i3D. But for some reason, they don't show those in the game, like where those are.
You can kind of show a box around it after you've laid it down. But it doesn't seem like it wants to do it before you lay it down.
So what I want to do is I want to mow all that. Is that why? It must be. And the other weird thing that I've noticed, and I don't know if this is unique to my. And hello, Xenu, how's it going? I don't know if this is unique to my specific map or if this is a like a base game thing. When you terraform the ground, as in raise a lower or level, but not smooth. Smooth doesn't do it, but raise a lower or level. When you do that to the ground, let's say I come over here, which is a good idea. You know, we have these deep dips in here, so you tend not to want these deep dips when you are planning on farming, right? So the best thing to do with these is to come in and terraform and you know, make it so the slope is gentle. You know, this is way too steep to farm. So either lower, oh, there's a wild man, either lower the hill or raise the valley. Well, I've noticed when you do that, when you use either of these, when you come back to plow, when you come and plow the land after you do that, no rocks appear in that ground, in that space. You'll have this big void where no rocks will spawn. At least as far as I've gotten into it now in my test world, the first plow. I don't know what happens after you plow it twice, right? After you farm and harvest and then come back and plow after that. I haven't gotten that far yet to see what happens. But yeah, when you do that, for some reason it gets rid of the rocks. And I don't know if they come back. I think that would be tragic if they didn't. If it was always going to be gone, but yeah. So let me take this truck that we have over here. This is my little test area. We don't actually own any of this land. So as you can see, we have 16,098 liters of wood in this thing. And if we come over here to the new sawmill, and the unload trigger is in the front of the building now. And I had to move it out from the building, so it used to be really close. And there's the start overloading, and I can dump all of that wood into the sawmill. And there we go. The super crazy efficient way of dealing with it. See, where is it? There it is. FG Sawmill. Here it is. It's got all the same recipes. I did tweak the recipe outputs and stuff, so I lowered the output of planks and boards, just because we were having enough wood. I mean, we had enough wood. So, anyway, we have now a way of moving, and this guy is the Uber. Of course, it's the Uber version. This comes in 4 flavors again: realistic, unrealistic, extreme, and Uber. Realistic is 60,000 liters, which is what one of these would hold, and then Uber, the one we have, is 5 million liters of wood. And it will load all of the wood. We don't need this anymore. Let's disconnect that. We're going to Disconnect you. Disconnect you. Disconnect you. And then go to purchased owned vehicles. We're going to go to, where is it? Forestry. This one. Sell. This one. Sell. This one. Sell. Bingo bango. And then this guy, because he's already got a dolly, we can go pick up the other trailer. I bought 2 of these. I mean, that's 10 million liters of wood. It's a lot of wood. But I like these little dollies. These things are nice. I tried finding a dolly that worked exactly like this and had a trigger that you could lock it so you could, you know, reverse easier. And the only one I could find that actually had a locking feature didn't really work as a dolly. For some reason, the person who made it always had it like locked down, right? Yeah, you could disable the feature, but there's literally no other reason to have it. There's the other one. All right. This will save us on having too many semis driving around. But yeah, this is another 5 million liters of wood that we can load in this thing. Yeah, I was really worried about like how we were going to handle wood in this map, because the forests are extensive, and yeah, now that we have a solution, I am all for it. This and these trailers, you can get these trailers. I could customize the trailer and put a hitch on the back, and you can pull more than one. Like the dolly I have set up, I could take the one on the right there and just modify it and have the hitch on the back and have 2 trailers pulled by one truck. Did I actually make these with the no. There's if you have the hitch, there's actually the hitch where the license plate is. But yeah, now we can continue cutting down the forest and not have to worry at all.
So go ahead and start cutting.
Yeah, you can start cutting. Those are the pallets. Carton rolls. I think we have. Yeah, I did edit all the factories. Well, not all the factories. The carpenter, at the very least, and the carpenter and the new sawmill. The amount of output. There's an autosave. Holy cow! These are getting crazy. The outputs I set at 1 million and then 2,000. The reason I did that is the pallets. When we spawn the pallets, I turn off the production, so no new ones get made, and then I just spawn the pallets or start spawning the pallets, and it actually will fill the truck up, and I don't have to mess around with like spawn the pallets, have the pallets disappear, start up the craft for a couple seconds, turn off the craft. Like that was getting annoying. So those factories at the very least are no longer a thing. Ooh. Now that we have all of the money, we don't really need to worry too much about collectibles, but yeah, I didn't make them hard to find for the most part. There are a few that are sort of sneaky. One on the roof.
My playthrough, I had several that showed up that it was supposed to be on the roof or somewhere on the building, on the equipment side, and I could never find it. But they were still showing up on the map.
Yeah, there's 3 of them that are really sneaky, and I'll point those out when the time comes. But I wanted them to be a surprise. Let's see. I want to get some area painted. I'm really bad at this, by the way. So I apologize if people cringe. Okay. What I want is a nice frontage road behind all these factories. Because this is going to be a giant, like this whole segment of land right here is going to be a giant factory or a giant farm, piece of farm. So I need to work on terraforming this whole area. And again, if you have experience with the map and other maps sort of closing, like the whole like rocks disappearing, let me know, because I don't know if that's specific to this map or if that happens on every map, because I haven't done a lot of terraforming on other maps. They're usually fairly static. All right, now I want. See what I mean? Like the place that you put the brush to actually paint is like deceptively off from where it actually appears on the map or on the tree. So we're gonna have this frontage road. All that grass. Second line. Maybe closer. Yeah, I wish this was more intuitive. See how it jumps? It's really touchy on which square it's actually going to paint. Really, 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 really touchy. Yeah, see, this one jumped and I didn't notice it. There's no way to square yourself up. Yeah, that one jumped and I didn't even notice. So. This one, yeah, see, this one jumped over. Now, if I come back with grass, you can see grass, for some reason, completely overwhelms the line. And it's like, yeah, it's crazy. I have to come back and repaint dirt over the top of that. And then even worse is the metal. You can't shrink your thing any more than that. Right? And then I don't want to clear, right? You don't want to clear. So you have to come back and paint it yet again. That actually clears the one little square. There are some people out there that are really good at this. I am not one of them.
I have a problem on my map that I have some kind of vines or something on there that I can't get rid of.
You are on the old version of the map then, because there is a set of deco that I used on the very first iteration of the map. That there's a whole category of deco, like deco bush,
Yeah.
and they're not mowable. They're not
Yeah,
even
I wouldn't
plowable. You can't
Yeah.
even plow them under. And I caught that. I don't know. I want to say early on, but I caught that, and I immediately regenerated all the foliage. I had to go back into the map and basically regenerate all of the foliage in the map. And yeah, so if you have that problem, you are on one of the old versions of the map, and yeah, that's why this map doesn't have any of that foliage on it, because it was bad. It was bad. So we can do that. Simulate trucks driving out of here. Why is that all? No. Might have put this a little too close to the road here, but all right. Now for sculpting again. Somehow, for some reason, this is going to. Oh, let's do an autosave. No, not going to autosave on me. Oh. For some reason, when you sculpt the terrain, when we come back and plow this area, it's not going to have any rocks. And I don't know what causes that, and I don't know how to fix it. But let's come in here. Sculpting. You raise the terrain. I don't make my cursor any stronger. Okay, maybe a little stronger. That is. giant hill for no reason. Okay, here's another deep hole. This would be nearly impossible to plant in. Granted, I'd like to come in here and mow this area, but I can put grass back down. We can mow it after the fact. You want to do a light touch. It's really easy to go crazy.
Especially for me.
Yeah, crazy is your de rigueur.
Exactly.
All right. And these are not so bad, but you know, and a little tidbit of information: the original height map that I used as the base was actually a USGS height a height map of just outside of town where I live. So yeah, this is land. This is one of the reasons why I made the map, because this is land that I'm very, very familiar with. Because it's literally like this is what the land looks like around where I'm. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to have a map like this, because this is how I see farmland. I'm surrounded by farmland, and nothing here is perfectly flat. And this giant hill here.
I've always thought that's a really good idea to use an actual real life place for touring.
Well, yeah, you can't beat like what nature does already. So
Yeah.
you know, and it's very hard to replicate what nature looks like, right? Because you can have all of the height map generators and all the technology like Perlin noise, and you can do all of that you want, but it still will not be as close as what nature is able to do. Because nature is nature, very hard to replicate.
I mean, I have a lot of faith when it comes to, where technology is going to be in another 50 years or something, but why bother? Why reinvent the wheel when you can just look outside and boom.
All right, now let's make sure. I don't mind a giant hill. The whole point of this map is to have a nice, big, graceful hill. It's like sharp contrast, like this one right here. Like that hill is a little too much. All right, so to smooth out all of the rough edges, we're going to soften. We're going to go maximum strength. And this is the process that takes a while, is getting it all smoothed down. It basically simulates, thousands of years of erosion in just a couple seconds. But yeah, when we come back and plow, like none of this land that I've cleared here will have rocks to collect. It's really sad. It's like, we want rocks. Rocks give us lime, and lime is good.
If we run into problems with rocks, do you think you'll make another solution for that, or will?
Oh, I already did. When you process metal in the factory,
Yeah, you get some.
you get stone. You get half metal, half stone. So you put 1,000,000 liters. You put 1,000,000 liters of iron ore in that thing, you're gonna get 500,000 liters of rock, which in turn makes, about 1,000,000 liters of lime. So yeah, there's already a solution there. Speaking of which, you probably want to go look and see if that factory could use more iron ore.
I'll do that while you're working on the stuff.
Get this here.
Are we gonna do on mine too?
Mine? No. Can't really do a mine in this game.
Don't
The
they have a they
limestone factory kind of takes care of that.
Yeah, what do you mean by mine?
I think they have mining shaft or something in there with
Yeah,
long
that's-
buildings.
Yeah, that's the mining shaft thing that's in the Silver Run Forest from the Platinum expansion. It's just a passive. It just produces lime. It produces iron ore passively, and I have in the lime facility, the lime factory. I have a recipe that converts diesel, that basically takes diesel and converts it into iron ore.
Okay.
And so all you need to do is feed that thing diesel, lots of diesel, and it'll just produce iron ore that you can then move, and then... Alright, let's see. Make sure it's all smoothed out. Should have waited to see what... Yeah, see, there's a dip right there that I don't... like. Not really used to the farm. Yeah, the cedars, I mean the planters and stuff like that can work just fine on nice graceful hills. Plows, everything. Where you have problems is really steep chains. Those are a lot harder. Okay, so now let's get some meadow back out here. I don't know exactly what was mowed and what wasn't. But we can come back and mow it again. Yeah, definitely all of this was changed. Not too steep? No, probably. And all of this. All this darker terrain, this is all forested area. See the difference? So the darker terrain is where all the trees spawn. So yeah, there was a lot.
Oh, you're talking about planting areas in grassland too for doing grass mowing. And another advantage of that, besides just getting more yield out of it, is you can use hired hands to mow it for you.
Yeah,
Because
you can
it's a
hire
field.
somebody to mow. Yeah. All right. Good to go. Should be a lot less steep in here. Lot easier. This obviously a lot.
Yeah, that one that you're on there now is really
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, this one is going to have to be definitely massaged. And farmers definitely tweak the landscape a little bit. You know. Oh, yeah, my chainsaw avoiding. There we go. For some reason, it took a hot second to actually run. Wonder if that's script. If there's something up with that like, lumberjack script. All right.
He is gonna plant more. He does already have one field, but yeah, he plans on planting more.
Yeah, we got this field here. This is what, oats? Yeah, we got oats. What I want to do is do another version of this map that is mostly grassland and very few, like having a couple spots of trees, you know, having them plantable and having be able to grow them, because I haven't been even able to test that yet. You know, the border of the map would be trees, right? That gives you the border, and then everything else, minus a couple splotches, would be all grassland. And just do a version of the map that was like easily, like really easily grassland, because then you get those, you get a few YouTubers that just do, you know, from $0, you know, blah blah blah, and it's like pretty much every single one of those is just mowing grass for hours, just grass field after grass field after grass field, just mow, and it's like you can't really do much of that on this map. You can do some, but not as much. All right, so let me show the beauty of the new system here for logs. So we're gonna take this little guy. We're gonna come up this stack of logs. And as soon as they hit that trigger, boink, 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 boink. There's 120 or 130,000 liters right there. We're on this side. Yeah, the trigger's on both sides. So there's 200,000 liters.
Well, you picked them up, just got by the end of them.
Oh yeah, all it has to see is the log itself. And the log is the whole thing. But there is 250,000 liters of wood in no time at all. And we just come on over to here. And offload it. That is the new wood system. How glorious is that? About 7,000% better than what it was before. Yeah, I looked and looked and looked and looked and looked and looked and looked at the pallet autoloader, like how the pallet autoloader works for the regular version of these trailers, and how to make it. Oh, you know, you have to have the back open. You have to have the back open in order for the pallets to load. I looked for that on how to enable that. Like what makes it so it has to be unfolded for that script to work, and couldn't find it. like the pallet auto-loading system of that is a voodoo mystery behind. Like, I have no idea how that works. I don't really need this thing. Didn't really need it in the first place, but doesn't really work that well.
A voodoo mystery. That almost sounds like the title of a song.
Right? Ooh, we got lots of pieces back here. Look at all these. Wow.
Yeah, that was me probably. Looking at the stream. Yeah. Yeah, I was just going along, zigzagging, working my way inward.
Let's get these up on this nice little plateau.
Now I'm working in the
So make it
southwest corner.
so make it way easier to load them. You gotta line them up.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where we wanted the pile, so I figured just leave them here for now.
This is definitely a deep pit right here. Which is unfortunate with the rock bug. Like, I don't know. Again, I don't know what happens after you plant, grow, and then harvest, and then come back and plow it again. I don't know, if the rocks return, if it's just like a one-time thing, or if they're like forever going to be missing from that plot of land, which doesn't make any sense. Just changing the terrain should not get rid of the rocks like that. Because the rocks, I mean, again, they're just textures. So it's just a grayscale texture that is encoded with that data. There's just different bits turned on for what rock level exists at any given square. And for some reason, when you change terrain, it it resets the bit. I don't know why the height map would affect that, but it is what it is. Oh my god. Put that in there. Why is the tip of this thing so... Oh my god. Come on. There we go. Why would you spin? Right there. Yeah, we have to clear the land to farm it. So the whole point of chopping all these trees down, and the point of me making a super custom wood trailer so we can do this faster, is to clear off land for farmland. So we can actually get to farming the materials that we need for some of the advanced things and stuff. Like I said, I grossly underestimated how much wood this map has. really? Where's...
Well, the nice thing about it is it's a fast way of kind of getting money to do the rest of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's easy. It's easy starting game money, and yeah, you can make quite a lot from the wood process. Yeah, you can make quite a lot. It takes a while, but yeah, you can make a lot of money just from wood. It takes a lot of processing. I mean, if you were to try to sell the logs themselves, it really wouldn't give you that much because it's the price of wood is basically 1 to 1, $1 for 1 liter. So a log that gives you 25,000 liters, you know, yeah, that it would be decent money, but not the millions upon millions upon millions that we're going to need in order to meet the goal of 1 billion. You know, 1 billion liters of wood is what you would need. That would be that would be a lot. That would be a lot of wood. 1 billion liters. Whew.
Yeah, I think we'd get pretty bored if that was literally the only thing we were doing.
So this way we can, you know, we've already gotten a good influx of money, so you know we can afford all the things now. But now it's just a matter of getting enough farmland. Because you want enough to where you have several crops coming in at once of things that you need. So like we want to make cereal, right? That's oats and corn and raisins. So we're gonna need a grape setup because I've yet to make any cereal in the game. And cereal is like because of how many things it needs, raisins and honey and oats and corn. It's a very, very, very valuable thing to make. And so, yeah, I want to get some honey made. Or honey. Yeah, I want to get some grapes, and I don't know how long those are going to take. So we're going to need to find a plot of land. Grow those. Coffee, I think, is the only one that's really done that in the game. We didn't even have any grapes on Silverrun Forest. He planted olives for reasons. We're also going to need a crop of canola. We're going to need cows. Lots and lots of cows. Cows and chickens. I think eggs are used in cake. I kind of when I put all the recipes together for this series, I wanted as many like cross-referenced recipes as possible. So like you know, a recipe there was no reason to have like oils, right? There was no reason to make canola oil or olive oil or anything like that in the game. So I was like, well, we have these crops, we have these oils. There's already recipes. There's already items in the game for them. So what I did is I just made in the dairy. I made it so you can load in the oils, and it's an alternative to butter, right? Vegetable oil based butter.
Oh, margarine.
Well, yeah, margarine. So because milk was actually used in several different recipes, and so it was going to be in super, super high demand, and I was like, well, I don't want milk to be like the definitive, like, we can't get anything done because we're waiting on milk sort of thing. So yeah, the butter recipe for like oils on canola oil, I think gives you the best return. I have to build the old grain mill somewhere in order to flesh that out. Yeah, that's as far as the productions in the for this mod pack. The old grain mill is the most expensive production building. It's like $600 and something $1,000 for the building itself. But what it unlocks is pretty much all the sort of advanced crafting. You can make many different types, or you can make flour out of many different types of things. More than the base game. All the grains make flour. You can even make flour out of soybeans, stuff like that. All your oils. Yeah. It's an essential building. It's going to be very, very busy once we start getting more and more farms going. All right. I think that does it for this pile. Everything else is too far away. We can pile it up elsewhere. And it just looks like Oz is working on the back here. Got to be some sort of order to this madness.
What's it? Oh, yeah, I do things in stages. I get them cut down, then I delimb them.
Why can't I avoid this?
Yeah, I was having trouble with that too.
Did you verify your files?
Yep.
I did mine too.
Oh man, it gave me the. Oh, there it is. I just have to stare at it long enough, and then the script sees it and it's like, oh, you want to avoid this?
Ah, staring contest. That's what we forgot about.
Wow. This is a mess of limbs in here.
It is.
All right.
Just gotta find the end. Kind of like bundling a pile of twine.
Oh wow.
Which, oddly enough, I have a weird talent for unbundling stuff like string or Christmas lights and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
You know, I was always the go-to person when it came to stuff like that. I don't know if it's my abundance of patience or just what dexterity, finger dexterity, or what? But
Oop, found a tree in a tree there.
Yeah, those are like rare enough where, you know, they're Easter eggs. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
East-
it almost knocked me down. Popped right out at me. You can even see the stump inside the stump here. It sticks up a little bit higher than the other stump. Yeah, Buggy, come here and look at this.
Oh,
There's one
yeah.
right there. That was
nice.
the tree inside the tree there.
Yeah. It's weird that the script would even allow that because there was a 2.5 meter distance between trees. So I don't know what in the script would every once in a while it would bug out and place two at the same spot. I don't know.
the only thing I can think of is that, like, when they're determining coordinates, they're like, check for if there's one that's, greater than this location or less than this location, rather than saying greater than greater than or equal to. You know what I mean?
That is a very good guess, I would say. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. If the coordinates are literally identical, whereas they're not greater than, less than, but they are exactly equal to, then the bug exists. That I can see happening. If somebody was like, there's no way, like you're coming up with random coordinates, right? There's no way that they would be equal to. They probably thought there's no way that would happen.
Yeah.
And here we are. You know, you generate. I think when I ran the script, it generated something like 24,000 trees, which massively bloated the the i3D file because every one of those trees has an entry in the i3D file, their coordinates, all that stuff. But yeah, I could see that. I could see that is the bug out of. It's not greater than or equal or less than. It is exactly equal to.
Always been pretty good at debugging.
I'm pretty good at it too, but I didn't think about the coordinate comparison being exact because I just in my mind I'm like, there's no way that would happen.
Yeah.
Because you've got, I mean, the significant digits for the coordinate system. I mean, the degree of precision. There's about, I'd say about 12 decimal points. So like we're talking like 52 point and then 12 digits is the coordinates, like when you see different coordinates in the game. That's the significant digits. And I'm like, there's no way something is going to be equal to on that front. But I'm guessing the script, when the script runs, it doesn't use all of those decimal digits. It uses something a lot simpler. So it's a lot easier to be exact.
Yeah. Because yeah, when a human looks at things, they're not gonna notice, digits out to the 12th for I think you know what I mean.
Yeah. It's imperceptible, the difference in that
It's
12th.
inconceivable.
Yeah. That 12th digit, you know, if it's one difference, it's you there's no way that you're going to be able to see the difference. Oh, there's another Bertha. These can be. Oh, there's my. Sometimes you have to be facing the right way in order for these to.
You know, on a similar subject, myself, I've never understood people's obsession with 4K graphics. I mean, yeah, it's better, but I mean,
Oh,
to support it, you have to have better monitor, you know, far better monitor, and then you have to upgrade your entire system to be able to handle that level of graphics.
Yeah, 4K shines when you have a really big monitor. Like really
Yeah.
big monitor. That's when 4K really shines.
Yeah.
You know, my brother recently upgraded his home theater to 4K, and that made an enormous difference because he has a 10-foot screen, right?
Yeah.
So you get a screen that's that big, and yeah, 4K is massively different. But yeah, you know, as far as like YouTube videos, yeah, there's there's a huge difference in file size, I can tell you that, but not in. If you're just watching a YouTube video, there's really no reason to watch a video in 4K. There's just yeah, like you said, there's a massive difference in hardware that you need to support that, but not a lot of give back, I guess. The only other difference in 4K, if you have a monitor that's in 4K, you can have a much finer precision on your UI, and you can have your UI can be smaller. But that also, if you have bad eyesight, that's not a good thing because then you need to increase the UI artificially in size so you can actually see everything. So there's definitely gives and takes and places that it shines, but yeah, I would agree that you know, I've been playing games now in 1080p for a few years. When I first started the channel, way back when I was a wee lad, I was not recording in 1080p because my monitor at the time did not support 1080. It supported a really weird. It was a really weird ratio. It was like 16:10 and like not HD. So it was like 1620 by I don't know 1024. Something like that. It was a really weird really weird thing. And yeah, when I went to HD, obviously it wasn't that big of a difference, so I didn't see much change there. But it was nice to be able to finally record in 1080.
Well, man, were you gonna say something about the 4K thing?
yeah. When I was working at home, I do drafting, and oh man, 4K.
Well, yeah,
that's
started
one
off
thing
in 1080, and 4K made it so much easier to do because it's so blurry.
Oh yeah, it's definitely crisper.
My monitors are 50-inch.
There you go.
And,
yeah.
So you could really tell the difference.
Yeah, I was gonna go into architecture, so I've done my fair share of drafting. So yeah, I can see.
Definitely.
I can see that would be much benefit.
And even for YouTube videos and stuff, the 4K shows up much better
Well, yeah, monitor 50-inch monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's 4K is beautiful at 50 inches. I think my monitor is like, I don't know, 28-inch or something like that. It's not.
Yeah, if it's any less than 1080p, it's almost unwatchable.
Yeah, that I can imagine.
Which is funny
And yeah,
considering
that's the monitor size.
considering what TV was back in the 80s and what VCR resolution is, which was half of what TV was. TV was, let's see, that was 320 by...
420, 480 or something like that.
No, it was 320 by like 320 by 240, and then VCR was half of that. It was interlaced, so it was half of that. So it was like 180 by 120 or something. Which is why when you see old VCR recordings, it's like, holy crap. You know, I used to watch movies. on VCR. Like, how is that even possible? How did we even see anything? Like, that is crazy. It's so bad when you look at it today. Like, the resolution is just so bad. I have old recordings of the original Beavis and Butthead episodes, and they're old VCR that somebody out there, I don't know who, managed to record all the original Beavis and Buttheads, and then digitized all of the recordings, and then went in and edited out all the commercials for all like 25 seasons of the original Beavis and Butthead.
That had to have been a labor of love, because
Holy
that's the only way
crap.
you could get through all that.
That is a huge amount. And now, granted, an episode of Beavis and Butthead is like 12 minutes long. I mean, those were not epic. Those were not epic shows, but still, the number of episodes, I think one season had like 42 episodes or something like that, because anytime when MTV would broadcast Beavis and Butthead, they always would broadcast 2 episodes, because they were 15-minute. Each episode was 15 minutes. So in a half an hour, you would get 2 episodes. 2 different, rough storylines. But when you went back years later, when they started releasing them in DVD, right? They originally then started going, hey, people like this, let's put it out on DVD. Well, a big part of the original Beavis and Butthead series was them sitting on the couch watching music videos, because it was on MTV, right? So they were watching and making fun of the music videos. And none of the later ways that you could get Beavis and Butthead included the music videos, because they couldn't get the rights for all of that music, right? MTV had the rights to play all of that, no problem. But later on, you couldn't release a DVD that had songs from 20 different 20 different artists, and that'd been a nightmare in licensing. But this guy recorded all the original stuff, so he has all of the original commentary. All the new Beavis and Butthead episodes, which are great, by the way. They haven't missed a beat. Instead of watching music videos and making fun of those, they watch YouTube videos. They're literally watching YouTube videos and making fun of them. It's phenomenal. But yeah.
Yeah, in regards to all the old stuff, I think all 3 of us are old enough to remember the days when a 15-inch monitor was the standard.
Oh yeah, and big and heavy. CRT, those old CRT monitors, those things were beastly. And the best feature about those monitors that I miss to this day is the little button to degauss them. You'd hit the button and it would degauss the monitor and reset its magnetic field, and I was always like, I'd always hit that button.
I like it, yeah. When you accidentally got a magnet near it, it would mess up the all picture.
Yeah, it would like pull the colors to the side.
Yeah, don't leave it there too long, or else, boom,
Yeah,
permanent.
it's gonna be permanent, just like the permanent burn-in that you get nowadays with some of the monitor types. I know OLEDs are really prone to burn-in.
Oh, really? Oof.
Oh yeah, OLEDs compared to LEDs. LEDs not so much. You get a little bit of ghosting and stuff with LEDs, but OLEDs, oh my god, it's bad. It's really really bad. Yeah, it can happen much faster than what people are normally used to, which is unfortunate.
So yeah, it's nothing new. Screensavers were created for a reason.
Right? Yeah, I remember old CRTs going up to like an ATM and like putting your card in, and then the screen would change, but you'd be able to still see the old screen, and you'd be like, oh my god.
Libraries.
Yep. The login screens and libraries.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. So now that we have all of wood, let me do 12. Move stumps. 241 stumps. Wow. Let's see. How much wood do we have? Get rid of some of these logs so we can save. I don't rush into it because I don't know how the trigger would feel. It's just getting spammed. Assuming it would be fine, but not gonna risk it. That was 288,000.
Biscuit for a biscuit.
Yeah, see, if we were to move that pile of wood with trucks, with the old logging trucks, it would take, I don't know. I mean, you couldn't move the Berthas, so get those out of there. I mean, that would take at least 3 trips with the old trucks. 3 or 4.
By the end of today, we would probably finish clearing out this lot with the old way. Whereas now we're probably gonna be done in what, another hour? And I mean the whole lot, not just the patch you guys are working on.
Right. Well, there's 700,000. That was a lot of wood right there. Holy Moses, that was a lot of wood. Looks like I missed one. Uh.
Missed a couple there.
Yeah, they're short. It was I didn't get a really good lineup on them. All the butt ends really need to be even for me to get around them pretty easily. That one's sticking out, unfortunately. Why is that one sticking? Get.
Sometimes scooting one will pull another one out of line.
Yeah.
$1.3 million. And let's go over here to where Oz has been working. He must have something done by now.
Oh yeah, I've got it all cut down. I'm just kind of making.
Remember
a pile
to
now.
remember to cut down beyond the border. You know, a little bit. Let's see, where is his
I went quite a ways.
butt
Yeah, dead
ends?
ahead.
I need a butt end to even.
Yeah,
need to
that
be
I
able to-
haven't been able to accomplish yet.
This.
I'll try to.
We just need a way to drive to the side. Oh, it's real. Oh, yeah. See the tiered? This needs to be massively smoothed out. Look at the tiers on. Did you notice that?
Yeah, yeah. I was just noticing that before you got here.
Yeah. Massively missed this whole area to smooth out.
Until it was a little more clear, I couldn't really see it. Of course, I wasn't looking for it neither.
Really?
Well, we haven't even,
Sorry.
I don't think, finished clearing out the original lot either of all the wood.
No, the original lot still has a bunch in there.
Okay, there you go. Now the rest I haven't worked on yet. Probably zigzag and get some of it, but
I can just park this thing here. You don't even need to have the
Yeah.
truck hooked up to it. You can take the truck off and just like I can just park a trailer out here and you can just push the logs into the trailer.
yeah. There it goes.
You just kick them with right. You just right click them and it'll boot them into the trigger.
And there's a couple of tiny trees that I just couldn't saw. Couldn't find the right reticle.
Yeah, these
There.
these are voided. Oh yeah, see, these you don't chop. These you void.
Yep.
For some reason.
What the? I had it for a second there. There it is again. Huh. No, it's like it saws something, but then it disappears. Because I was able to find a red spot in there.
Yeah, just look at it long enough, it'll turn red. Come on. There it is. That one, and then... Come on. Give me... There's that one. I don't know why. There's something... Wait. Come on. Just do it. There it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, something with that lumberjack mod is causing issues with that. I don't know what it is, but hey, don't bounce back, stupid log.
Must be something funky with the terrain, because sometimes they just don't want to turn like they usually do. Like this one seems to be free floating pretty good, but other ones not so much.
Yeah, I can't decide if you when you pick them up in the center, or you pick them up in the center of mass. I can't decide because
Yeah.
it could go either way. I think it's the center of mass because they're balanced. You pick them up, and if you just pick them up and you look up, eventually they would balance themselves out and they would be horizontal. That tells me it's the center of mass. Because if it wasn't, they would tilt to the heavy end.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you're gonna want to lay out this lot, because I doubt you'd want to end a field in a corner like this.
Yeah, the farm plot is going to be this entire segment.
Okay.
So that's why we have to cut the trees. See this group of trees here, right on the corner.
Yep.
We want to get these any trees that are within, I'd say, about 10 meters of the border. We want to cut down as well. And then we have to smooth the hell out of this land, and then we're going to come in and mow it. But
Yeah, didn't get this cluster here. Get them out of there.
and then over here we want these two.
I was mostly thinking about the mower, and I cleared enough for the mower to get, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking like a plow. The sprayer has a 30 meter wingspan. Like, you don't want to. Well, a lot of that, and the one machine that actually affects the most, and why you want a nice big area around, is the rock picker. Because the rock picker, it doesn't matter how many headlands you do. The rock picker, when you hire a worker on that, it does the whole field anyway. It does not care about headlands because it can't see where you've picked rocks already. There's no, for some reason it should use the cultivation map, because that's one thing that changes when you rock pick, but for reasons unknown.
Wonder if they're just examining the wrong flag or something.
No, it's just the rock picker. When you hire an AI worker, it doesn't it whatever maps are looked at when you plant. Well, it's obvious where you've planted depending on the map that you're looking at, the info map.
Yeah.
But rock picking, the rocks map is really sort of abstract. There are little dots for rocks, but nothing. Come on, you're in the trigger. There you. Nothing really major, other than the cultivation map, and the cultivation map would work really well.
Yeah, I found on the maps, if you don't have enough cleared out too, that the field workers will just sit there and kind of baffle them what to do. They don't have enough room to turn around in.
Yeah, that's why you want to do headlands when you go around your field a couple times. At least in the start and end, you want a couple headlands on each end of the field. All right. Takes care of this little area, I think. Well, except for this tree. All right. Now it's just a matter of smoothing it out. Little lone trees like this. Once we move into this other plot of land. Oh, is this gonna? Oh,
So
I thought
close.
I thought it was gonna. Yeah, I thought it was gonna just miss. And is that gonna? Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Oh, yeah, here's a tiny sucker.
Okay, let's get this out of here so I can smooth out the tree. Got over 2 million here. Oh, there's a couple over here that
Or if those were part of that pile. Got it.
I know the sawmill, I think, holds 2 million, so...
Oh, we got Patrick.
Hey, Patrick!
Hi, Patrick.
Here's the new trailer. The rabbit hole you sent me on. Works great. Sawmill to boot. Alright, let's unload. Go into the sawmill. Ooh, there's an autosave. That's kind of important. It's been a while since I've done an autosave. Alright.
Well,
now
welcome to the live stream.
Yeah. And I want pallets from ships. Let that roll a bit. Fly over and smooth this land. Did you move down the thing a little bit here? There's another thing of trees over down in this corner
Over
here.
in that corner?
Yeah, might as well. I'll get that ready to go. I'm going to smooth out this terrain up here. Because believe it or not, when you hit one of these little ridges with with a plow or something, or even the mower, it tends to not like that kind of terrain. So we're going to raise that up, make it super strong. Yeah, this terrain is really, this sort of plateaued terrain is really hard to spot in the editor. Really, really hard to spot. That's why I missed big chunks. Sure I get it all, because when I come back through with the mower, or when somebody comes back through to mow all of this, it's going to be really obvious where I missed.
Yeah, unfortunate you gotta do it in stages like that, but a lot easier that way. I guess one big advantage is we don't really need to mow these wooded areas like we normally would.
Why is that?
Well, normally we would mow them so that we can find all the littler trees once they're cut down. But these are so big that even if they're in the grass, you can see them.
Oh, yeah. Well, we still need to mow. We're not gonna eliminate the need to mow because we need the grass for our sheep.
Yeah, but we don't need to mow it before chopping.
Oh yeah, we don't need to. Yeah, prior to.
Yeah.
All right. I think that is well and truly smoothed out. Let's try to find our midline here. Right down this line. Because I know there is another spot. I found it in my tests last night. And when you smoothing doesn't get rid of the rocks under the terrain, but for some reason other things do. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. I sort of already marked border with, you know, you can kind of tell with the trees or the bushes and the wildflowers, and then you don't have any bush. So it's a rough border, but not super accurate. Yeah, it's in here somewhere. There's a spot. I don't want to smooth any of this out. That would get rid of the grass that's in. Though some of this grass is stuff we can't get to. All these trees back here. Yeah, we really did clear. There's so many trees. There's just so many. And that double tree right there is on the border of the chunks, right? The farmland chunks. That's why those two are right next to it. All right, I think that smooths that out. It's just pure chaos over here.
Is that possibly it? Is when you paint it with grasslands? Patrick's saying that it's the painting that gets rid of the stones.
No, because there are places I've actually tried to paint grasslands in order to bring the stones back. Because places where I've done that without painting grasslands, it doesn't, the rocks don't appear. But when I come back and paint, when I tried it, I did that exact test last night. I did a bunch of terraforming, and then I went back and repainted grasslands back in, and yeah, still no rocks. No rocks spawned. And I don't know if that's if that's every map or just mine or what controls that, but there's nothing like that. Whole system is kind of base game. Base game. So I didn't really do anything special regarding even the textures. I just call base game textures, or base game resources for the stones, info layers and stuff like that.
AFK bit, I need to get some more water.
Come on. I'm swinging back around. There you go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure with all the wood that I have on this map, that you could hit the $1 billion goal with just logging. Pretty sure there's enough wood on the entire map to do that. I mean, I don't want to do that. Obviously, I want us to do a lot of farming and get money that way, but at least in order to get the farmland, we're going to need to process all of this. All right, now all of these trees. Oh my god. Why, I don't know what causes trees to fly backwards like that. I'm pretty sure that can happen actually in logging. There was a show once upon a time, I think it was on the Discovery Channel, about loggers. Mike Rowe, pretty sure Mike Rowe narrated it. He's got that distinctive, like, low, gravelly voice. But yeah, they did, you know. I just remember watching a show and they had yarders and they had, you know, they had loggers and cutting trees down and stuff. I think it was on Discovery. Could have been on the History Channel too, because those channels all sort of started doing the same exact thing after a while. It's like, yeah, let's stop educating people. Like, you know, History Channel. Let's stop making this channel about history and start making it about reality shows. It's just, yeah, something fundamentally started breaking with television. Sort of in the late aughts, as they say, 2000, 2010, like just utter crap. And it sort of gone downhill from there. Now it's all woke stuff that just makes no sense. Right.
Alright, I'm back. And did you catch Patrick's latest comments?
Let's see. Added plow state to landscape. Added plow state to landscape ground painting textures. Please note that using this option to create fields will lose the ability to produce stone. Added plow state.
Yeah, I don't think you use that though.
No, I didn't use No Man's Land, but let's see. I think painting gets rid of the stone. But I'm not painting, I'm landscaping. In the places that I've landscaped, I haven't always repainted like grass, right? So, unless by painting they also mean painting grass, unless that was a thing. There's no, he added a plowed texture. Yeah, I don't have that texture. Plow state to landscape ground painting textures. I don't have that. I did not use that map as my base. I used a Farmer Bob 4X template map as the base for this. So maybe I don't know what map Farmer Bob used. There was so much more crap in the Farmer Bob map that I had to clear out to get the map. Like, I don't know why you would create a community template map and then include a bunch of like custom crops, like onions and carrots and like, I don't know, bunch of stuff. poppies. Like, why would you have poppies? Are we trying? Is like, are we
Yeah,
trying to
for-
do
for
the
the
heroin,
drugs, for the-
like the
the
heroin
drugs.
trade for, you know? I did manage to find a weed, a marijuana mod, but it was only for greenhouses. It wasn't for like crops that you could plant and harvest with a combine, like in a field. I really wanted to see like giant fields of the five leafed plant. It's 5, right? 5 leaves.
I think so.
Yeah, like they had like grow greenhouses, and then I mean it was a pretty extensive mod. They had a lot of stuff. They were obviously quite passionate about the topic because it was very detailed. Like different like strains, and oh man, it was crazy. You know, you could even have like this. You could even place like the dispensaries down and have a place to sell it. And, It was pretty detailed. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I did not add that on.
I have a relative who's always thought that the plant itself looks really neat.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Like the
Yeah.
leaves on it and stuff. It's a very beautiful plant. Smells atrocious though. Oh my god. Why nature would? Yeah. Well, they're not kidding when they say skunky. Like it is bad. It is really bad. Why nature would have a plant that smells like that? You know, maybe its primary pollinator were like flies, you know, and they were attracted to sort of awful smelling things or
Either
something.
that or trying to keep certain kind of animals or bugs or whatever away from it, maybe.
Oh yeah, it could have been a deterrent, of course. That's the other option there. Good thoughts there. Trying to keep the bears in the forest from smoking it, I guess. Like
We're eating it.
it's like you know once a wild creature, you know, ate the buds off of a wild plant and then just got high off its mind, it's gonna go back and eat some more of that.
I've seen.
It's not gonna
ones on-
care what it smells like.
I've seen videos on over there somewhere in Africa or somewhere that these monkeys were eating like some kind of tree, the fruit off of some tree. I forget what fruit was, but it was fermented, and they were all going around drunk and
Oh yeah, that's a very common.
stumbling over each other.
That's why a lot of archaeologists think that the original human like development civilization were around fermenting and the creation of alcohol, because it was like even wild animals know the taste of like fermented fruit. They know when a fruit is like gonna make them drunk, and they specifically eat it for that purpose. So it's like, you know, a lot of people think, well, yeah, first civilization, first forms of writing were down keeping track of, you know, how much you're producing, how much people are consuming, stuff like that, the times of the year for planting, harvesting, recipes, like what recipes they used, stuff like that, could have driven early civilization, and all around getting hammered. It's like, yeah, that sounds about right to me. Like, knowing what I know about human nature, that sounds about right. That we
I must say it's a little surprising that it's not notes about sex.
Well, that was like
That's more human nature.
that's biological. Every animal has that, right?
Yeah.
Fermenting, specifically purposefully fermenting things is, and then kind of playing with recipes and like, ooh, what if we ferment this berry but then add, XYZ, right? The different recipes that can pop up, all the different experimentations and all of that, took eons to come up with. And just like the slow process of figuring out which plants are poisonous, like, oh, that killed Bob. Okay, well, we're not going to eat that plant anymore because that obviously is a bad plant.
Or we'll feed it on purpose to somebody we don't like.
Well, you gotta know it's bad before that happens. But once you know it's bad, then it's like, ooh, now we can use this. I'm sure there was a cave woman who killed her caveman with a poison at some point, and was like, screw that guy. He's not giving me enough food or something. Whatever the reason was. Because women are historically the biggest poisoners. Anyway, yeah. So it was a slow process of learning all of the different poisonous plants and mushrooms. And could you imagine being that guy and being like, "Hey, Grog, it's your turn," and then the just happened to be the mushroom of the psilocybin, and he started just tripping balls, just like, whoa. I mean, that's where religious experiences come from. That process is the hallucinogenic mushrooms. And can you imagine, like, on an early human civilization, early human population, the first time eating mushrooms? Like, holy crap! What an experience that must have been. Like, you think the gods are talking directly to you at that point. You're just seeing colors and shapes and just crazy things. You just have to chalk it up to a religious experience at that point.
I can't remember who it is, but there was apparently a comedian who was talking about those I think it's is it a frog or a toad that, like, you lick it and you get high. And he was commenting.
Super poisonous.
Yeah, there's one if you even touch it, it kills you.
Too. Yeah. But he was talking about that and making a joke out of it. How did somebody figure that out? Licking its back gets you high. I mean, did they just walk around to random things? Like a squirrel, lick. Nope. Frog. Yep. Porcupine.
Yeah. Nope. No, they probably handled it.
Yeah.
And then licked their fingers and then, like, started tripping. And then they're like, why am I tripping right now? And it's like, well, this frog you just touched causes you to just trip out. It's like, oh, well, I'm gonna go lick that frog then. It's like, that's human nature. Like, finding something like that and being like, I'm not gonna stay away from it. I'm gonna pursue it even harder. Like,
be probably more like some kid playing with it and then got sick or hallucinating or whatever.
Yeah, entirely possible. Kids do tend to put everything in their mouth, so grab a frog and put their
Tend to
hand.
like to play with little things like that too. Just about done with this spot over here.
yeah, I saw that. Fantastic progress.
Seems kind of bare without all these trees.
Yeah. Kind of like what that Silver Run map looked like. Jeez, what a change.
Yeah, it's a big difference when you get all the trees out. Start claiming the land. You haven't learned where the jump is yet on those?
I was
On
going
those-
the other way.
Oh, yeah. You're not ambidextrous with the jumps. See how many trees have we? Another 160 stumps. Out deer. Way over. All the few trees that we have left over here.
So have you been having a heat wave out where you are?
Yeah, this week has been really warm, like 80s, high 80s every day.
Oh,
Uh,
we've hit hundreds. The low hundreds.
we've been spared the low hundreds. Yeah, and muggy, like humid, really, really
Yeah.
heavy air, which I welcome. I don't mind that. I'd rather have that than snow, and we're gonna get plenty of that in not very much time. So.
It'd be nice if it would rain more often. We're going through a bit of a drought out here. Notice there was a patch of farmland where you can see the corn is turning yellow, but all the tree or all the corn around it is green.
Yeah, we had
Quite a bit of rain here.
Yeah, we had a storm yesterday come through because it was really hot and really muggy, and when it's really muggy like that, there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere. There's a lot of moisture, and very, very easy to.
I think we've had some precipitation, but nothing, definitely not enough to balance out the excessive heat.
We've
I
been
remember-
having almost, not the last few days, but for a while there, last week or the week before, almost every day.
Yeah, my
If
folks
I
are.
remember correctly.
My,
what's
my
that?
folks have been down in Arizona for the last 2 weeks. And,
Ooh.
yeah, over like 110 every day. It's like holy crap.
That seems like there's about that every day, all year.
Yeah.
Well, it's not all year, but certainly hotter.
Try to straighten out this one a little bit more. Go.
All right, now we want to do a little bit of terraforming. Yeah, that was 1.4 million more wood right there. So the very first, the starter plot of land that we got, there's a bunch of trees on the south of that we're going to want to do, but there's also some mowing that needs to get done. If somebody wants to start on that, I'll work on terraforming. Yeah, this big hill needs to be purchased.
You want to do it, Oz, or you want me to?
Do that if you want to do some more wood chopping.
Sure.
Down on the south side of the first lot, you said?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
first lot. I want the farm field and that first lot to go all the way down to the border on that one too.
I don't remember where we parked the mower.
I think it's down by the
It's down by the, where is it?
fuel generator thing, or the rock.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know,
it's
somewhere
down by
down
the
there.
farm factory, where you put the metal, right next to the farm
There it
factory.
is. It's on the other side. I was looking on the south side, but it's on the north.
Yeah, I don't think smoothing terrain gets rid of the rocks, but certainly, if I were to raise and lower or level, I think both of those clears the rocks out. We'll see once we come through and plow all of this. Yeah, see, this little dip right here is too severe. Okay, who is over here cutting?
I'm
This is the wrong
cutting
plot.
wood or cutting.
I'm talking to the bottom of this one, or is that done already? I can't tell. If that,
No, I
if
just-
that entire thing, yeah, there's a bunch of wood down here. The very first plot of land that we start with.
Yeah.
Pat, what are you doing?
I was just getting some of these.
She makes the weirdest noises, and it sets me off guard because she also makes really weird noises when she pukes. It's like you just never know what you're gonna get in a day. I have got to raise this up. It's just too much of a severe dip. I'm not painting grass. But that little area right there will not have stones on it anymore. And I don't know how to fix that. Or at least it won't have stones the first time we plow it. Alright, this little spot right in here. That done. All smoothed out. Let's put some. Yeah, you're still on the way wrong part of the map.
Yeah, I
Wow.
just cleaning up the what I cut down.
Yep. It's unfortunate that I have to clear these because it's just. just too much of a liability to have this smoothed out.
In Courseplay, how do you set it so that you go to the next set, the next one, or do you have to do
You
that
don't
main?
you don't use Courseplay for that. You use the vehicle control.
Okay.
So if you hit that's the Alt W and then Control W.
Yeah.
When
And do
you're
you have to-
when you're on a path, when you're on a blue path, all you need to do is turn right or left, and it will start to offset it. So you just turn. When you get to the end of the line, you turn, and it will offset it again in the direction that you turn. As soon as you leave the lane, it'll offset it automatically, and then once it's offset, then you hit Control W again, and it lines it and it locks it in on the offset over.
Okay.
That one.
Yeah, make sure though you're facing somewhat in the direction that you're wanting to go, because if you go facing the other direction any little bit, then it'll lock it the wrong one.
Right.
So you just barely have to be facing the right direction as you're making your turn around, and then lock it in, and it'll line you right back up again.
All right, that takes that. I think I already did all of this in here. Ready to go. Already smoothed all this. This big depression in the ground there we can fix once we buy it.
Is it a depressing depression?
It is way deep. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about this one. This one is really bad, right in the middle. Massive dip. Oh, there's two of them. Okay, this is unfortunate. It's becoming nighttime, really hard to see.
On that mower, and you turn the lights on there, you have to hit it about 2 or 3 times, but it really lights up everything.
Oh yeah, we have one of the mods we have in the pack. It makes the lights even brighter. Like they are. I think it's the last when you hit F, you hit F, and it's like the last set is super bright lights, and that's the mod that's doing that.
Yeah, but there's also like 2 or 3 sets of lights on there too that you have to turn on. One for the back, and one for the front, and one for the tractor itself. I don't know.
Is it okay if I'm doing just back and forth, or should I try and get the edge for the mowing?
What do you mean? Back and forth is fine. You'll
Okay.
eventually get it all.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay ahead of you here and get the landscape ready for the mowing as you move.
Alrighty.
It's getting hard to see.
Man, for a few days now, I've been almost over this cold or whatever it is. But I just need like 2 days in a row of just really good sleep, and I think I'd be fine.
Yeah, but for you that's quite the task.
Yes, very much so. And as far as it goes, I'm not going to change anything, but if if I were to miss a stream, I'd probably be able to do that. Because I have to wake up outside of my whatever my body has been doing recently for a sleep pattern.
Well, if your sleep pattern's off, is easy way, because even for the flight, being sleepy for time zone thing is to just stay up all the way through until your next time that you actually want to go to sleep,
Huh.
instead
Doesn't-
of going to trying to get naps in there.
Doesn't work for me.
That doesn't work for me either. I get so tired if I stay up like that, or like jet lag. I get
Yep.
so tired that I can't fall back. I can't fall asleep when the time comes. I am so tired. I lay down and I don't know. It's just something blocks me from falling asleep. 'Cause I'm so tired. I'm like delusional. I'm so tired. All right. This area. Good to go.
So far, it's been looking pretty good.
Pause here. See what I'm doing. Certainly, the people watching are not going to be able to see what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah.
Put some grass back in.
It's too bad you can't turn on your spotlight on yourself there, your flashlight or whatever, when you're doing the groundwork.
Or when you're in construction mode, it should like
Yeah.
it
Light
should
up
just
everything.
light up everything and use a different shader.
Well, it should be just like daylight.
Spelled cat. All right. Cat, I felt you. No, you don't want up here? Okay. That's fine. Let's go sleep through the night. What is this gross? 3 or 4. Oh, it's almost. Our oats are almost done.
Yeah, so they should probably be harvestable some point in this next coming day.
Going into November.
Ugh. Didn't know I was going to do that. I was holding a log when that popped up.
Your arms are getting tired because you're going to have to hold them all night long.
All night.
What are we doing on? We have quite a bit. 217,000
Oops.
liters of wool ready to go. These products, looks like those are full. Look at that. That I might up on. These trees so awesome all around.
Oh, weird. There's a patch of grass that grew back in the first stage, so it's unmowable still, but it's got the starting tufts.
Right.
Oh, that's gonna look so weird.
Well, it's gonna all get plowed under eventually, so you won't even be able
Yeah.
to notice. Man, gotta put these online so I can at least drive up to them. Slop.
Suppose that's one thing you could do for that trailers is put the catch thing so that it's like in front of the semi.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to.
Don't
I don't want
too
to dumb.
cheap.
I don't. Yeah, I don't want to dumb away like the vast majority of the game. I see too many YouTubers do that. Like, here, let's play this game and then mod out all of the functionality.
all the work.
And it's like that's why I still want us to delimb them and put them in a line, just because it's like, yeah, we could go through a forest, just cut all of the trees down, don't touch anything, and just drive a truck through the middle of it and just absorb the trees like a sponge. And it's like, well, yeah, but who wants to do that? Like, that's insane. Like, it's just insane to me. Just to like abstract away the entirety of the entire game. Oh yeah, here's some more ridges. Damn it. More areas I missed. Smooth. God, I missed so many of those areas. Let's just double check now that the sun is out. All these areas that we touched. We should be ready to go. This little area here might be a little trouble, but let's see. Whoa. Are you burning donuts in the mower?
I wanted to see if it would recover. I just left the cruise on and then hit Control W, and it was trying to get back online.
Man, the Unimog was on. Why
no.
has this been on?
Is that the one? Yeah, that must have been me. I'm sorry. Why did it stay on?
If you're in the middle of a dump, right, if it's dumping and you leave the truck, it'll stay on because the truck has to be on for it to do what it's doing. So
I left it. I exited after it was done dumping. So yeah, it shouldn't have. And I've got my sound turned down so far that I must not have heard it. I'd like it a little louder, but some things are just so crazy loud that I have to turn it down a bit. Oh, there's some stumps in the way.
Oh, stumps?
Something.
Stumps. Alright, there's the rapid. Good.
Almost need some of this stuff cut down over here, the brush, to see the tree stump, cut the trees down.
It's like I'm about 2/3 done.
You're not even half done.
Oh, sorry, 1/3, not 2/3. The opposite of what I said.
That's
Why?
a rock pick.
It's almost like you expect things I say to be anywhere near accurate. What's wrong with you? And for
I mean,
anybody
definitely,
watching, that's
definitely
self-deprecating.
definitely the next time you do that, run a nice flat straight line on the border first,
Okay.
because you're going way out into a chunk that we cannot collect the grass in.
Yeah.
So it's good. The grass is just gonna sit there and sit there and sit there, and yeah, to be able to do it where we can actually collect it and have a nice clean line. I mean, it's just more professional. Just look more professional. We are professional
Push this one
landscape.
out. Totally. Wow. I'm getting as close to the line as I can without going over.
Yeah, anytime I'm doing a field, anytime I'm doing a project, I always do the border first. I always run the border, and sometimes I do it twice, just to have a nice amount of space. Because doing it twice, I can pick up 2 rows at a time with this windrow, with this forage wagon, right? So
Yeah.
two lines at the same time. So if you do 2 headlands around the whole field, then I can pick that up with 1 pass of the windrower, and then I can do however many passes inside of that. For however many times you go back and forth. Yeah, this is just a nightmare. So this is over way. That as far as I can. So, pick this grass up now. I can smooth this nasty ridges. Oh, these are some nasty ridges. This was wild.
What? What?
All this mowing on this side, this sporadic.
Shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Might have been. I don't know, but I tried to just go along the border, edge of the border there.
Heard crows crowing in the background of the game, and it just reminds me of the Diablo games. 'Cause that was one of the ambient noises that always
Oh,
be in
really?
the background of those. Yeah.
I heard off of one of the places where the toys were there that collectibles, like water running, and I couldn't find any water there at all. But the sound and yeah, wasn't there.
Hmm.
I don't know. You didn't take any rivers or creeks or anything out when you're doing the map, did you?
No, the only water on the whole map is the little lake that we started. It's the only water plane on the map. It's that little area. So let's see if I can bring myself up with close. come on. Come on, tractor. You can do it. The little tractor that... Yeah, we're going to have a veritable fleet of tractors eventually. Tractors and trucks, all. Up to 264,000 liters of grass. Yeah, this plot of land gives you a tremendous amount. It's like this whole thing is pretty. You can't smooth it when there's windrow, when there's stuff piled on the ground, because it will void that material. So you wanna wait to do your smoothing either after this or before you start it. But because he mowed this, last month, for some reason, again, I don't know what file to look at to figure out why it disappears completely, or if that is a standard. That's a standard thing. If the first intermediate step of it growing back is it disappearing completely. Because next month it'll all be, if we didn't plow it, that it is, it would all be little tufts. And the month after that would be the third stage. The month after that would be the harvest ready stage, where it has all of the little wildflowers in it. That's the stage that you get the most yield out of it. You can actually mow it the previous stage, where there's no wildflowers in it, but you don't get nearly the yield out of it. And then if you plow it and then plant grass, fertilize it, lime it. I made it so when you actually plant grass, you get a higher yield because of all of the extra work. Maybe a little too steep yet. Dump this. I want to. We're up to 3% full, which is amazing. But where is my? This goes in here. And we already have hay conversion in there. Yeah, we haven't even harvested one crop yet because we don't have any straw. On this map, pretty much every crop gives you straw, except potatoes and sugar beets. Those are the only two that don't give you straw, for obvious reasons. And then you can get extra straw. So all of the grains obviously drop straw, soybeans, all that stuff. And then for extra straw, you can have, I think the top straw dropper is corn, and then second place is sunflowers. So corn gives you the most straw. Do a straw thing. because I've grown corn. I know what corn looks like. There's a lot of biomass in corn that isn't actual, like there's a lot of straw in corn. Let's just put it that way. And then sunflowers again. I've planted sunflowers way back when I was a kid. I used to have a little section of the garden that I would be able to plant with. My mom would be like, "Hey, plant whatever you want." And I loved planting sunflowers because they would grow to be like 9 feet tall. I remember being a little kid going, "Holy crap, like that is," by the end of the summer, it would be this enormous plant. So yeah, that's why when I changed the straw dropping, like, oh yeah, sunflowers definitely, there's a lot of biomass with those. They come in a very close second to corn. Oh wow, that is a steep drop. Right? To fix that.
This drops quite a bit off over in the corner here too, where I'm at.
What do you mean? It drops off? Like
Drops off. It's
in the terrain?
yeah.
Oh yeah, I haven't touched that
No,
side
I
of the
know
map
that,
at
I'm just
all.
saying.
I'm stronger, faster tractor. Swing lower. This thing can actually go like 40 miles an hour. You have a strong enough tractor. Poor little tractor. It's just not quite up to. This is quite the hill. Smooth that ridge right there. Maybe this bump right. I didn't actually play FS19, so I don't know what the difference is. But I've heard that the smooth tool, at the very least, was different in FS19 and preferable. Like for some reason they changed it for 22, and it's not as good. So maybe the only thing that I can think of that would be nice for the smooth tool is if it actually raised terrain as well as lowered it, right? If all the tool did was average, like get all of the nodes, all of the basically polygon vertices to average out, so it would both raise and lower. Like one would raise, one would lower, so it basically just tried to average all of the vertices out. That I could see as being beneficial. Because the FS22 tool does not raise vertices at all. It does not raise terrain. And that's the one thing I wish that it did. So people who say that the previous version is better, that's what I think of as this would be preferable. If you put the thing over a dip in the ground and it lowered and raised the terrain to sort of average it out, that would be nice. But if it didn't do that, then I'd be curious to know what it actually does. It'd be preferable.
And that just makes sense too, because I mean that's what would happen if you have erosion. Is it just move the dirt to the lower ground?
Right. It would move from the high ground to the low ground. And it's not even any erosion. There is actually an erosion tool in the editor. You can literally click and simulate raindrops and erosion. It's really janky and kind of doesn't work, but they tried.
The flattened one will raise and lower.
Well, the level is just hard codes. Like it says, okay, well, the first place you click, the very center of that tool is at like height 70. Therefore, every vertex on the brush goes to 70, right? It's just hard sets all the vertices to that height. That's all that level does.
Yeah. But the smooth tool doesn't do it, huh?
The smooth tool, all it does is pull the higher altitudes towards the lower altitudes gently. Basically what it does, like, you know, it smooths out rough edges, but it you know, it just sort of averages all the vertices out and says what height is the average, and then it tries to pull any that are above that down slowly. But any that are below that, it does not pull up, which is what it's missing. I'm already up to 830,000 more liters of grass, which is glorious.
Can't think of what you call the raise and lower tool will do it though.
Well, that just adds or subtracts from the height of the vertices. That's all those do, according to the strength of the brush at that particular spot.
Well, maybe they think that's all you need is if you want to raise stuff to use that.
Way too much of a hill right there. There's another autosave. I know those are super intrusive, but they're kind of important. Hill in general, this plateau up here, it's just so tall. Yeah, I couldn't imagine, like, because of, you know, the state was mostly settled for the Homestead Act way back. I don't even remember what date. Somewhere in the 1800s. When they passed the Homestead Act. Basically it said, you know, it was to get people out. It was free land. Basically, like, the Homestead Act said if you settled a plot of land and built a house, then you would own, I don't even know how much, it was like, I don't know, 80 acres or 10 acres. I don't even remember. I'd have to look it up. You know, I don't have Google at my fingertips, so it's like chaos. Like, okay, Google. But anyway, so the Homestead Act said that, yeah, you would get free land. And so a ton of people went out and started settling everything. And that's large parts of this state were settled that way. Pretty much the majority of it. The house I grew up in was so old that there were pictures of like really early days where that was a farmstead house in the middle of an open field. There was no buildings around it. It was literally farmland, and now it's in the middle of the city. So crazy, like, old house that we grew up in. And yeah, you want to talk about drafty and brutally cold in the winter? Yeah, that, I can't even imagine what my mom spent on heating bills. Holy crap. There was no insulation in the walls. Like, crazy. But I can't imagine being, you know, back in those days on a horse and wagon coming across the land and like not having any roads. Could you imagine? Just like trying to travel somewhere and not having any roads at all. just an open field. Like, you don't know what's going to be around the next hill. You don't know what it's going to look like. First time I saw the Grand Canyon, that's what I thought of. Like, this Grand Canyon sort of pops up out of nowhere. I mean, anybody who's ever gone to see it, you don't really see it until you're really close to it. You know, close enough to be like, oh crap, we should have been planning on going around this thing. So yeah, the Grand Canyon is kind of a weird, just sort of pops up. All right, now I smooth that out. What this little bulge right here? Smooth this out. And then over here, remember, we have the ridgies. Bad. Plow. So, yeah, I've actually hit one of these ridges with my plow, and it was not. It was not happy about that at all. Stuff back here. Don't see any more ridges. Sit. All right. All major bulges taken out, smooth out. Yeah, the smoothing tool in the editor is 100 times better. It's incredibly powerful, and your brush, you're not limited in what brush size you have. You can literally make a brush the size of the map and just smooth the whole map all at once. I would not recommend doing that, but you can. All right. That takes care of that little thing. This much more graceful. Okay.
Speaking of the Grand Canyon, had you heard about the weird thing out there? Apparently Joe Rogan's even covered it. It delves into conspiracy theory territory,
geez,
though.
of course.
I don't know if you...
Of course.
But what about it?
There's a rumor that they found, I don't know if you'd call it a civilization, but settlements, let's say, ancient settlements, and apparently there's like Egyptian, clearly Egyptian hieroglyphs and stuff on some of the stuff they found in there.
Well, the Mayan or Aztec form of writing was very, very similar.
Yep.
Very pictographic.
I am not terribly knowledgeable about it. You'd have. That's why I was curious if you had heard anything, because you tend to.
No, the whole conspiracy theory, the whole like ancient civilizations, like you'd have to show me unbelievable amounts of irrefutable evidence, like evidence where there's no other reason why this evidence exists except for this reason. And I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen something that's so incontrovertible. It's like, yeah, that could be interpreted that way, but if you're basing your theory off of like looking at something and interpreting it that way, then I have a problem. Because
right.
It's like it's not scientific, you're just seeing what you want to see. I'm not discounting I've never discount the possibility of there being hieroglyphics. It's just, if that was the case, if there was a line of communication or even culture spreading from Egypt to South America or to North America, then why isn't there more overwhelming evidence of it? The Egyptians already had a huge amount of agriculture, and their entire system was agrarian. Why are there so few Native American tribes that practice agriculture? Right? Where did that go? Oh man, you missed a strip. Oh, you're getting it. I was like, well,
I'm working from the other way now.
Oh, yeah.
That way, I'm sure I get out as far as I can on that side.
Yeah, the whole like, it's almost like the movie Stargate, where the guy's theory was the pyramids were built for alien spaceships and stuff. I just see that as like, that's an entertaining theory. It has no basis in reality, but it's an entertaining theory. And then the people who come back and be like, well, then how are the pyramids built? These giant structures and blah, blah, blah. Where is the technology? And it's like, you realize what you can accomplish when you have an unlimited number of slaves? When you literally have millions of slaves that you're not paying them. You're just labor, constant, like, when you have that ability, you can get a lot of things done. You look at a lot of the big structures. As somebody posted a picture of some cathedrals, and they're like, why haven't we built things like this in a while? And it's like, because we started paying our workforce. When you look at old cathedrals, right, the vast majority of worksmen, the stonemasons, people like that, yes, were not technically slaves. They were technically paid. But do you think they were paid a fair wage? No, I don't think so. And
not to mention, so much goes towards taxes nowadays.
Right.
We have so much infrastructure.
And we have not only that, but look at the bureaucracy. When you want to build a building in a city like New York or Chicago, the amount of permits and inspections and red tape, not to mention the mafia, like the amount of crap that you have to wade through in order to even build something is unbelievable. So it's no wonder that not very many people do it, and the ones that do want to make sure they maximize the utilitarianism of the building, and they're not spending a superfluous amount of money on making it pretty or adding a lot of flair, right? They're not adding a lot of like sculptures to the building, because why spend the money doing that? We don't have a permanent state of mind anymore. Well, buildings have been brought down and rebuilt so many times that very little is permanent anymore. So it's hard to think that way. I'm sure that if you were to look at the architect group or the artistry group and said, I want to build a building that's going to last 1,000 years, you could probably get some good designs and build something that would actually last that long, but it would be so expensive. Like, I don't even know how you would afford to build it. Wow, that was a lot of grass. And I missed a spot here. Yep. Like, I would estimate, I was originally going into architecture. It keeps saying that, but so I was doing a lot of study of architecture for many, many years, and and this was back in the late 90s that I was doing all this. And one of the buildings that I actually have seen in person that was awe-inspiring is, and from an architectural art sort of view, not reading anything into it, but the Vatican. The Vatican itself, the building itself, and what's inside of it, the artistry that went into that building is so unprecedented that people have looked at that and went, man, what would it take to build that today, right? To build that exact building with modern materials, but with the same amount of like artistry, sculpture. The ceiling is all gold leaf, the entire ceiling of that thing. The center altar is bronze. Like this giant 3-story tall bronze structure is in the center of it. So people have like put together an estimation of what it would take, basically material-wise and labor-wise, to build the Vatican in today's money. And I say today's, but it's actually the late 90s. So adjust that, basically double the figure, and you get an idea for today's money. But back then, it was $20 billion. $20 billion to build the Vatican back in the 90s. It would be closer to $40 billion today. Imagine taking that on as a project. Like, there's no way somebody would spend the money, to build something like that. Not even in Vegas. And those buildings are huge. They'll spend $2 to $4 billion on a casino in Vegas, but they're expecting to make that money back in so many years, and they usually do, which is how they justify it. To build a church that's that expensive, there's no way that would be done. The only reason it was able to be done is it was built in a time when the church had basically all of the money and all of the power, and so they were able to just dictate the terms to everybody. We also want to deliver some diesel to the water pump. We don't need a lot of diesel down there, but what I basically, the one thing that I set, one exception to the rule that I set for distributing material, because mainly it's manual, but water, if I go down here to water, I can set this to distribute, and this will distribute, but we need it'll hold 20,000 liters of diesel, so we need a little bit there.
I'll handle that in a sec.
See how wild here. Bless you. I think
Oh, sorry.
that sounded like a sneeze. I'm not 100%
It was a
sure.
cough.
It was a sneeze cough.
Just minor. No, it was just a plain cough, but it probably cut out midway.
Ah,
I'm past the point of doing full coughs. It's more of just a hack where I just exhale a little bit. A raspy exhale. There we go. It's... Okay. About 20,000 liters is the max for that.
oh, I love this truck. It's so nice. Yeah. We need to mow all of this as well once we get all these trees out. Ooh. Yay. More of that.
You just
Yeah, what's cool is this little double tree back here. This twofer that you've got.
yeah.
This is the exact corner of the plot. So, like, the lighter tree is on our plot of land. The darker tree is on the kitty corner plot. So that is the corner of the lot right there. It's just a good landmark to use as what your corner is. But now that area over there, I'm gonna let Cloudman work trees. Oats. Almost ready. We're gonna need a spot. We can right in here for the general mill. Let's get that ready to go. Let's keep it level. Take this. Bump right here. Okay. Now, this is a very important structure. It's going to be used by a lot of things. So the reason I'm spacing these buildings out is because I'm picturing the line of truck trailers that will either be queued up waiting to be filled or already full and parked waiting to be empty. Right? So like this farm factory here, we could fill up trailers and park behind the factory itself all of the full, like if we have a trailer full of clothes or metal, stuff like that, I want to keep the trailers of the material close to the actual factory. That way, if we're like, hey, we need some metal in, you know, the carpenter, where's the metal trailer? Well, it's always going to be near where it's being made. So I'm trying to be organized. Now, I'm not always successful, but yeah, trying to be organized with that. So we go buildings, production, factories, and this is one of my favorite buildings as far as modding the mod.
Can you make the trailers different colors?
Yeah, I color code them based on what purpose they have.
Okay.
So the green ones that say lizard lawn care, those are the wood trailers. The blue ones that say lizard logistics, those are pallets. And then there's another one that's lizard, I think it says lizard goods, and it's green or cyan, and that one is, those are the reefer trailers for like bread, edibles, things that you can eat. All right, so platinum. Where is? Yeah, these are all in a different order than. Oh, there it is. Okay. The general mill. I'm gonna have to edit this. After the stream anyway, but the general mill. Let's put to the side like that, maybe. Let's do it this way. That way the dump site is kind of matched up with that. Yeah, I need to edit the general mill and add a second line of pallet spawning. It does not spawn them very fast. And, yeah, this is where our sugar and flour and oil and all that kind of. There's gonna be a lot of stuff being produced by this, and I'm gonna have to add a second pallet line to there. Now, did I add? Let me check. I don't think I added a fertilizer. So you're gonna want something. I've already got the fuel, so let's see. Fertilizer. The farm factory can technically make fertilizer, but it has a limited amount of inputs. And of course, I'm literally standing in the way. You know how many times that has happened to me where I've tried to build something and I'm literally standing in the exact spot that I'm trying to build stuff.
Yeah, and you can't move either, can you?
Yeah, you can't move while you're in build mode, and so it's like, God dang it, I'm going to build these right next to the farm factory. I'm going to build these fertilizer producers. Those will come in massive handy when we get our cows going, because that is a way to convert the cow. Well, let's call them byproducts into fertilizer. All right, so there's some room for trucks and trailers to be parked. This industrial science team. The side of this building, park these trucks. Whatever side doesn't have triggers, so there's a trigger or there's a pallet spawner there. There's a dump there. So this over here, this is a dump. So the problem. Because when we get that field of oats in, we're going to want to dump it in flour. All right. I think that's there, and then, yeah, fertilizer. All right. So I did edit the 1775. So this thing is capable of planting everything now. Well, all of the main seed types. And I have a version. I added a version. I added a version for potatoes. So this is the Tato version, as well as I've got the DB120, also with Tato version. But yeah, it's a planter that does everything but potatoes or sugarcane. Sugarcane is one of those really special cases. You have to, like, I think you have to make it so the sugarcane is a really specific distance apart. Like each row of sugarcane has to be a specific, I don't know. I've never actually grown it. Oh. Not watching. So, breeding fields. We want to. I don't want to be right up against. Be right up against the road. I want to leave ourselves space. So square. Now this will tell me how close I am to the. That tells me I'm not quite on the edge, which is fine. I don't want to be right on the edge. This will square me off this direction. Yeah, being right on the edge of the plot of land will hide the line that I have right there, and I don't want to do that until we actually expand into that spot, and I'm actually able to plow that under. So yeah, the plow line will eventually show up there, but I want to be careful as well here. Not right up to it. I don't unfold it until I have the outline of the field ready to go. And then I unfold it, and then we do the full thing. But this is the, like, it's a lot easier to sort of estimate where the wings are, like where your edges are, with this smaller one. Have more finite control. We got to decide what to plant in. Whoa there, Nelly. Go back here. I thought that might have been a little too close or a little too far away from the edge. So we're gonna have to just go a little ways over. There we go. Look, there's finally we get a autosave. A nice straight line. And we're finally farming. How about that? Unfortunately, I can't hire a worker. Once I have the outline done, I can't hire a worker to do it because the field doesn't exist yet. Right? It needs the field to exist, which is what I'm actually creating. Is the field. Then we need to lime it, then fertilize it. All right. There. Yeah, we need to lime it, then fertilize it. Then rock pick it, which will cultivate it at the same time, and then when we buy the plant, it'll have both sets of fertilization. So then we don't need to come back and spray it. But I'm still trying to decide what to plant once we do have this done. See how we're a little ways. Well, we could actually go a little closer than that, but see how close we were to this? We were very close to overriding that line. This one we're a little further away from. Not that that much matters, but how close are we over here? Let's try that. What I can do is I can buy. Well, yeah. Right now I'm the only one that can actually create fields. Because I wanted, you know, tasks that I needed to do on the stream. One more headlands over, and then I'll go down the line. See, we're getting rock here. I just smoothed this out. I didn't raise or lower or level. I just smoothed it. So if we go to rock, you'll be able to start seeing as I get more and more of this plowed, the voids that happen. But it's so hard to gauge where that plow is going to hit. Yeah, I'm a little further away from the edge than I am going to be up there. So what I can do is once I'm down there, because you can see how close I am there compared to over here. Watch to make sure when we shutter, you know, if you go too fast with this thing, I mean, yeah, the max speed on it is pretty high. But if you actually go that speed, the tractor tends to like wiggle, and you get you get sort of a slalom line. You don't get a nice clean line, so you gotta. Even though I edited a lot of these so you could actually travel fast, very few of them can actually travel as fast, just because of the wiggle that you get. Unfortunately, you're limited by tractor and how fast you can actually pull it through. Now that we have all of our lines done, we have headlands, all that kind of stuff. Now we can unfold the thing and really tear through the ground. Want to overlap it a little bit. We look on the width unfolded. So there is a version of this that is bigger. This is a 22 meter. I think the next one up, I think, is 26 meter. I haven't tested any of those on this map because, like, I haven't tested like the DB120 planner. It's so wide; it's like 36 meters wide. I don't know how it would do on the hills. I don't know if it would like have skipped spots, because if the very tip of that thing is on an elevated position and there's a dip in between, does it miss the stuff in between? I don't know. I haven't tested it. I know the 1775 works really, really well, which is why I edited that mod. It does a really good job on the slopes, most of them anyway that I've seen. You know, I guess as this series progresses, as these streams progress, we will see. But now that we are doing this, line ourselves up. Now it's just a matter of getting the offset done.
I'm back.
Going back and forth here.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I don't know if Buggy had seen it. I did type into chat, but it was you were in design view or build mode. I'm not sure if it showed up.
Type into chat in the game chat.
Yeah, in-game chat.
Oh, I didn't see that. I guess I wasn't. Yeah.
I was watching, and while you were placing down a building is when it was, and that takes up more of the UI, so I think they suppress messages. But I figured you'd figure it out sooner or later anyway.
I don't even know how to bring up in-game chat.
T. At least default is T.
I guess you have to have that on all the time to be able to see it, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I don't see chat. Oh, there, I saw it now.
Oh, test. BioBreak bulletin board system.
Be back soon.
I know.
Oh,
But I'm from an age when BBS meant bulletin board system.
oh, me too. I mean, totally not me. No, I'm way younger.
Yeah, you're way younger than me, right?
Yep.
It's like Wildman's way younger than both of us.
Yeah,
What?
definitely.
Oh, yeah.
He's so young he didn't even hear us. Like,
No?
Yeah, I can remember that was all there was with bulletin board.
Yeah, my stepdad has a great story because, bulletin board systems actually became very popular in his day and age. I mean, I knew about them. I didn't really have a lot of exposure to computers at a young age. We had one, but I mean, I was too young to really get into it too much. I was mostly into Legos and whatever, lighting matches. But my stepdad is so funny. He told me a story. He's like, yeah, he saved. He had to save for like 4 months to buy the modem for his computer. The modem was like $500. And he had to save for like 4 months in order to afford the modem. So once he bought the modem, he was like, awesome. Hooked the modem up, got it working. Obviously, back in those days, it was kind of a chore. And he already had a line on all these bulletin board systems. So he started, and he basically would dial up to a bulletin board, and he would tinker around, look at what shareware was on there. This is back pre-internet, and he was tinkering like all night. Now remember, he had saved up for like 4 or 5 months to get that modem. So the next month rolls by. His phone bill arrives in the mail. It's like $600.
So he was doing long distance.
He was dialing into all these bulletin boards, not realizing they were all long distance calls, not realizing he was going to get pegged for long distance service. And so yeah, it took him months to pay off that phone bill. After having saved for that modem for so many months, getting hit like that, like right away, he was like, yeah, I did not budget for the long distance calls that I was doing. Like, I was just like, holy crap, that is insane. But yeah, you got pinged for long distance calls, and if you were downloading shareware, you were connecting at like maybe 56K, maybe back then.
Shoot, my first modem was 300 baud.
300 baud, so you're not downloading very fast. It took a while to download anything. So we're gonna wait on that, Os. Yeah, you do these things in a very specific order.
Oh, okay.
And you do them in the order in order to prevent yourself from having to spray after it grows. Okay. So the first thing we want to do is lime. So you get the lime, the little tractor with the thing hooked up to the back with the white powder.
Yeah.
That's not party dust. That is lime.
What you talking about? Lime is party dust for me.
Lime, yeah. Snort a few lines of lime. That'll do wonders for your sinuses.
Totally.
But yeah, now, I think our first internet connection, our first modem that I used was a 28.8, which is light years ahead of, yeah, like you said, Wildman, like 300 baud. I think Jim had, I want to say he had like a 1200 baud. And that's one of the reasons why he saved up for so long for it, because it was just like, he was like, it was blazing fast. 1200 baud, like blazing fast.
Totally.
Yeah, I can remember to have my first so-called PC computer. I've had other computers like Coco and stuff like that, but before then, but official IBM, regular PC desktop. I got it with I think it was a 200 meg hard drive on there, and my friend that was big into computers too, he says, "Why did you get such a big hard drive for?"
You'll never
fill that
you'll
up.
never fill that up. Yeah, I remember back in the day, one of my very first computers that I actually built old 46, and I got the brand. I don't know what manufacturer, whether it was a Maxtor. I don't remember what brand it was, but the model, it was called a Bigfoot, and it was a giant 5 1/4 bay and probably 3 inches high. This giant block, right? And it was a hard drive. And it was dubbed the Bigfoot. That's what the company called it. 650 megs. This giant box, like huge and heavy. And I remember when I got that, it was like, I am never gonna fill this thing up. 650 megs, like it was crazy. I mean, Doom fit on 3 floppies or whatever it was. Like, there is like 650 megs was crazy. Now I've got a thumb drive in front of me that's like 120 gigs. Like, it's just, it's amazing when you know, the people who lived through that age of computers where it was like, it's insane to think of where we are today. Nobody, I don't care what sort of futurist, you know, vision you had, nobody could think of like where computers would go. It's insane how powerful they are and how much you can store in such a small space. Like,
Yeah, the first ones I think to go to the moon, I think we're about Commodore 64 power worth.
yeah, I think somebody did a calculation because they look at it in terms of like flops, like floating point operations, and they're like because there's no real comparison. The Apollo computer, it's really hard to compare computing power to something that old. But so they try to generalize it, but they said the modern cell phone, like the modern iPhone, is something like 500 million times more powerful than the Apollo computer in terms of processing power. It is.
And the computer on the shuttles.
Yeah, the space shuttle is built in the 80s. Like, yeah, the space shuttle is nothing compared to modern machines. Which is why, like, every time a new generation of like telescope happens, it's always just a monumental thing because of the technology difference. It's such a huge upgrade in optics and stuff. There's just no comparison. So now we should be able to see. Yeah, you can see the voids. If you open up the map and look at the stone map, you can see the massive voids where I edited the terrain. And so I don't know if those voids will ever show up with stone, which would be an absolute shame if they did. If you plant it will not. If you paint a texture, it does not matter which one. You will never get stones when you. What the hell is up with that bug? Oh, you just retracted the message? Uh-oh. Fake news? What happened? Why'd you delete the message? Uh-oh. He says if you paint the ground, if you edit the ground, you will not get stones ever. Even after you, I don't know, did he plant, harvest, and plow in all that time? I mean, yeah, you can use dev control to... That would be a really weird bug to exist. If you plant it, will not affect stones. If you paint a texture, does not matter which ones, you will never get stones when you plow. Ah. Yeah, when you paint a texture. I didn't paint any textures on any of these voids. These were just landscaped, right? These were just raised or lowered. There was a ton more in here that was smoothed, but smoothing does not affect it. For whatever reason, smoothing doesn't affect it. It's just raising, lowering, or leveling, I think. I think leveling does it. I want to say it does, but I'm not 100% sure. But I know raising and lowering it does, because that's where these spots come from. Yeah, I don't understand that bug at all. because those are completely separate textures. Those are separate maps that the game has internally. The stones map is its own thing. It is just a texture that keeps track of what bit flags, like where the stones are and how big they are, right? So there are different bit flags that turn on and off with those, and that's all that is. Why would changing the ground texture or raising and lowering it affect that map at all? I don't understand it. That is a massive bug. The Giants should fix that. I don't know. Anybody know, like, where the community at large is for this game? Because Giants isn't really on the forums. Nobody really uses the forums. I've been on the Giants forums. Nobody really uses those. Nobody really answers any questions. At least not anytime lately. So I don't know where the community at large is. I'm guessing the different modding communities probably have their own Discord. So like 82 Studios, Farmer Boys modding, maybe Farmer Boys has it. Their website is woefully outdated. Like I don't know where where does Giants exist in the community? Are they even a part of the community? They have to be part of some community somewhere. Like, do they have their own Discord server? Do they answer questions? Is there a modding? Like, when I'm running into modding problems, like when I was trying to get that trailer to work with wood, like, one of the most exasperating parts about modding with this game that I found so far is I don't really have a resource to look at or to ask people who have already solved these problems, right? All these modders that exist could have probably answered my questions fairly easily and right away, but I don't know where any of these communities are, right? I don't know how to find them. Because I know, like, the trailer, the TLX whatever, or X52, whatever that is trailer, I'm pretty sure that's an 82 Studios mod. And 82 Studios is, I mean, that guy, whoever is behind that, they should be hired by Giants. They do an unbelievably phenomenal job. There are machines by 82 Studios that are better than the vanilla game machine. Like, they're just better. There are more options. There are the standardized colors. When we look at, like, big color palettes for things, like, 82 Studios, man, they doing a phenomenal job. But, you know, does he like helping other modders, or is he sort of doing his own thing and he doesn't really care what other modders are doing? I've always tried to help modders when I can. I've always tried to do tutorials, and, you know, get those tutorials out so as many people as possible can learn, you know, from what I'm doing and my mistakes and my best practices and lessons learned. Not everybody does that, though. And some of the tutorials I found are not in English or in such a heavily accented dialogue that it's really hard to like figure out what they're doing for a native English speaker. So it's like, I don't criticize people because they're doing their best and they're putting out a video and they're trying to help people, but really hard to understand. Like, really hard.
I found the best for those is put closed caption on. Then you can just watch the closed caption. Helps a lot.
That can help, yeah, certainly. But then the Giants itself, I have some strong feelings around the modding of the game and how Giants is handling that, and what they're choosing to have moddable and what they're choosing to hide behind encrypted files. For God's sakes, I thought as a community, as a gaming culture, I thought we were beyond the encrypted files, cloak and dagger secrecy of things, because it's like it's the most ridiculous
Well,
practice
maybe
to hide your
maybe what
content.
they're hiding is what they feel is proprietary to their game, and if they let it out, then anybody could put it in their game and do the same thing as what they're doing.
But the problem with that is the wrong assumption that putting it in a file like that makes it safe in the first place. You don't think there are people out there that have literally automated the cracking of that encryption? There's literally utilities that you can dump that file into, and it will just sit and grind through and find the keys, right? And it's like those files, all of the files, have already been cracked into. The fact that I have the animals XML on this map, one of the files I have is animals.xml, where I've customized the animals and their output, right? The only way that that file is in the wild, the only way that that file is on other maps, is if somebody cracked into the base game it's a GAR, G-A-R. So there's a datas.gar file that contains all of the stuff in the game, all the scripts. Somebody cracked into that file and took that animals XML out, and like that's the only way to get to it. So it's already been done. Those files are out there and are able to be opened. So by hiding it behind a file like that, literally accomplishes nothing. It will be open and it will be used. And to do that, there's nothing proprietary about the animals XML. There's literally no reason to hide those files behind like an encrypted system. There's no reason. Like just like the expansion packs, right? The thought is like, oh, we're gonna hide these expansion packs behind an encrypted file. That way, you know, we're gonna make sure that people can't open these up and share in a mod all of the content in the expansion pack. Well, guess what? They do it anyway. There's no reason to do that. So what you have to do is think about your code and think about your game and come at it a different way. Instead of thinking, well, we're going to lock our content behind an encrypted file, what you do is you invest in code that ensures that you verify the ownership of said DLC to even use the content, right? So you lock certain things behind the DLC. You know, maybe it's grinding wood. I don't know. Like whatever you think, you lock that behind the DLC, and then in the game it's physically impossible. Let's say cutting down a tree. Cutting down a tree is physically impossible unless you have the forestry DLC. I don't care how many mods you have, you cannot do it. The game will not allow it. So there's a way to solve it like that that works a lot better. And then that way all of the files are open. You can see all that stuff, but the exe, the compiled code of the game, is the restricted part. Like sort of like Fortress Craft. When I remember I was digging through Fortress Craft. This was so funny because of how .NET works and how all that stuff works. I remember when I was creating all the mods I was for Fortress Craft, I found the routine, I found the function, the block of code that basically verified that you owned all the DLCs. So it just went through and it like connected to Steam, it verified an app ID, and then, you know, it would enable based on this all these if statements, you know, if you own this app ID, then unlock, you know, this DLC. Like DLC owned equals true, right? That's basically how the game managed DLC. It would have been trivial to create a mod that just patched using Harmony, to create a mod that just patched that routine and just set them all to true. It would have literally been trivial to do that, but you know, nobody really does unless you're a real jerk, because you want to encourage people to own DLC. But yeah, you could have fairly easily created basically a mod that just gave the DLC free to everybody. Anyway, but I know I don't think the base of this game is .NET at all. Here.
Similarly, I wish companies, and I know you feel this way too, Buggy, about DRM.
Oh
Wish they
man,
moved past that.
DRM is the bane of the computer industry. Like, it is just a horrible practice. Where is my... There it is.
And the worst part is it ultimately does almost no good.
Yeah, it's always cracked within like the first day. It's like it
Yeah.
never lasts. Here, let him finish. Ah, missed a spot.
Yep. That'll get overlapped. Fine.
That vehicle control is nice, isn't it? Offsets
Oh, yeah.
and stuff. Oh my god, what a difference. What a difference. Oh, there's one little...
It should get covered.
No, I mean there's
a little-
one little spot of tilled ground here that...
Oh.
that
Oh.
I can't tolerate this little nub right here. Painting, grass. There it is. So when you come back for that little strip, you can lower the swath
Yeah.
with controls. I think it's Control Z. And
Yep.
I'm still not any good at estimating how wide stuff is. So it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know how wide that is to compare.
Interesting thing to note. When I started liming it, I got it all set up so that I had full coverage, for the 42 meters, and I started it up, started going, and it would actually place that on the ground, but then it would stop, and it would take away a strip on each side. What had happened was the width setting was still for the like 25 meters or whatever when we did it for the other one,
Mm.
but it displayed as being the full width. So I had to cycle through and then
Oh,
get back to the full
it
setting.
was a sync issue.
Yeah. Yeah, probably sync. Or maybe in the save game it saves the state or something, but then when you load it, it takes the default.
Yeah. So one of the things to note, because we mowed this plot before we plowed it, there's no fertilizer, right? If you don't mow it before you do this, you will actually have the first layer of fertilizer on. So this little spot right in here, it's fertilized because it's not mowed. It wasn't mowed when I plowed it. So it's just a little thing. That's why sometimes you get a little fertilizer when you plow it. But as it is, we're going to need to fertilize the whole thing anyway. And now that the field is actually made, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down this headland. I'm going to go down this edge of the field. I'm going to go down this headland. And then when I come back on this side of the field, where Oss is now, when I come back, I'll hire the worker, and the worker will do the rest of it for me. Yeah, I just got to wait for Oss to come back. Right. Let's get
Yeah,
that
I think I
swath
got
done.
it set nicely.
I left the truck over there, Wildman, so you could periodically fill the truck up.
All right.
So you have fewer logs sitting on the ground to help your FPS a little bit.
All right.
'Cause, yeah, there's a lot of trees up that whole side. I wanna square that field off not only to the east but also to the south and get all of that ready to go. Why is there a store deliveries place right here? What the hell? What is that? Store deliveries. Do you see? Does anybody else see that on the map?
Yeah, I see it on. Well, I don't see it. Let's see.
Tag place. I gotta walk away here. Equal
Yeah, now I
tag
see it.
place. Yeah, what?
Yeah, I see it down there too.
What the hell?
Is
I
that
don't-
the trailer?
No, it's not. It's not even close to the trailer.
Huh.
Let's move the trailer out of the way here.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah. What the hell is that all about? That's weird. Alright, let's unfold this beast.
Alrighty. Strange.
That's the first I've ever seen that. I don't know where that came from. I couldn't even guess. Nope. Make sure before you park that thing that reset the width, because I always forget that.
Yep, already did.
I'm really bad at that. Am I gonna have enough? 36,000 liters. Is that gonna be enough for this field? That is a good question. Alright, we need to decide what we're gonna plant on. What do we need? Depends on what product we're gonna go
Got a comment from Patrick.
for. Did you turn store deliveries? It's a mod. Store deliveries. I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar. Store deliveries active. Oh, left shift. Okay, I think Wildman must have done that. Okay,
What?
left shift plus left alt and S will set store deliveries. Okay, yeah. So when you hit the key combination, you see like a circle in front of you. Left shift, left alt. Left shift plus left alt. Press R. Left shift, left alt, press R. Yeah. Left shift, left alt. Yeah, see there's a circle and hit R. And just turn on video.
Now you're saying I did that?
I mean I could have done it, but somebody did it.
I mean,
Just-
all I've been doing is cutting wood.
Yeah, but if you're hitting alt to pick up logs, like any time that you're interacting,
Yeah.
I've done it a few times, picking up logs and trying to run with them, and it's just easy to hit the key combination. It's not an issue. I just reset it, so the thing is gone. So I fixed it. It's just really easy to do.
Yeah.
Left shift, left alt, and then like S. is all it takes to change. And all it does is set a spot for store deliveries. So if you buy, say you buy a pallet of fertilizer, well, you instead of having it spawn back at the store, you have it spawn where you set that. So that's lined up. We can afford to hire. All right, so this will give the first level of fertilization. I really hope, one of the things I hope is the company embraces the like the construction aspect or the earth moving aspect, because right now the only way that like FS mining crew can do what they do is using the system of like how do they word it? So like when you cut grass and you create a swath of grass on it, right? The mechanism for that is a separate layer that is used. And it's I forgot what it. It's a separate like texture, you know, like 4096 by 4096, where every square is encoded. The texture is encoded with the flags of what it is, and then the flags of how much is in that square. So it's a very limited system where you're extremely limited on the number of different types of things that can lay on the ground and how much can be. And so the whole FS mining system uses that, where you have layers or like dirt, they add dirt, or they add rock. Like when you dump rock on the ground, when you dump iron ore, that uses those flags, and it gives you a very limited number of things that you can actually do that with. So I hope that they, as a company, embrace that system a lot more, and basically like recode some of the base game engine to be more like Captain of Industry, and like fully utilize like a voxel based, like if you dig down in any square, you could encode the terrain to where you're like, you're dirt for the first 2 meters, and then you're stone for the next 5 meters, and then you have like a 2-meter layer of iron, and then you have like, and you can just encode to the height fairly easily. I mean, yeah, it would kind of bloat the save games a little bit, but and if you wanted now us to do the rock picker, just start at this end of the field and work your way to the other side. Because now the fertilizer's gone through, and we are back. So yeah, start on the east side. East side, and make your way west. Or hired on as you could hire it on as a worker too if you really wanted to. If you wanted just to lazily go along and pick the rock. And that will cultivate the ground, so when the seeder goes by, it will actually refertilize. Let's check how much stuff is in there. That should be enough. So what do we want to plant? I'm still undecided. Let's look at our options. Soybeans. Soybeans would be a good one.
That would allow us to get into cows right away. Make some TMR. Sugar beets were ways. We don't really need sugar beets at all. We have copious amounts. Cotton is no, we don't need that. Grapes. I don't know how grapes and olives would work. I don't know. How do you plant grapes like that? I don't know. Wheat, no real reason to use wheat. Barley, again, no reason. Oats, that would make us a lot of flour, but we got a crop of oats about to come in next month. Canola would be a good one. Sorghum would be a good one. We could get into chicken. Sorghum is a really good chicken feed. Oilseed radish, that's just fertilizer, and then grass. Doing all this work and then just replanting it as grass. Whatever. Corn. No reason to make corn yet, unless we're going to go for cereal. But sunflowers. But I think soybeans. I think soybeans is where it's going to be. That would allow us to get into cows. Got to figure out where we're going to put them. Where are we going to put the cows? That is a big building. Chickens can go over here. Ish. Yeah. Chickens can go over here a little bit. Unfortunately, the chicken pasture doesn't quite. The fence line stuff doesn't really work with chickens as it does with sheep. This was really nice. How they made the fence line follow the terrain like that. But I don't know how they enable that. Again, I don't know how. There's no documentation. There's no way of knowing how any of that works. Whoa.
I missed the spot back here.
Yeah, you can't go too fast. Gotta set your speed limit. About 20-25 is the top end of the speed limit that I've found. Make sure nothing is skipped.
Yeah, I'll make sure to get it. The other side should get on the way back. What's the key command to change the width of the auto drive stuff?
I don't know if there is a command to do it without entering. You hit
Control Z.
You control C and then X,
Control C and then X. Okay.
and that should auto detect a width. I think that's a 20-meter width on that.
And you can put in an offset too.
Yeah, offset is in case you have like one of those bale loaders that has a thing off to the side to actually pick up bales. That's what the offset is used for. All right, this guy going along nicely. Probably two more. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that we're not going to get any rock from these big splotches. Ever. I don't understand. That is a massive bug that they should fix. Yeah, I know how, Patrick, I know how grapes are usually planted. I don't know why grapes are an option in the planter, though. Grapes and olives, for some reason, are an option in this planter, and I don't know why. I didn't add them. There's grapes, there's olives. I have no idea what happens when you try to plant them, so I'm just not going to plant them. So sorghum, we can plant sorghum. It's a pretty quick crop. It is a 4. It only has 4 growth stages, which is great. Very, very fast. Now, unfortunately, I have to wait for the entirety. I probably should buy another rock picker just to go again. Probably a few more beefier tractors. These 400T Magnums are much better than these little itty bitty guys here, the Valtras. Valtras are good for like liming and little jobs here. But if you want power and speed, you want these big Case IH guys. Sounds like Test World Tank, yeah. Yeah, that's why I have a Test World. I've got, I think I'm up to about $350 million in my Test World now. I've unloaded maybe 8. I've sold maybe 8 trailerfuls worth of furniture, several of prefab walls, a couple of chairs and tables each. Like, yeah, I have a lot of money in that just to mess around with. I just last night finally placed my cow farm, my chicken farm, just to test those out. The manure issue with the cow farm, with the manure heap, I know Coffee had mentioned that the manure heap sort of like, it looks like it goes outside of the heap itself, the structure. And I wanted to tell him, he hasn't been on in a while, he's been working nights, but I've been hoping he would get on because, yeah, that is not my structure. Did this guy run out? I bet you he ran out. No. Why did he say finished work when obviously he's not finished work? That's weird. He like stopped midway through and like finished my job, but no, you had some more left, dude. Yeah, the AI in this game behaves weirdly sometimes. That one issue with that field when we were planting it, where the AI like swerved over to the side for some reason. Like, I don't understand that at all. I don't know if it's because I didn't really set out the fields like normal, like a normal map. You just sort of create the fields and hope the AI knows how to deal with them. I don't know. All right, that is all of that. Fertilized, ready to go. Purchase. twin tires, twin rear weight. Light bar. Catchers. Oh, main body is blue. Seat color. White seat. Interior. Black interior. White. It's only $390,000. I mean, let's buy 3 of them. Why not? Trailers. Let's see.
Are you upgrading the engines on them too?
Oh yeah, they're the top. They're the toppest tier of you can imagine. So they are the bestest of the bestest. As we get more and more fields, we're gonna have more and more equipment all running all at the same time. So this is why I'm sort of branching out now, because I want to make sure that we're not hurting for things to do and vehicles to run, and so
You
yeah.
wanna Be able to have a lot of hired workers too.
Yeah, we're gonna have, half the job is getting the headlands, and once you have the headlands done, then you hire the worker. But it still takes time to get the headlands done, right? So you still have to kind of put in the time. So even turning a field over, when you harvest, you got to do, 2 rows on each end, and you have to, when you run it down, then you hire the worker. But it can take, a few minutes to do the headlands, and then you have to do the same thing when you plow, run the headlands, and hire the worker. And if you have multiple fields that you're doing that on, it just helps having a lot of equipment that you can then do that. So I'll start on this other end of the field here. That way we can kind of work towards each other here.
Alrighty.
Pick up now.
I'm probably gonna have to duck out fairly soon. Is there gonna be a better time coming up?
A better time to what?
For me to duck out? I feel like I'm gonna need to lay down for a while.
I mean, if you have to go, you have to go. I mean, that's
Okay.
I'm not gonna hold you against your will.
Yeah, you can't go. Yeah.
It's like, you need to
Nah,
get
it's
the
good
job
for-
done. What am I paying you for? Wait.
More I was saying I just don't need to leave like right away, but something and stuff and things.
Yeah, in about 3 or 4 hours, be a good time for you to leave.
There you go.
Something that I hear. We have a little bit of ridginess in smooth. should be okay, except this right there. Fortunately. It's a little too much depression. Land needs to cheer up a little bit. It's too depressed.
There you go.
Yeah, talking about on the old computers, when we first started up. Yeah, my storage was cassette tape.
Yep.
Use a cassette recorder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard my stepdad talk about that too. When he realized like all it used was cassette tapes, he was like, "Holy crap! I can just go out and buy a bunch of cassette tapes."
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that technology didn't last very long.
Oh, and then we got the floppies, the 5 and a half, or
Five and a
quarter,
five and a
whatever.
five and a quarter.
And 3.5.
And I thought bought on salvage place dual the 3 and a quarter or 3 and a half, whatever they were.
Yeah, 3.5.
And oh man, we thought I was really up down there. Having
Yeah,
that.
those hold what 1.5 megabytes for one
Yeah, it was
floppy.
like, I think like double or triple or something like that. The the bigger size.
That would not be a good thing to hit with a mower.
And yeah, 1.5, but there's the file allocation tables, which made it 1.44. if I
Right,
remember correctly.
1.44. And then the Microsoft, those damn Microsoft, the very first time I installed Windows 95, right?
Yep.
Windows 95, I installed it off of damn floppy drives. And it was a stack of floppies like this tall.
Yeah, I think my
Yeah.
for Windows whatever it was, 3.1 or something like that. Was I think 20 or 30 disk or something like that.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, just insane
I still
amount of
I
discs.
still have them.
And what the crazy thing is, you know, looking back at that, is like if one bit was wrong on any of those drives, on any of those discs, if one byte was off, the whole thing was like unusable.
Yep.
Yep.
And it was like you literally the fact that it worked at all was kind of crazy. But those damn Microsoft discs were formatted for like 1.7 megs. I don't know how they did it, but like it was so hard to replicate those because it was just like, how did you take these discs, which literally should only hold, like you said, 1.44, and how do you get 1.7 out of it? They were such a nightmare to work with.
Yeah.
And you got a magnet or anything close to them and erase them. And
Yep, it was.
Sunlight.
They were very, very, very sensitive. All right, worker here. Why did he turn? What the hell?
You might be looking at me.
No, I'm in the vehicle. There was if you look at the very far end of the far end over there, it looks like he got to the near end and then turned around. And I don't know why he would do something like that. That was kind of crazy. That is very bizarre. Huh. Yeah, I usually wait on the fields. I usually wait to plow or to rock pick when the rocks are red. But the first time you plant, in order to avoid spraying fertilizer twice. You do a rock pick, and that cultivates the ground. And then when the planter comes by, you also have fertilizer, and so it adds the fertilizer. But you have to do either the rock pick or you have to cultivate, right? You have to change the state of the dirt. You can't just plant it without changing the state, because then it won't apply. You have to for some reason change the state of the dirt, because then when the planter comes on, it changes the state again, and it updates the fertilization. You know, little things like that you sort of learn. Yeah, I will take this guy, fire his ass, because he did something weird on this side of the field that I can't quite understand.
I'll go fix that spot.
No, I'm already down here. That's the whole reason I was in the vehicle.
Should I get this last?
Yeah, get that last strip. I was kind of anticipating you doing that. Yeah, he actually didn't. He actually missed it twice.
Weird.
I don't know why he would turn around. It's like he turned around and went back right here. The AI behaves. I didn't want to exit. I wanted to control W. I'm not using my joysticks right now, so it's a little on the rough side. There is something right there. Oh, a little piece of wood. Okay, take that away. Is that what you... The AI behaves very strangely when there's something in the way. So it could have been that little piece of wood is all it took for him to be, like, skittish.
Huh.
Like a little sliver of wood is like, no. I want to avoid that at all costs. It's like, oh, come on. Come on, dude. Don't be scared.
World. Oddly enough, I wasn't quoting Up. I was quoting Christmas Vacation, if you've seen that one.
Like, are you talking like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation?
Yep.
Man, that's old school reference.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Oh, get through. Oh, snake through. Dump. I'm gonna go here.
I remember that movie pretty well because it was kind of a Christmas tradition where we'd watch that at some point in the Christmas, region, vacation type area.
Yeah, for us, our Christmas tradition was always It's a Wonderful Life. My mom is obsessed with that movie. And it's like, that was always shown in the house. Well, I mean, for years it was shown on TV. You know, some channel would show that movie every Christmas season. Go ahead and dump your rock in the lime. I don't know, how many rocks did you end up with?
19,000.
Nice. All right, let's unfold this. This takes a hot minute.
I still say the best Christmas movie is Die Hard.
Die Hard has become a favorite. I grew up. I remember when Die Hard came out. It was never thought of as a Christmas movie. It was always like an action movie, like crazy gunplay, and it was never thought of as a Christmas movie. But yeah, it has become now a lot of people's favorite go-to Christmas movie, which is kind of funny.
People are saying, no, it's not a Christmas movie.
See, and I don't get that argument. There's Christmas music scattered throughout the movie. I mean, I wouldn't call it like a core Christmas movie, but to say it has nothing to do with Christmas is bogus also.
For me, Christmas always was two cartoons. One was The Grinch, right? So The Grinch always played. Some channel would always play The Grinch. And the other was the Rudolph, stop motion animation.
Yeah.
That was one of the things I always looked for when I was a kid is the Rudolph movie.
Is that the one with Burl Ives doing the singing?
That's the snowman. Yeah, the snowman sings. Oh, I forgot to set the. It's too distracting. I forgot to set the. Oh, come on. Get in line. Just back up. Forgot to set. Okay. There you go. Yeah, I had the snowman who sang a couple songs, but it was like, there was a guy, the mountaineer, that was like, he was hunting the abominable snowman. But yeah, the one where Rudolph is like saves the day and whatever. That is an old cartoon, like old stop motion animation.
Yeah. Oh, you were talking about Wonderful Life. The reason that one's so prevalent is that it doesn't have a copyright. So they don't.
Well, it's
they
it's
don't have
expired.
quite
It's
royalties.
long expired.
Yeah. And that's why that one's been so popular.
And plus, it's definitely definitely a feel good family movie
Yeah.
that happens. You know, Christmas is the primary season where that movie takes place, so it fits the bill basically. Good old Jimmy Stewart.
Another one too is Home Alone.
Home Alone, I remember that. Yep, that was a big movie. Right about, I was almost the exact same age as what's his face that appears in that movie when that movie came out. I was almost the exact same age.
Macaulay
Um,
Culkin.
Macaulay Culkin, yeah.
Poor kid. He's actually researched in the past few years. Had
Oh yeah,
researched.
with podcasting
kinda-
and stuff, like all those
Yeah.
old. What child actor's career what child actor's career went down the toilet like as soon as puberty hit, like crazy fall from popularity. You never hear his name anymore, but he was in some huge movies when he was a kid. Haley Joel Osment. He was in Sixth Sense. He was in Secondhand Lions. He was in AI. What other movie was he in? He was in another one. God, which was it? Sixth Sense. That's where he broke out. He was in one before that. He was really, really young. He was in Forrest Gump. Right at the very end of Forrest Gump, where he was Forrest Gump's kid, basically. And I think his entire line in the movie was "Hello, Mr. Gump," and that was it. That was like all he said in the whole movie. But he's like 5 in that movie. But yeah, then he appeared in Sixth Sense. God, there was one other movie that he appeared in after Sixth Sense. Yeah, he appeared in the saddest movie ever made, in my humble opinion. Pay It Forward.
Is what?
Pay It Forward. He's like 11 in that movie. It's the saddest movie. I cannot handle even thinking about the ending of that movie. I just can't. My emotions just, it just destroys me. That movie. Brilliantly done. Helen Hunt is unbelievable in that movie. Like, I don't know if she won an Oscar for that movie, but she deserves an Oscar for that movie. She did a remarkable job. The entire movie from start to finish is a masterpiece, but Jesus. the person who wrote it and made that movie is a masochist. Jeez, it's too much. Yeah, then after that, I think he made Secondhand Lions. But then, then he made AI, and I think then he made Secondhand Lions. But then it he hit his teenage years and disappeared, and then he got like a DUI, and he got into some trouble, and I saw like a mugshot, and I'm like, oh my god, that's the kid from Sixth Sense. This poor kid. Got extremely famous, extremely fast, and didn't really handle it well. Fortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of child stars. That happens to them.
A lot of them end up on drugs and stuff too. So
Yep. Well, Macaulay Culkin did. I mean, Macaulay Culkin had a very, very hard time after Home Alone.
Wasn't there something about his parents also?
Oh yeah, I think he emancipated himself from his folks.
Yeah.
He had a rough. And he testified in defense of Michael Jackson, that's a hallmark of his past.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, when Michael Jackson was on trial in the mid '90s, he was one of the kids that was around him all the time, and he had testified that Michael was perfectly fine and never did anything against him. And one of the main reasons Michael Jackson was acquitted that first trial is Macaulay Culkin came and said, "I was around him for years and he never did anything." So, who knows what to think about those situations?
Yeah.
All right, so that planter is a going. It's planting sorghum. And as you can see, the fertilization, it takes and pushes into fertilization the second tier. So it is, that's why you do the things in the order that you do them, that I've done them in here. Now, when you harvest, what I would recommend is harvest, pick up your straw, then fertilize, then plow. Because harvesting will eliminate the fertilization level. That's what resets fertilization, is harvesting. So harvest, forage with the straw, because you get straw almost from every type of crop. Harvest, pick up straw, then fertilize, then plow. Then, if rocks are red, pick up rocks, then replant. If rocks are not red, just replant. Just ignore the rocks. Because they'll do a little extra damage, repair damage to the planter. But it's tiny in comparison to when the rocks are red. So, do we want a second planter? I think we might, because this planter. Should we try a DB120? Should I try one of those giant? I'm kind of curious. I want to try. This thing is this DB120. The reason why it took so long to load in is it's a beast of a 3D model. There's so many details on it that is it's a you don't even want to know. BKT, Lizard, Michelin, Fine, Ford. I don't know what the Lizard tires are supposed to do, but why not? Why not use the Lizard? Working speed is irrelevant. Yeah, it does 31 miles an hour, but you only want to use that if you have a perfectly flat terrain. Even then, you don't want to use that because your tractor is just going to wiggle back and forth, and anything over about 25. You don't want to go any more over 20 than 25. Usually what I'll do is I'll actually set this down to 25, and that will actually limit you. So you can just you don't then have to set your cruise control. It'll hit 25. Put a GPS on because why not? Lights configuration. Obviously you want work lights on there. I don't know what wheel covers does. Where does wheels covers? I don't. It does something. It's adding something right there. I have no idea. I don't care about it. Back vacuum blower. I don't know what that does, but it causes a lot of noise, so I'm not going to have it. I don't know if it does anything to the whole planting process, but it's really noisy when it's on. So cleaner discs configuration. This is the no-till row cleaners. This allows you to plant without plowing. And since we plow always, no sense in putting those on. Attachers, no, we don't need attachers. And we don't need the conveyor. Conveyor helps you load seed into it. So this is a beast. $390,000. Let's see if how this loads in here. Sometimes it's so heavy. The thing is heavy. Sometimes it's so heavy that it sort of anchors itself onto the ground. No, looks like it's fine. Yeah, you can tell because this thing is like missing. It's into the ground. Do I need a weight? Might need a front weight for the tractor. So let's purchase this. I need roughly 1 ton. Yeah, let's do a 1 ton weight. John Deere colors, because nothing runs like a deer. Except maybe
Unless you're in the headlights.
unless you're a gazelle or something. Then you kind of run. Actually, I should have made that. Damn it! I should have made that blue to match the actual track.
Be sacrilege.
Yeah, I made it green. I forgot that we're not running a John Deere track. I like these Case IH tractors.
No, but
That-
you're running a John Deere,
Yeah, I'm running a John Deere planter, but
and that would be sacrilege painting anything but the green.
yeah, I couldn't change the color of the planter. Yeah. But look at the size of this. I mean, this thing is so big. I don't think it'll work very well. That's why I haven't used it yet. But we'll try it. We're gonna test it out live on stream today and see.
Just money, right?
I mean, yeah, we got 10 million. I'm not too concerned. We're 1% of the way to $1 billion. So I've actually made this thing lighter than it is by default. By default, this thing weighs 17 tons. And I've actually carved 7 tons off of it, so it's just 10 tons now. But it's still unbelievable. Oh, I didn't. Let's fold it back up. I got it all lined up too. I didn't put any seed in it or fertilizer. Got to drive it all the way back. Unbelievable. I have a little silo over here I can buy stuff with. Let's take the covers off. Now we're not going to fill it up because that would be wasteful. Because I don't even know if this is going to work. Oh my god. I actually had to fix this thing. It originally did not have a trigger marker or a trigger spot for fertilizer. And I could not figure out how to get fertilizer in other than cheating it in, which is never a good option. So my version, I actually edited it. That should be in the center right there. The center of the seeds is in the center between those two. I just wanted to point out. Believe that, but yeah, it's in between those two back yellow tanks. That's the trigger spot for the seed, and then the trigger spot for the fertilizer I placed right in the center of that tank. All right, let's hit 50K. Stop that. Now we close all of our lines. But yeah, even when this thing was 17 tons, I mean, even a tractor like this, you would hook it up and the front end would just like whoop, it would just like flip up. It was so heavy. But it's a glorious piece of machinery. I mean, it's huge. So let's see if we can get her lined up again. What are the odds that I'm guessing this spot right? Now let's go to sorghum. Because my estimation is going to be, this is going to be not easily... Unless that is a pivot. If that's a pivot right there, let's let this completely unfoil itself first. Look at that, how perfect that is. Ha! So if that is a pivot point right there, if it's a true pivot point, if it actually pivots right there and isn't just faking, then this might actually work. Let's close this. Yep, it detected that. 36.5. Let's lower it. And let's test it out. Let's slow it down a little bit more. I want this to 15. That area in there is really iffy. I highly doubt it would work in that area. That is way too low. I should have fixed that. Darn it. But yeah, you can see it. It's actually bowed right there. So it's going down. It's like it's actually conforming to the terrain. Now you would never see it do this on a boring flat map. You'd never use the functionality of the machine that way, which is why I wanted to make this map, because it's like perfectly flat maps give you there's no challenge to the actual farming. You sort of set it and forget it. Let's see. It's getting late in the day here, so I really want to get this planted before we sleep. So do that. Turn it off. This is one of the reasons why I wanted a nice wide berth, wide edge to and get all the trees out, because this thing, the wingtips on this are crazy wide. But this lined up. This is almost twice the width of this one over here. This will really tell me. And it looks like each individual like knob on there actually has a little bit of play up and down, which helps. Oh my God, why is it? Oh, it was. Not missing any. I'm seeing little gaps like that, but not sure what's causing that. Look at that. It wrapped around that hill. That was beautiful. And the dark spots, you can tell where that was that was already fertilized, so the fertilization process here didn't change anything. The fact that this is working is amazing. That's actually conforming to the ground.
It's real nice.
This is a beautiful planter. I think coffee like got me into this one. Way out, wide turn, and then turn the last minute here. I've really gotten quite good at lining myself up, learning just how the trailers and stuff. All right, this will be the true test. That junction up above or in front of me there, that will be the true test of this thing, because that is a pretty severe ridge along there. And the far wing is going to hit that pretty hard. I'm guessing it's going to skip. There's going to be a gap inside of that bowl it's going to be missed. Which is why I'm going slow. Is it going to get it? Is it going to get it? Oh my God, I think it got it. It got it! Holy crap! It actually got it. That's amazing. Yeah, whoever made this mod, this DB120, this is why when I customized all these mods, I didn't add my name into the author. Like, I could have added my name into the author of mods, and I have too much respect for the people who actually make these for that, so it's just all the original mod authors. So if you download the mod and you look at the XML, it'll have the authors in there of who actually made the mod, and it is whoever made this was a labor of love. This DB120. I don't know how long it took them, but holy crap. Like all the hoses, you see all the hoses on here, right? All those hoses are added via XML line. Like, most of those hoses are not 3D modeled. They're actually added via XML. It's crazy. I don't know how they do it. Down. All right. Can somebody hop into that other tractor? The worker J? Just click. I don't know if Oz is here or not.
I'm here. I'll do it.
Just click the thing and hop in and let it get all the way to the other end. Just ride it all the way. And once he gets to the other end and he starts turning around, hit H to fire him, and then X to fold up, and you're done. And I'll finish, hopefully, finish with this thing.
Alrighty.
Maybe. We'll have to see. Maybe just kind of pull it off the end of the field and wait, because when I turn this around, if there's a little wingtip, if there's a little gap left, then we can finish it with that machine. Because that'll be able to do it easier than this beast. 36.5 meter wingspan. 36.5 meters. Is it 33 inches per meter? Roughly 3 feet per meter. So that is
Like 3 feet 1 inch or something like that.
it's like
Somewhere there.
100 and yeah, that's like 120 feet. That's the DB 120. Sorry, I'm guessing that. Oh, I am gonna get the rest of it. Okay, so yeah, you can fold it back up and go park it next to. Ow.
Wasn't fast on the folding.
You break it, you buy it. This is $390,000.
Oof, good luck collecting that.
Right? Can't get blood from a turnip. It's amazing this thing is actually working. I love it.
That thing is neat. Yeah.
This thing is massive. It's such an awesome piece of equipment. Anyway, I was saying something. I forgot what it was.
I'm not sure either.
I can't remember what I was saying. And Patrick, why aren't you joining us?
Yeah, you
Like,
can log in.
you're a channel member. Like, you're welcome to join us if you wanted to. I'm pretty sure I gave permissions to talk in stream chat to channel members. It's been so long since I set that system up. You're literally the first the first channel member to like go through the process. You're the test guinea pig. So I'm glad that the whole Discord thing, because that's automatic. The way that I set all that up automatically gives you Discord permissions when you sign up to be a channel member. If your logins are the same, Discord. Or if you put your Discord information, I have Discord set up to automatically give you permission, depending on your the level. All right. Now, fold this baby up. Yeah, and I sped up the animation for this. The animation to fold and unfold this thing took a whole long time, and I basically doubled the speed. It's not instant, but because that would look funny. But and this raises itself. Literally, the arm attached raises it up, and it puts all that weight on the tractor, boy. There's a lot of weight on there. And there we go. Look at that. I cannot believe that worked. That is going to save a lot of time. So when we sleep, the oats should be ready to harvest. And we have the mill now that we can put the oats right in. Right in to make some flour. A little bit bigger. Okay. I think everything is good. All the engines are off. This is wood. All right. Let's sleep. What we do first is here, go to 2x. Sleep. Sleep. So in the morning, we're going to want to take the wool over to the factory, drop that off, put the truck back to load up more wool. Do that every couple days. how much wool we have. This will start going up really fast once these sheeps have their own little babies, which is 60%. I don't know how many months it takes to do that, but it takes a while. I could have changed this. I could have made them reproduce like rabbits, but I didn't, because reasons. I didn't want to deal with that too much. And then yeah, we have oats ready to be harvested, and I have the harvester ready to go. Bought, built, and ready. G and X.
I'm gonna head out then. If you're still going later, I'll join you again, but it'll probably be about 7 o'clock. It seems like anytime I lay down, I'll lay down for at least 3 hours.
Oh, all right.
Seems like I get 2 REM cycles in there. I don't know. Later, guys.
Later.
See ya.
Enable straw swath. What am I doing? Why are you not? There we go. There's my straw swath. We gotta have that straw. Gotta. Yeah, this thing will actually go 40 miles an hour, but that's too fast for like the hilly terrain. You can bounce if you're going too fast. You'll bounce, and the harvester will actually miss big areas of the thing. So you don't want to do that. Start picking up the straw swath. It's kind of, it can mess up. Kind of confuse. Where's the coordinate? There it is. So let's grab these. Hold. Drop that. Pick it up off at each end. That way the AI, when it's turning around, doesn't have to deal with the straw that's sitting there. Especially big piles. How much longer? I don't even know what time it is at this point.
For you, it's
4:30.
Almost 4:30. For me, it's 5:30. But
I don't know. I kind of go as long as people will watch or people want to join me. Like, you know, when my stomach starts growling, it usually indicates it's gonna be short. So I've streamed. I mean, we've had streams in the past where we have a bunch of people playing whatever game, and we've had them go for 14 hours. You know, till like 2 in the morning. But it has been a long time since you've done a stream that long.
you've gone long enough that you've had to stop the stream and start another one. For you to
Yeah.
run out time on.
Anything over 12 hours, you want to stop it and restart it because 12 hours is the limit of what YouTube is capable of. All right, let's go here. There's an autosave. Oh, it takes forever. We want oat flour. Ooh, yeah, I need to deliver. Okay, yep. So that's one thing we need to do is deliver carton rolls and pallets. Wood beams. There's pallets. Set of pallets to here. It's 300,000 pallets. That'll last a while. 300,000 liters of pallets. Deliver them over here. See, oh, I got it. Can I dump the rest of this? Oh, I think he keeps filling this up, which is not good. Actually, need that for other things. We can't have that just constantly. Wife says dinner's ready. Haha. All right. Yep. I understand. Happy wife, happy life, I think is the saying. pallets here. So, carton rolls. Hey, carton rolls. I didn't know I had a line of these. This is perfect. No idea I had a truck full of carton rolls. So these can get loaded in here. Probably 50,000? Or maybe 300,000. No, that was 100. Maybe. Oh, that was probably here. Just to make sure they're full. They must be full in there already. So empty pallet cart roll. Now we can turn on oats. We get that. You want to make sure we get the bonus. We can turn on. Well, let's see. We have prefab walls. We have tables, but not chairs. What are we have? Wood beams. Okay. We can dump some more wood beams in there. No problem. Paper roll. Carton roll is full. Let's need some paper. Barrels are full. We don't need barrels. Barrels are used. The one building that I made used barrels. I know, not the best, but the beekeeping mod uses barrels for
The honey.
For honey. Otherwise, honey would have just the beekeeping mod can produce a truly astounding amount of honey. As I just wanted a more reliable honey production. Yeah, there's certain parts of the game that would be nice if Giants actually worked on to improve. One is the voxelization of the map. Like, if you were able to actually expand upon what the game is capable of outside of farming. I mean, I know it's farming sim, and that's what everybody wants it to be. But it's so many things to so many other people that if they started embracing that community and said, you know what, like, let's actually do some work to embrace this community, and maybe that'll expand the player base and the customer base, and more people would buy our game. So being able to like if I was able to take a set of construction equipment and rather than smooth and flatten and level terrain, just in the construction menu, to take actual machinery and do that with, like a road grader or a loader or a dozer, and push a high hill down, push the top of a high hill down into a valley and actually fill in the valley, and then be able to cultivate, plow, and plant over the top of that. It would be a lot of work. Certainly, it would not be easy to do. But yeah, imagine being able to do stuff like that. I think the other area that they could really improve on is the AI. Like course play, mods like that exist, and when you have a mod that is almost universally used by a lot of people, there are a lot of people that use that mod. Well, that tells me that there's something fundamental about the base game feature that could be massively improved on. If this mod is filling that niche, then something in the base game could be improved on. And I think expanding course play into the base game and being able to, enhance the AI worker to be a little smarter. Because imagine you have a field, you outline a field either by plowing it or just going into the menu, or the map rather, and outlining a field in here. Imagine taking a tractor with a trailer with like bales, like a bale trailer, and just pull it into that field and just set find bale. Just load bales. And it would literally go through the field and load all of the bales. I think there's a way to do that in course play, but not in the base game. So little features like that I think would like really impact the game and allow more people to, ease their way into the game. Because once you get really, really good at the game, then you start looking at ways to make it harder. So you start with, fairly easy to do things, and then you get it harder, rather than the other way. So we're going to want to fertilize this. The reason I want to get cows as soon as possible is to make our own fertilizer. Because we're going to be burning a lot of money in fertilizer. Actually, no. Before we fertilize, we are going to want... we're going to want to expand this field into areas that Wildman is cutting. Lime expansion. Edge right. And when we do come by and fertilize it, we can fertilize the whole field. That will be good to go. But I need to lime it first. Maybe, well, I don't know. Not sure, 100%. But yeah, the DB120 should be able to do this. Actually have more gentle slopes here than we do. Look at us finally farming though. Man, it took the death of a lot of trees in order for us to actually start farming on this map. I massively underestimated the amount of wood that was on this map. Just massively underestimated. We're getting a tremendous amount of straw. I don't remember this being this much in my test run. Maybe it's just oats themselves that a little bit extra. So you want part of this to go into the farm factory. And I'll put part, well, maybe we don't need to. Because sorghum will give us straw as well. Remember, I made straw come from just about every crop. So this will give us, the amount of straw we'll get from this field is going to probably be 2 million. No, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of straw. As our fields get bigger, so what I want to do is this field here, the giant field that we have, this is going to expand west and south, right? So it'll be, I don't know, maybe 2x2 field size. Oh, maybe 3x2. Maybe 3 down all the way to the edge of the map, or near the edge. We're gonna have, yeah. There's a lot of trees. This side of the map. This part of the map is a little mountainier, little more trees than the other side. So yeah, I made one side definitely more wooded, more hilly than the other side. So this here, so this field will go east and south. So this field will start growing. Now we could move into this. There's a whole lot of grassland here and then a whole lot of trees down here. So yeah, if I were to redo this map, and I might put the work in, if there's interest in it, doing like a prairie, like an open grassland prairie version, where I'd basically open the map, create a copy of it, delete all the trees, repaint all of the fields, smooth it out again. Definitely want to do that because it's crazy how much easier it is to do that in the game, or in the editor rather than in the game. Why are you? You don't like this building. I didn't do enough headlands, I don't think. It detected that building was right there, and it was like, nope. Almost done with this process. Yeah, we're gonna get almost a million liters just out of this field. That's a lot of straw. I'm actually terrified of hitting a piece of grass and avoiding all the straw. Because with my luck, it would actually happen. I tried to get all the grass already, so I'm hopeful. And he's done. And I love the pile of straw. Yeah. And we got 627,000 liters. Holy shnikes. 627,000 liters of oats off of that field. That is crazy. That is kind of crazy. That's going to be a lot of flour. And I made this thing discharge really fast. And bingo. So now we go in. There's an autosave. That was a good timing on that. If we go in here, where is this? Oats is already selected for flour, and we are actually producing. And we get chaff. And this is why I'm using oats and not anything else, is we get chaff out of it. And chaff, we get wheat, barley, and oats. Sorghum, I don't think it gives. Corn doesn't, and soybeans don't. But soybeans, it gives you, the ratio is bad. Sorghum could make some good flour, but you don't get chaff. And the reason why we want chaff is if we come up here, we can make chaff silage, right? This thing can make silage from chaff, which saves us having to use hay or straw to make silage, right? So chaff silage, literally the only use that we have of chaff, other than selling it. But I don't know if anybody actually wants to buy it or not. How that works. So this guy here, one of the reasons I use this Draper Titan header is it is its own wagon. It's beautiful. Let's fold up this thing. Glorious. Okay. Darkness. Whoa. Squirrely. Use this again when we have the sorghum crop come in. Let's finish getting the straw. $856,000. Let's see what we get in this straw. Could use a more powerful tractor. This thing is wagon is kind of a beast. Yeah, I made this wagon hold unbelievable amounts because my test world used to be, I used to test before I got this map ready to go. My test world was actually the Prairie Farms Michigan 4X map. So the fields in that map are huge. They're huge. And I was picking up straw with this forage wagon. And the default version of it, the Unreal version of it, was 2 million. And I was literally filling it 3 or 4 times on a single field and running it back and forth to my farm. Well, on a 4X map, your farm is kind of far away. There's some serious distance to it. So yeah, I really. Let's put some straw in there. And we're gonna save some, just in case. Just in case we get the cows going before we get. Oh, you have to unfold it before you pick that up. Okay. Got this massive underground silo over here, this mod. I also customized this mod. And I customized it just for ease of use, because the version, 2 things that I changed. The Mod Hub version, that this grate, right, is here. So the grate and the dump are in the exact same spot. So when you pull it up to it, the trigger, it was like being confused. You know, I was pulling up to it and it didn't know what trigger to actually hit. You know, what do you want to dump? Do you want to fill? Like, what if you pull up with a wagon, let's say there's straw in there and there's straw in here. You pull up to it, well, do you dump it or do you fill it? Right? It was being confused on the triggers. So that was one change. I just pulled that away. So this is its own separate thing. I think that was obvious. Like, why do it the other way anyway? And the other big change I made, to me, which again was obvious, the thing holds 500 million liters. 500 million liters. And you can fill it with damn near anything in the game. Anything. Fluids, bulk, whatever. Well, when you go back, let's say you fill it up. Let's say you put 500 million liters of farm products in, and you pull up a wagon, you pull up something, to take stuff out. The discharge rate of that nozzle when you pull up to fill something was only 2,000. Right? So that's 2,000. So that those rates are per second, right? So 2,000 is 2,000 per second of stuff coming out of there. Well, I did the math, and 500 million capacity. Let's say for some bonkers reason you fill it up with like, I don't know, wheat, 500 million liters of wheat, and then you want to sell the wheat, so you pull up a trailer, a big bulk, 5 million liter trailer to dump it into. And I was like, how long would it take to empty out 500 million liters at 2,000 a second? And you just do quick back of the napkin math, and it's a long time. You take 3 zeros off of each number, right? Take 3 zeros. So 500 million becomes 500,000. 2,000 becomes 2. Okay, so 2, and then 500,000. Well, because it's 2 per second, and then 500,000 seconds, then you divide the 500,000 by 2, and you get 250,000. 250,000 seconds. Right? 250,000 seconds to empty that thing out. Now, I don't know what 250,000 seconds would be. That's, again, some back of the napkin math. Oh my god, did I... X. There we go. And I hit Q prematurely. That'll just... You want to put that there because these sheep start producing a lot of wool. Let's go in here. Where is that at? Okay, fabric wool is already going. Fabric is in process. Yeah, I just unloaded quite a lot. All right, metal and stones. We can take stones out. How is lime doing? Lime is doing okay, but this is why we can't have this full all the time. Now, I need another way of dumping this out, and I literally can't put that anywhere. There's nowhere I can put that. Let's go check, just on a whim. I was just talking about my silo, so let's go see if I can dump this in the silo. There's 886,000 iron ore. Yeah, we can't just have stuff sitting in containers like this. We need these to be empty so we can Hey, I can unload it here. Excellent. Told you this silo just holds everything. And grab the stone. Because the lime I can actually take to the farm factory and get that full. Stones. 1 million liters of stone. That's going to be an unholy amount of lime, which is fine. And we never need to buy lime ever again. Doesn't matter how big of fields we use, how much lime we use. Never need to build. Never need it again. Buy lime, which is fine. It's expensive. I made lime pretty expensive. I made all the farm consumables pretty pricey in order to encourage people to actually make your own fertilizer, make your own lime, all that stuff. Go across the street. Not sure how many. 3 million. Okay, we're fine. I need to start emptying out this sawmill as well, because that is yeah, we're gonna need some place to put all that wood that you're cutting down. Alright, so stones, making more lime. Iron ore is filling up, but we're out of diesel, which is fine. The process of lime gives you a little trickle. So if you don't have diesel yet, if you're not producing diesel yet, you get a tiny little trickle of iron ore that you can use, if you wanted to. How are we doing on all of this? We could sell another set of furniture. We could sell tables, chairs. Oh yeah, we need to. Yeah. Well, let's park this. I always park I've been parking my Unimogs at the fuel refinery. Just pick that out of random. Okay, what do we want to? I want to sell some stuff. That is wood beams. That's something. So this one here. Some of those chairs being made. Should damn near empty this completely out. I was out of beams in. Out completely. So chairs is fired back up again. Should empty this out. What I can do, pull around. Thread the needle in between these two. Back. And what we're going to do is prefab wall is disabled. So we can spawn that. Yeah, I set up the pallets with if you open the i3D in the editor, the pallet spawner usually is about ground level. All you need to do is raise that pallet spawner up about a meter to a meter and a half. So the translate Y is like 1.5. And that makes it spawn in the middle of the air, and then it drops, empties that spot again, which is why you get this cascading box effect. So it just allows more stuff to spawn, right? You could raise that way up in the sky if you wanted to. I've never seen anybody do it that way, but you could if you really wanted to. And then we can re-enable prefab wall, which I think, if we look, we have plenty of wood. We have lots of raw wood. We have all of these shingles, plenty of shingles. Now we can sell prefab wall. They don't sell as much as furniture, but you know, it's a little bit of income, and we need to use the wood. So let's sell the set prefab wall. What are we gonna get for it? Here, there's furniture. Yeah, we're only at 11,000 for furniture. Prefab wall, 8,200. I mean, 9,800 is the absolute peak. But I'm not going to split hairs at this point. The difference in prices are a little bit more extreme in single player, like easy mode. It seems that medium sort of averages out a little bit more the price of things. Okay, let's do this, and we're going back here. We can do furniture next. Let's do tables. Yeah, in the pallet mod that I customized, pallets are 5,000 liters instead of 1,000. So you have to A, spawn fewer of them, and 2, the discharge rate of the pallets is 2,500. So they literally empty in 2 seconds, which is, if you don't do it that way, it takes forever to load these trucks. It literally just takes forever. So those are 2 changes that I made that caused this to go so fast. Otherwise, we would be sitting here for literally in-game hours waiting for that to go. All right, so let's offload some tables. Again, what are we gonna make a table? Probably not much. Table. 4,300. Pretty much the same price all year, so that's fine. That's going to be roughly 4.3 million. 4.3 million. Okay. Cheers was done. Oh yeah, if you open the back of the logging truck, you'll actually see logs in it. There's actually a set of logs inside that, just like the pallets, when you load the pallets, you can see that it's part of a built-in like animation system. It'll just fill them up with pallets. The same with logs. As you fill that trailer up, there more and more logs will appear to fill that area up. It's really kind of cool. I mean, it worked right away. All right, storing those chairs. I've started again. Why is this saying? All my chips right now are probably going into paper, which are just about ready. All right, so I'm going to need some barrels. So barrels is off, so let's spawn those. Basically, I never ever need to make barrels again. I never ever need to make barrels again. So and barrels is a forestry product. If you don't have the forestry DLC, I don't know what you're doing with your life, but I highly recommend it. There's a lot of stuff that's added. It's basically a required. I made the DLC required on this map because it would just cause way too many problems not to have it. All right, so this is my permanent barrel. I don't think I ever need more than this barrels. We need to figure out where we're going to put our beekeeping setup. It's a small little station. We don't need a lot of space for it. Maybe here? Maybe right here? Level. Right. Now, building, production, factories. Beekeeping one kind of sticks out. It has bushes. This. Snapping on. Using this for trailer storage, so it's nothing happens in the back. That? That dirt or asphalt? No. All these gaps in the grass are all from bushes and stuff. Pretty ugly. One of the things I wish you would do is after you mow, it clears the bushes. It would be nice if the grass would actually grew back full. So it looked more big gaps. That would require quite a lot of code. Okay. So, barrels. So the other thing that's cool about this is I had to go through and I had to doubly, triply, quadruply go through, but honey that you get out of that, you can actually load into a food tank. So if you have a tank for like water, you can actually load the honey from that into the tank rather than having to do it as pallets. So you can still spawn it as pallets, but you can load it as a liquid honey if you wanted to. Don't I have pallets over here? Three pallets. Yeah, I think it holds like 150,000 of each barrel and pallet, which is enough for. Yeah, I basically used. I edited it a little bit. There is a slight edit to it. I'll show you in a second. Actually, keep this out. Put the pallets over here as well. Just. It's easier to know that they're sitting right there. So this facility has. Uh-oh. Oh no! No! Don't tell me you crashed. Oh no! All of that work. Yeah, when you load directly into this menu, sometimes the game does not like it.
Something's gone on. I can't pick up anything anymore.
Yeah, just the game might have crashed. Just hold a second. It's thinking really, really hard. Am I gonna have to redo that whole beeping thing? I'm probably gonna have to redo it. Yeah, it's not. I wonder if there's a log. Let's take a quick peek at the log file. See if there's a log error. Yes, attempt to index local production and nil value. Just non-stop Lua update errors. Yep, pretty much many thousands of lines of that. Yeah, it's yeah, that's 5,000 lines. Just error over and over and over again. Over again. Yeah, there's a in-game menu production frame. Every frame, it's throwing an error. So that is not a good thing. So yeah, we're gonna have to. Oh damn it! There's no way out of this. I can't. I wanna get out of this menu. Yeah.
I logged out.
Damn it. Yeah, this is another bug with the base game. Sometimes when you place a production thing and you go back into the menu, it just it does not like it at all. I haven't run into the error in a while, so I'm gonna have to. Goodbye. Hard close. Hard close. So hopefully the last autosave. I can't believe that stupid thing bombed on a beekeeping. Yeah, we still only have 10 million.
Hopefully the autosave's not too far back.
Unfortunately, I can't know when it was because it only autosaves when I enter the menu rather than in single player it does it like every 15 minutes. So it could have been. It's a ways back. It's probably 20 minutes at least. Because I know I sold several trailer loads full of goods. In between. Damn it.
Want to just call it there then?
No, I want to get the goal to finish is getting that other field plowed, ready, and planted. That's where I want to. So we need to finish those trees. We need to get that area plowed.
Is it okay to come back in then?
Yeah, it should be good.
All right.
Okay, what is in here? We have prefab walls. So right when I started selling the prefab walls, was the last. All right. Go here. Where are you? Prefab. Sure. Net. Like deja vu. So I did prefab wall. I think I sold the tables. Table. And then, yeah, and I did probably sell the furniture too. What's the price spread on furniture? Probably not as much here. I'm not gonna split hairs over a couple grand per thousand. I mean, yeah, it would be a couple $1 million difference, but what's a couple $1 million when you're selling $15 million worth of material? It's actually less than that. Here, I'll leave.
It'll be okay for a minute or two while I wait for the game to pop back up.
Already?
Be right back.
The discharge rate on these trailers is pretty high already. It's like 50,000 or something, and it still takes a hot minute to sell everything. It's 1 million liters in there. All right. I need to enable some of these crafts again. So let's do the furniture one. Just sell the furniture. I need to turn off. Did I just chair I'm making? This gets done. Yeah, you have no idea how long it would take to fill this thing. Without the tweaks that I've done to all these factories, it would take a long time, at least like 45 minutes to fill one of these. And then let's rename. A lot of stuff to use. And we need to do a little bit of landscaping again. Save plenty of time. Let's go grab the barrels. Make sure everything is storing. Making barrels, it's good. I should have added an extreme Uber version of this trailer instead of 1 million, just like I did the wood. I made the Uber capacity wood trailer store 5 million wood. I could have done that with this trailer too. Pretty trivial adding new levels. All right, let's turn off barrels. Let's here save game. Take care of all of that. Now, let's again. I know this goes back up, so go out a ways. That way, when you smooth it, you can come back. Have it a little bit more graceful. You know what I mean? Like the smoothing process doesn't lift any terrain; it only lowers it. And that's kind of a detriment to the tool itself. It would have been nice to have it actually average the terrain out, lower it, and raise it at the same time. kind of anticipating putting the chicken nest back here, but can't really put that on a hill, fortunately. Okay, and then let's just do plants. Before I put
I'm back.
synchronizing. Why is it synchronizing like this? Never seen it. Take screen.
Maybe because you were in the other window.
Oh yeah, it could be. I'm in the construction window, so it's like
Yeah. Let's see how much I'm gonna have to do over. Not too bad.
okay. Got all that ready. Now let's save it again. Save. Okay. Build, construction, production. All right. Try this again.
So you did do a save before you're gonna put it down?
Yeah, I just saved it.
Good.
All right.
Of course, we're already here anyway, so.
Let's place this baby right. All right. Now, what I want to do, before I do anything, load up this menu, save it again, and before I fill it up with anything, then you go to production and let's see. Hey, look at that. It updated this time. I think it didn't like the fact that I placed the building, didn't load it into this menu, and filled it up. Right? I actually filled it up with these materials, and yeah, it did not like that at all. At all. So, do a little bit better this time. Alright, so let's do our painting thing. Landscape, painting, asphalt. Go. Now, let's save it again for reasons. Save it. Now, truck. got 1,600 horsepower. Got enough power to get up that. Like I said, we won't need many more barrels in there. 100,000 barrels, 100,000 liters of barrels will get you basically 1,000 to 1. It's like 100 million. Yeah, it's 100 million honey. So I don't anticipate needing any more barrels, but we will park that right there for reasons. And over here, there's the pallet. Oh. This next beehive. Now this type of beekeeping does not impact. I don't think this impacts the yields on any of your crops. I don't know how much of an impact the apiaries make anyway. Like there's I've not been able to find any data. I mean, it says that it impacts it, but I don't know by how much. There's nothing that I've seen that tells you. Is it 5%? Is it 1%? Is it 20%? I have no idea. If anybody out there knows, let me know. It's always up for new knowledge. All right. Beehives are set, and how I set that up. Okay, let's. Oh, there's a save. I want to do that twice before I open this menu. There it is. So we have honey, right? One pallet, 1 barrel equals 1,000 honey. This gives you a lot of honey. If this is not enough, each one of these, you can enable each one of these. Now, each one of these is going to cost you $24 per month, right? Every single one of these. And then, if that's not enough honey, then there's a fail-safe on here that is 100 times that recipe. 100 pallets, 100 barrels equals 100,000 honey, right? With, again, 100 times the production cost. So it's just a fail-safe, and the thing stores 100 million honey. So you don't need, we have a lot of honey here. You don't need, you really shouldn't need any more than that. Depending on how fast of a game you're trying to go with, but that should be fine. Or if you're having problems with performance, you can disable all of these other ones and just have this one enabled, and that one will produce you, rather than having like 7 of those running parallel. Just have one of them running. Okay. You are actually wood. Yeah, we have lots of wood. I think it's almost full. Now that is done, we have this. The flour is being made. We have some chaff. So I want to turn on chaff silage, right? Chaff silage, which once we put the chaff in here, it'll actually make the silage. And what I'm going for is the TMR here. So the recipe that I edited, I made it so you can make it with just hay if you wanted to. It's a 1-to-1, essentially. 4,000 hay gives you 4,000 TMR. But then if you add silage, you get 100% extra. So 4,000 gives you 8,000. Then if you add straw, again, get 100%. 444 gives you 12. But then the mineral feed is, you get a bonus if you're able to supply that. So if you're able to supply the mineral feed, you get a bonus of another 100% without it costing 4,000. So mineral feed is actually, you can make it with lime or stones, but you need soybeans. What I've been doing is I have actually been buying, in my test world, I bought some mineral feed. It was expensive. It was like $1,000 per pallet, $1,000 per 1,000. But the 1,000 in here, right, made like 24,000 or 22,000 TMR. Right, for every pallet, every $1,000 you spend, you get like 22,000 TMR out. Which, I mean, I was wanting to get cows up and running as soon as possible to start the fertilizer setup. So we have these fertilizer bins, and these take that and make us copious amounts of fertilizer. We'll probably inevitably start selling fertilizer, selling lime, like selling some of these products that we're actually able to make but not use 100%. Okay, let's go and see how Wildman is doing over here, because I want to get this stuff ready to go. How are we doing? Let's actually fill it.
I've been just kind of cheating and trimming them up, load them by hand.
Yeah, some of these you have to cut a little high, because there have been several places that I have smoothed out the terrain, and by a result, it's lowered the terrain, and so the stump sort of sixed out a little bit. Unbelievable. The worst possible angle. There we go. I got the tractor on it. Close enough. Let's see. Oh man, just blasted the truck with that.
Oh, did I? Thought I was going alongside it, but I guess not.
Is that a Bertha? That looks like a Bertha.
Yeah, they're long. Be interesting to see if there's any difference on putting a tree in there delimbed and limbed. And
No, it makes no difference.
okay.
The only difference that it makes is when you sell the wood straight out. That's when it makes a big difference. Because when you sell the wood, the algorithm takes into account all the little frilly bits that are attached to the log, right? And so when it finds those frilly bits, which is basically, when I say attachments, that's how when you open the tree in like the editor, the i3D tree, the attachments are the branches. And so when it finds those attachments, it devalues the tree. But the leaders, the volume of the tree doesn't change.
Oh, okay.
I like delimbing them because it's just a cleaner, just so much easier to work with the tree. When it's delimbed, it takes up so much less space. It's easier to render. Oh, that's good. Oh. Do is pump, boink. There it is. We have wow, almost 3.2 million liters of wood in.
How much will that hold?
It'll hold 5.
So about 2/3.
Yeah.
Got a kind of a line already pre-done through here, unless we would just want to go to the field over here, which is not that many trees over.
Well, we just need to get this section of land cleared so we can process it, which means mow it, plow it, lime it, fertilize it.
But yeah, I made a kind of a pre-swath through there already to keep with the line there.
Yeah, unfortunately, pointing them to the trailer makes it a little harder. But we don't. Yeah, let's watch our lines here. There's the tree next to the silo I want to keep. This one
All right,
this
what
Big
about-
Bertha right down here. That's staying. Do not chop that
So
down.
those other two there.
Yeah, I guess these other two are gonna have to go. This Bertha's gonna have to go.
Like I said, I have a line that I've been going through all up and down the thing, and it's just, I think it's right here.
Yeah, I understand. I want to get. You can continue clearing. It's just I need to get this, at least this plot of land, cleared off right away so I can start processing the land, because there's more shit we need to do to this land, and it's going to get really late in the day unless we start tackling this right away. So you can continue clearing your line, but I'm going to want, we can't mow past the line anyway, so I want to get that
Yeah.
cleared. So I can start mowing what we can.
Well, do we need to move this tank thing since it's on the inside the line?
Tank. What tank?
But where you said to leave the tree.
No. If do you see the where the tractor is over here? Wrong direction. Take a right. Over here. This tractor is sitting up here on the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the edge of the field. So the field is just going to stretch straight across to the edge of the plot of land.
Yeah, but that tree and the thing's going to be in the plot of land.
It is, but it's not in the field.
Oh, okay.
If
Yeah,
you
it's
look at the
all
plot
above
of land, all of the buildings that we have are in the plot, and the lake too. We're not like that.
Oh, okay.
That
So you're saying north. Or
it's just gonna go.
north of it,
It's gonna go straight east
straight out there
to the
Okay.
border and then down. So
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying.
whoa, what is it bouncing? Of course. Yep. I knew it was.
Something's going on.
Yeah. I'm trying to move this tree, but you gotta pick it up on the fat end. Otherwise, it just.
This tree I'm trying to cut up, it's not doing anything.
Yeah, this is not a normal tree. This is one of those ones that you have to delimb, sort of like an oak.
Oh, okay. All right.
Or you could just haul it to the truck and just call it a day. You don't have to delimb them.
Yeah, because that's a pain one.
Yeah, plus it creates tiny little limbs that you then have to haul to the truck. So just haul the whole thing to the truck. Good to go.
Yeah, I was hoping that you had the whole thing without that, because I hadn't seen one yet.
Yeah, those stone pines. And in the vanilla game, the stone pine actually gives you the most volume of wood for some reason, but they're not harvestable with like the automated harvester. Like, so it's like the best tree in the game, but they made it so you have to like manually cut all the branches off, and it's just so crappy. All right, so this I'm gonna move off the land. Equals, get that nice and saved. Glorious. Stumps so I don't run into them. should be able, at the very least, mower.
Do you want me to help you on any of that?
Yeah, we're gonna need once I get it mowed, we're gonna need to words. We're gonna need to come by with the forage wagon and grab all the grass off the ground. But that you can do much faster than mowing. Because mowing you do one row at a time,
Yeah.
and the swath, the thing you can pick up 2 rows at a time. So you can actually pick the grass up twice as fast as. Let's see. Let's turn it on. And right about. And I don't want to do. Oh. I don't want to do too much. Plus, this will tell me how flat the terrain is. If I have to smooth anything else out. This can go fast. Let's maximum speed this. This is one of the machines that you can just fly down the road. Slow it down right about there. I think all that. Just try to line it up with that as much as we can. I should have filled in all these gaps up here. I think I already smoothed this out. Feels like it's pretty smooth. So. I wonder at what, if you actually had a mower, I was able to mow at the speed that this I modded this to mow 43 miles an hour. So if you had a mower like this that was able to mow at 43 miles an hour, I wonder what RPM the blades would have to rotate to be able to mow at that speed. Because you'd have to have blades rotating so fast in order to, like, because imagine how much space in one rotation, how much space forward at 43 miles an hour each blade would have to be. You would have to have blades that are running at, like, I don't know, 60,000 RPM. I don't know what the math would turn out to be, but it would be something crazy. Like, this thing has a hitch on the back. You could actually pull that wagon with this thing if you wanted to, but it can't. If you have it hooked up to the back, it can't really turn as sharply as you normally would, so it really kind of messes up the AI. If you have an AI trying to mow in a field for you, because it can't turn as sharp, the AI really, like, it wigs out. It doesn't know what to do. One lone tuft of grass. You gonna hop in the forage wagon? Cause
Is it ready?
oh, it's ready.
All right. Let me pick up these. Get everything I got cut down and put them in the. Well, I guess I can do that later. Is there two of them here? Or am I
Those are rock pickers. The forage wagon is next to those. So when you look at it, it'll say Misty Cat on it. Down in the description of it, when you look at it, should pop up like Misty Cat something 8400 whatever.
One's with the white machine on.
I don't know. I can't remember what colors I picked, but it'll tell you what. It pops up on the screen when you're looking at a piece of machinery. It pops it up on the screen like what you're looking at. So it should say Mysticat. That's the kind of the mod author that made it. But I think it's like the 8400 something. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, 8400W.
grass, we could actually take advantage of the fact that the crop is harvested. And even get some more grass out of this. Be sure to hit V to lower the pickup. There you go. And then B to turn it on. You can drive in between two rows and pick up either row on either side. But I would go around the outside first to get all the miscellaneous stuff on the outside.
Let's see, am I going to hit you?
No, the edges of those, the little wings, don't have collisions. So those the wings on those white pickups on either side, those won't collide with anything. You can go right through trees and vehicles and whatever. So don't worry about hitting anything with those wings. Just why did you stop?
Those things are going a different direction than what I got.
The what?
It was going the wrong direction for the line. Well, I guess it doesn't matter.
The wrong direction. I don't understand what you're saying.
So the driver control.
God dang, this thing turns fast. Having both front wheels and the rear wheels turn at the same time is so jarring. I don't think I've ever driven a vehicle in my life that did that. I don't know what that's called. There's got to be a name for it. It's not crab steering. There's got to be something for the front and the rear
Maybe it's
wheel.
Something like tandem steering or dual steering or something. I forget what it's called.
Crazy hard to get used to.
Or the windrower, is all of this considered one piece of equipment? So if you hit B or anything for starting and stopping and lowering and raising, is it just
Oh.
one time, or do I have to do the control?
It's just it's just a one piece.
All right.
You only have to do that if you have like something attached to the front, or if you have two things attached to the back. Like you only have one tractor and one thing, so it's one piece of equipment. God dang, this thing just it turns on a dime. It's so hard to manage. I know in real life it must be a blast to drive. Yeah, if I was super rich, I think I would buy a plot of land and plant it in grass just to be able to have one of these machines. And you'd probably have to import it from Europe, I guess. Can't imagine having enough grass to mow where you need a mower that can do, what is this, 13 point something meters, a meter swath at once. Like, that is a lot. That's a lot of grass all at once. Yeah, if grass was actually as valuable as it is in this game, I would have to change careers. Because you can get, you can mow a field, sell the grass, and it's like $5,000. It's like, holy crap. I mean, is that what grass is actually valued at? Because, wow. It makes me reevaluate mowing. God damn, this thing just slid across the ground. Snow is coming, so we gotta be careful. Makes me reevaluate all the times I mowed the lawn as a kid. It's like, man, were my folks like making bank when I was doing that? Yeah, the other thing I can't forget is to show you the super secret collectibles that I have on.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was driving me crazy trying to figure out where to pick those up at. So hard to steer by hand.
Well, with that wagon, it's mostly just going straight, slowing down on the edges to turn around. But
Plus the turning around and getting lined back up. Once I'm going straight, it's no problem. But
yes, everybody, I know I could move the trucks, and I know I could move all that stuff, but having grass like growing up in between all the vehicles, I really wish it would like grow even taller. Like if you just left it alone, like you would get like super tall grass like growing up in between the vehicles. vehicles because I've been on farms and I've seen vehicles that have been parked on a farm for a very, very long time. That yeah, there's a bunch of grass and stuff growing up in between. Yeah, out. Purchase. Forage wagon.
Oh, there was a big lag spike there, or was that saving?
That was me opening the vehicle purchase. I'm buying another one of these forage wagons. It's only 122 grand. We have 34 million. Just a reminder, everybody, that the goal of the Uber production is to build up and build up and build up, and get to $1 billion. I mean, it's very feasible, but it's going to take a while. And that was the whole point. I wanted a goal that was attainable, but it was going to take us a bit. It was going to take us quite a lot of production.
Wonder, do they actually have vehicles like these, or in real life, or is this just a made-up thing?
What do you mean, like these? Like this windrower?
Yeah.
Well, they have windrowers, but not like this. This would...
No, I know that. I'm just talking.
Yeah, the
about
windrowers
plastic
exist. I even saw some at the fair when I was posting those pictures of things. Yeah, windrowers are a thing. It's what they use to turn hay around. So so if they're haying a field, they go out and they swath the hay down on the ground, and then they let it sit for like a week. As long as it's dry, they just let it sit for a week, and dry out. But then they have to come through with a windrower and flip it over, so it dries on the other side. And only after it's flipped over, and then dried on the other side for a week, then they can bale it and turn it into hay, and that's the good hay. But it takes a couple weeks to make it. You have to leave it in the field for quite some time. Whereas the game, literally, you can cut it, windrow it, and grab it all in 1 hour, and it will be hay. Like, it will be already done. So they just sort of abstracted that with the game, which I'm fine with. Because, like, the time itself in the game is abstract already. 1 month equals 1 day. It is what it is.
All right, I got all this back here done.
I'm just collecting it around all the buildings and stuff. I mowed all over the place here. Never have too much hay. So the grass goes in the factory on the far right. The farm. It's called the Farm Supply Factory. But you'd have to.
Over by the shops here. I mean the where the original store is and
No.
stuff?
It's on the. If you go to where our sawmill is,
Okay.
right, that line
the
of
corner there.
structures, it's on the other side of from the sawmill. You just go to the sawmill and you go all the way down the line to the other side, and that's the farm supply factory. And that's where you can dump. You just back the trailer into the little icon that shows the dump, the little dump icon, and dump all the hay into there, or all the grass in. It will convert it to hay. I got it. I got 358,000 liters just from that little area. Keep going. There you go. Now you should get the... Do you know how much you got offhand, or you look at it?
I didn't see anywhere where it said how much.
It's down by your tachometer. It actually shows you. There's a little bar down there that should show
Yeah.
you.
Well, it's 0 right now.
Well, yeah, obviously it's at 0 now. Between me and you, let's see. Let it save there. We got 860, so you must have gotten about 500,000. All right, that takes care of that job. Now, park these back here. I always try to park everything back where I got it. I'm gonna take this big tractor. So the little lime spreader, I always put where the lime is at. So we're going to need to lime the new part of the field. The old part of the field, not so much. The new part of the field. That's something you can do if you know how to use the vehicle system.
Yeah.
All right, let me start plowing. Oh yeah, let's do the hidden. Okay, so it's December, and as such, you should be able to see. Why you no show up? We are. Why is that not showing up? Okay, well, they haven't shown up yet, but you'll know when they do because there'll be something. There'll be something in front of this sign that's right here. Anyway, yeah, there's 3 snowmen that should show up in December. I don't know why they're not. Maybe it's a multiplayer thing. But in December is when they show up, or maybe it has to be snowing. I don't know. But there's one on the roof. In here. There's one in front of the sign. And there's one down by the water pump. Those are the 3 hidden collectibles. And they're worth a lot. But for some reason, they're not showing up. There should be... Yeah. There should be right in here. That says collect. Yeah. For some reason, they're not showing up. And I don't know why. And there you go. So, yeah, it's back in the corner. Here. There should be one right here. Yep. So that's one of them, and then there's the last one right here. Now is another 200. Yeah, it's a total of $2 million if you get all the snow. I made it, but you have to. They're only. You really only know that they are there, unless, of course, you knew that they were there, or it was wintertime. So I don't know why. I don't know why they're not showing up. They should have shown up.
So where was the You said there was one out here somewhere. I know it's not here now because you picked it up.
There's one down by the water pump. There's
Okay.
one down
One by that.
down
Billboard.
here, right where the pipe comes out of the supposed tank. Right here. I don't know where you are. Yeah, right here is one. But it's
All right.
not showing up. I'm obviously standing on it, but the game treats that stuff kind of weird.
Now, did you already pick it up?
Yeah, I picked up all
Well,
three
I
of them already.
I picked up one that was, well, I don't know what it was, but it was like under the water there. I never saw it, but it gave me the option of picking it up. So,
Alright, so I need to allow create fields.
okay, now what was I supposed to do?
Once I make some progress here, you're going to be liming the air. Oh, there's a tree stump. We got to get rid of all these. I don't think we have. Are there any trees on the ground right now?
Yep.
Yeah, let's get all the trees off the ground into the truck, and then I'll clear the trees. I'll clear the tree logs, and that will help. It seems the little log fragments that exist on the map really messes up the AI. Those little wedges that are always sitting around. This. Beautiful amount of grass. What I'd like to do is clear off, get another segment ready, maybe up here, get all these trees all done, but get one section of land ready to go and just plant it with grass. Just have a consistent giant field for grass. Just always be, because once you plow a field, plant it with grass, then you can actually you can use workers to actually mow it, which is really nice. All right, let's try to get right.
All right. Should be able to. I think I have everything picked up. If not, it's only like one or two.
Okay. 12 stumps. 18 logs. So that usually means there are 18 little stubbies, little wedges on the ground somewhere.
Yeah.
And I've seen the AI react to those as if they're like radioactive. It's crazy.
Well, it's like those little boys. It's like hitting a cement block there or something.
Well, I mean, well, no, the wedges you can push around. I've captured a few with the mower, and the mower just pushes the wedges. They don't weigh anything really, and so really easy to push them around with the mower. So they're not anchored to the ground like one of those collectibles, but the AI treats them like they are. Like if one of those is on the ground, boy, it does not like that at all.
Okay,
So-
I haven't done the lime yet. So which vehicle is doing the lime?
Look for the big tractor with the thing attached to the back. That's like a box that has white stuff in it.
Okay.
But you got to wait on the lime because the swath, the area that you can cover with that is enormous. So you've got to wait until I'm almost done because the
All right.
range of that
Oh.
thing is huge, and
It'll take me a minute to find it anyway. So.
it's near where all those are going to have to plow that. I want to wait to plow. So, how do I want to do this? Let's...
It's not the sprayer with the narrow tires, is it?
No, it's one of these big tractors like I'm in. So big tractor.
Yeah.
But the thing attached to the back is like a little box, and there's white stuff inside the box. I don't know what the thing is attached to, but it's a tiny little thing compared to some of the other implements that we. Yeah, I don't know where exactly I parked it, but I know it's... I hooked it up and I just kind of parked it. Just look around. Big tractor with a little thing attached to the back. Little box. Fertilizer spreader.
All right, I found it.
Yeah, that thing has a 42 meter width. Which is almost twice the width of my plow. So if you look at your map, if you bring your map up, right?
All right.
And then you go to the tab. If you the arrows on the right side. If you move over to soil composition, right? You'll see where I'm at down here, and you'll see the highlighted like super bright color, like the greenish blue, and that's the needs lime setup, right? So the whole field doesn't need lime because I already limed the original field, but the new spot, the new area that I'm working on needs lime, and that is what you're going to see as needs lime. So that's what you want to focus on.
All right.
But I am almost done with this top section. Of course, it's a tiny little spot there. So far, the plow is gangbusters.
Hi there, everyone. This is Patrick.
Hey, Patrick, how's it going? Did you get
Good.
Did you get a good supper? What was on the menu today?
Oh, corn on the cob and some roasted veggies.
Oh,
It was beets and Chicago peppers.
wow! Definitely harvest season. You get all the
Maybe
good stuff.
it'd be
in
better
harvest season.
to eat the corn on the cob than it would be just eat the cob.
Well, you don't know. I guess if you're a cow, you might have a difference of opinion.
Yep.
These fields connected
So
here.
what kind of corn did you have?
Oh, just sweet corn.
Yeah.
We went to the farmer's market and picked up a bunch of yummy stuff.
Oh yeah, we got that here.
I like the silver queen. Pretty good. And then there's that,
Yeah.
what is it, sugar corn or something. What it's called, or candy corn or something. I don't
Like
know.
sweetened butter or something like that.
I've had that
Can't remember.
too, but there's one that's something to do with sugar or sweet or something like that.
Well, are you drinking straight up corn syrup? I mean,
No. Just
It's the name of the actual corn
yeah.
species. I didn't ask him at the farmer's market which one it is. Guess I should have.
Just as long as it's not field.
And there's a
Oh, that's
farming
nice.
family around here that they sell so much sweet corn. They actually have a storefront. You can actually go to the storefront and buy sweet corn. They go through so
Yeah.
much of it.
That's what it was like when I was living in Vermont. We used to go to this storefront where they would sell all of their vegetables and corn, and they were open all year round.
Yeah, we used to have a real good farmer's market, but it's not any good. Well, it's not anything like it used to be. But they used to be lined up and down a street where they had the kind of like a fairgrounds type thing, but all these booths and you could get just about anything you wanted there, like going to the grocery store.
Yeah, farmers here. I know my mom because we do family dinners on Sundays, so I just go over to my mom's and see my grandma and talk about her week or whatever. And there are various farmers in the area that they not only do farming, but they have enormous gardens. So they take a huge section of their land and they just turn it into a garden and they plant a bunch of stuff. Cucumbers, tomatoes, just everything. And then they sell it at the farmer's market, as you're probably aware. And you can actually get like subscriptions. You can actually get like weekly subscriptions where you pay and then every week you get a giant bag of fresh produce. So yeah, my harvest season is full of fresh vegetables and stuff. But it's pretty much the only time of the year that you get that.
We have I live just north of DC, and we have about 20 farmers markets that we can go to.
Wow, that's a lot of variety, and selection.
Yes, yes. Well, I just moved here up in May. I was in Texas prior to that, so we'll see how that turns out. It's you've got more fresh food and you can shake a stick at, basically.
Yeah, and your growing season in that area of the country is a lot longer than ours. We don't have a very long growing season.
No,
What
did
section of the
you-
country again?
I'm in the northern states.
Northern states.
So yeah,
Audrey, did you say you moved from DC to Texas or Texas to DC?
From Austin, Texas towards DC.
Okay. What made you decide to go that way?
My wife got another job.
oh, that'll do it.
So it was either follow her or, well,
We're not.
do something else, right? No, I actually wanted to get out of Texas for a while. The hot weather climate was just really getting a bit much.
Yeah, it doesn't really cool off very much there. Was it super humid there, or was it just?
Well, if you live, like for example, in Houston, Houston is basically a swamp.
Yeah, it was right on the Gulf of
can-
Mexico.
Yep, actually, it's built on a swamp. The entire city. And so, if you can imagine what it would be like to, expect like 70 to 80% humidity at all times.
Whew, that would be rough.
Yes, and then you're talking about getting.
All right, Rodman, you're ready with the lime.
All right.
110 degrees maybe. Like this year was 110 to 115 degrees during the summer.
Yeah, my folks winter in Arizona. In Arizona, they had
Hot and dry.
yeah, they'll say, "Oh, it's a dry heat," but they had a spat of over 20 days where it got over 110. No, they had over 20 days. Yeah, over 110 degrees for more than 20 days straight.
So
I
yeah,
remember
just do
when
the
I was-
lime. Just do the lime on where I just plowed.
Yeah.
Both on the side and the back of the field, and then
Now, how can you tell how wide this is?
Alt
I know you
W,
said it was-
Control W. The thing itself. Remember to if it's reporting the wrong width,
Yeah.
to reset the width on it. But it should be 42 meters, the width. And also check to make sure OS reset the width on it. So you're way too close to the edge over here.
Yeah. Like I said, how do you tell? Because usually
It'll show
it's
you
out
the
the
when you
back.
hit Control W, it'll show you the lines that it's looking at. Control W should show you the outside lines that you're looking at. Should show you the width.
Yeah. For some reason, it's not doing it.
Here, let me hop
Yeah,
in
it
there really
says-
quick.
It's showing on the side there. 42.
Yeah, 42. Yeah, you should have the outside bars. Should show you.
I'm not seeing any bars or anything.
Not bars, the lines, the
Well, yeah.
guidelines, right? You see the guidelines when you hit Alt W resets it, but Control W, you should see the blue lines on either side. You have the blue line right down the center, and then each blue line on each side should show you. So if you want to get in there, I've already set it. So hit Alt W and then Control W, and you should see the outside blue lines. Way on the outside. That's your width.
I'm not seeing any lines at all. I did on the other vehicle, but this
I don't
vehicle-
know what settings you have then that doesn't allow you to see that.
These key bindings may not be set up.
Yeah,
Well,
let
it
me
was-
let
like I
me
said, it
start
was-
that process then, because we need this to not take very
Like I
long.
said, I did it. It was working on the other vehicle, but
Yeah, the I think the reason you're not seeing them is you didn't hit Alt W first. If you just hit Control W and use the path, right? Like I
Yeah.
see it every time I get in. I can see the white lines, but yeah, if I hit Control W without actually moving the vehicle at all, without Alt Wing it first, you only get the center line. You have to Alt W, which resets the whole thing, and then Control W again lines you back up again. And that gives me all the lines, but I'm just gonna.
Are you using left alt or right alt?
left.
Yeah, because usually that makes a difference.
Yeah, like I said, when I used the other vehicle, it worked fine. On this one, though, it wasn't showing up. I couldn't see it at all. Nothing. No lines or anything.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that,
It's
other
weird,
than go through the settings, hit Control C, and go through those settings and make sure your guidelines are on. Make sure there's no function of that's turned off or disabled. That's all I can say is to go through the settings on the vehicle add-on, which is, yeah, that's what Control C does. It's open the settings for that. But yeah, this was literally two and nothing passes. That is going to be the thinnest row ever. Because I was dreading trying to explain how do you set the width, the partial width on these. Because you can adjust the width on there so you don't waste any, and faster if I do it really quick. You gotta do a lot more practice. Get used to all
One of the
these
things I love
controls.
about precision farming is that precision farming it only lays down
Where it needs it.
lime.
How do you control that with something like this? Like, how do you control where it lays it down? It's just a massive
It's
swath.
all automatic. It's all automatic. It actually it only lays down exactly what it is. If you tried to go over something that was already limed, for example, you would go into your lane, it would just turn the spreader off. It's one of the coolest things about farming, about precision farming.
What if there was just a little yeah, say 3 or 4 foot wide.
Yeah,
swath.
that's what he's saying. It would only do that spot. But I mean, precision farming has its own downfalls, I think, which is why I never use it. The map itself supports it. There's a soil types info layer on, so it is enabled. You can use it, but I didn't want to deal with like different soil types, like nitrogen.
You don't really have to deal with the control. It's all automatic. I mean, it's
Just use what stuff you want to of it.
yeah. I mean, all of the fertilizer spreaders usually have an automatic mode, and you just leave it on that. You never turn it off, and then it just works. I've got to the point where I don't even like playing Farming Simulator without precision farming now, because it's kind of overpowered.
Precision farming is overpowered?
Yep, because it also will pay you additional extra every time you sell something or use it following the farming practices. So you'll get an extra 5% every time you sell.
Don't really need that. Guess we've never been really short on money.
Was it just saying that if you do it the way that they want you to do it, that you would get a better crop? Yeah,
Yeah,
which-
There's you get about a 25% bonus yield when you do everything right.
not only that, you also get an additional, what's it called? An additional environmental, I think, score, which
Right.
also
So
gives you this.
yeah, I've seen YouTubers when they sell stuff, you get like an environmental penalty score or something, and it's like you get it no matter what. You get it like when you sell grass, you get an environmental penalty score. I'm like, why is that an environmental penalty just selling grass?
Well, I guess you had to use carbon stuff to run the tractor to cut the grass.
Yeah, I don't know how complex that system is, so maybe I know there's a function. I don't know if it's precision farming or another mod, but if you do everything organic, manure spreader, slurry spreader, if you don't use any like harsh chemicals, fertilizers, you get like a bonus. I don't know if that's precision farming or another mod.
Precision farming has some of that stuff too. Matter of fact, if you use just manure and slurry, you actually get an additional bonus to your crop versus just using mineral fertilizers or liquid fertilizers.
You know, some of the countries out there are not letting their farmers use any fertilizer. And the farmers are saying now, we can't grow the stuff if you don't let us do that.
Yeah. Good luck getting enough food. I think it's definitely a manipulation of artificially inflating food prices. So, yeah, if you start putting restrictions on that, it's gonna backfire. All right. So now that we've limed it, now we need to fertilize it. Do we decide what we're gonna? What we are gonna plant? I plant. Who's over here? This is sorghum. So maybe soybeans. We can get some mineral feed going. All right. Where is my? Because I'd like to get some cows so we can finally make our own fertilizer. I gotta fertilize this whole field. Not 100%. How much fertilizers I can take. I really don't want to run out of fertilizer. And I discovered with this machine there is a secret key that you have to hit. Z actually unfolds a little fertilizer thing. There it is. Cat, I feel you, Cat. Are you telling me it's late in the day? Yeah. Cat appears. Alright, 50,000 should. I mean, the tank holds like 2.5 million, so. Not sure that much.
Second fertilizer stage.
This will be the first fertilizer stage. But I'm doing it so I'm doing the whole field before I plow it. Because I need to plow that other section. And I want the fertilizer stage to be there before I do. Because then when we come back and plant, depending on the rock situation, I don't know if I picked up rocks over there or not. But yeah. So this is all good to go. So yeah, it's none of this is fertilized at all.
Yeah, we didn't do any picking up of rocks on this part.
Well, the initial field might have rocks or might not have rocks.
Yeah, we did the first field. We did rocks.
Yeah, pretty sure we did rocks. I mean, it's trivial. It really doesn't matter spraying it now or spraying it after the first growth cycle. But oh, and there she just jumps. Like, jump up on my lap. I start talking, or I continue talking. Like, is as if she thinks that I'm not going to talk. Cat, don't you know that's what I do for a living? I'm gonna have to find a new brand of treats to give her. I found these like organic, nice. They're called greenies. The brand is greenies, right? So little green treats. But I kid you not, 30% of the time, after I give her one of those or two of those, she'll throw up. At least 30%, maybe even 40%. It's so consistent. She did it again 2 days ago, 2 nights ago. I usually give her like one or two of those every day around this time, which is why she knows what time it is. She literally knows what time it is. And yeah, literally within 10 or 15 minutes, she's throwing up. So I don't know what the hell is going on with those treats, but if anybody else has used those treats, whatever. But that's like the only brand that Walmart carries, so it's really hard to find like a selection. I remember I found a certain cat treat at Menards once, and she loved those. Like little soft, squishy, almost like they weren't gummies, but they were definitely like a different sort of treat. And she went crazy for those. So I immediately, like within, I don't know, a couple weeks, I went back to buy more, and they weren't even in stock anymore. The same ones that were in Walmart were not in stock. And I'm just like, what the hell? I find something worthwhile, and it immediately disappears. You know how many times that's happened to me? Holy crap, it's happened so many. All right, so this will actually go pretty fast. There is a sprayer that has a wider width that's available, but the sprayer is in the front of the thing, not in the back, and it's damn near impossible to tire a worker on because the sprayer's in the front. All right, so we're gonna go over here, just these, Control W, mark it up 3, and fire 1. You are good to go, sir. So yeah, after the fertilizer is done, then we're going to plow this part of the field so it matches the rest. Then we'll evaluate on the rock. So the stones here are missing because I did a little terraforming right there. Yeah, it's really super oh, it's starting to snow. Oh, it's that.
Snowing is only important when you're harvesting.
Yeah, thank God the game doesn't simulate the ground being frozen. I should buy another one of these and have. What I usually do is I start one on one side of the field and I start another one on the other side and let them work their way in, and then I try to time it so I grab one of them before they collide. Sometimes I'm not so successful, and they 100% are crumpled in the middle of the field. All I've done that in my test world so many times, like just forgotten. You know, so sprayers, combines, like lime spreaders, like everything I've had crumpled in the center of a field. What I should have done, would have been smart, is to start this on the other side of the field and let the sprayer work its way over so I can start plowing right away. That would have been smart. As it is, I can go grab the plow.
Hey, ever tried Courseplay?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've had positive and negative experiences with Courseplay. I've had times when it's like, oh, that is beautiful, it works awesome. And other times it's like, I want to throw my computer through the window. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Like, weird, like, setting a course, getting it all up and running, and then enabling the course, like hiring the worker, and have the worker just beeline across the field, like to some weird unknown node. That's like, where the hell are you going? You know, parking it right next to the start node and have it go, no, I'm going this way. It's like, wait, what? No, come back. But yeah. It really helps. It helps a lot for things that you don't normally are able to hire a worker for, like collecting straw. And it's not, while it's not perfect, it's still pretty darn good.
So all I use now is Courseplay for just everything. I hate the hard workers.
I just like how easy it is to hit H and you're done. Like, I know that they're just, all they're gonna do is go back and forth. Like, I know they're super simple, but you know, sometimes I just want simple.
Yeah, they just don't do the headlands like I mean,
Right.
I remember there was a map that I used where the field was there was fences right next to the field, and it'd
Ooh.
be impossible to hire a worker.
Right.
But Courseplay, I had the entire thing done with Courseplay.
Did you have to custom program it, or did you just generate the
No.
route?
No, all you have to do is you tell it to scan the field. It will find the outlines of the field, and I
Mhm.
usually tell it to do 2 or 3 headlands, and then after that, go up and down. And
Yeah,
if
when
do
you're
all
doing
the-
single machines, it works really, really well. The frustrating parts that I've hit, the times when I've been super frustrated, is when I try to have 2 or 3 different machines on the same field. Like, if I have 2 combines trying to do it, and I have to, you know, set one left and one right, there have been times where I do that, and it's like, what is going on? Like, it's just bizarre. It just starts behaving really weird. Oh, I'm starting to slide on the ground. The ground gets slipperier when it's snowing. A lot easier to slide around. Since I already picked up the snowman, I don't know. I don't know if it's, you know, because it's snowing. How the snowman will Yeah, unbelievably, the rocks. I know for a fact that when we planted this field, we had collected the rocks. So the field did not have any rocks on it when we planted it. And suddenly the rocks are going from nothing to red immediately. And I don't know why that would happen. Why the rocks would just be like,
Maybe it moved all the rocks from the places that it's not having any rocks to the places where it does have rocks.
right? All right. This. Yeah, so we're gonna need one of those. Yeah, we're gonna need those rock pickers. We've got 2 rock pickers because there's no point in doing a headlands with those unless you, of course, use course plate, which is entirely possible. As long as courseplay didn't try to merge these 2 fields. I've had it before where there's not enough space in between the fields. And it jumps the line and it's like, oh, this is one giant field. No. I swear it's not.
I didn't push the X, or maybe I did.
All right, before I do this, here. Not want him spraying a whole swath just for that little strip. That would be a huge waste. You are fired, sir. Set that down. Oh, I might. Oh, that looks like maybe that. I think we settled on soybeans to plant here. No, we actually didn't use all that much. We used a lot less fertilizer. I set that at 55,000 and we are 48.
Now the control thing is working on this vehicle.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't on the other one.
It's definitely not a key binding problem.
God, I have no idea why. Very slippery.
You're saying you got totally hooked in this game?
Yeah. I streamed it for the first time on my birthday back in July. And, one of my one of my patrons has been trying to get me to play this game for years, and I've been sort of brushed it off, like, oh, why, not really interested. And then I started just before my birthday, for whatever reason, I watched a couple videos. I watched a couple other YouTubers play it, and it was just super relaxing. It was just sitting there, like, super relaxing, and the detail in the game, and all the little jobs and turning over a field, and it just was like, it was just chill and relaxing. And I was kind of looking for that. Like, I, at the time, was super stressed out, and I just needed something easy and understandable to play. And yeah, this just really appealed to me. And yeah, I hooked on it right away.
I can understand it. I actually did this stuff in real life. I had two uncles with two farms. One uncle had just a dairy farm with about 100 acres. Another uncle had about 350 acres. He had a dairy farm, a lumber mill, and a sugar maple farm.
Wow. Yeah.
I did all those things. I did plowing, milking cows, baling hay, all of these things I did in real life. The only thing I never used is the combine.
Yeah, my family comes from farming too. I remember I was talking to my grandma on a family dinner back in July, and I was talking about streaming the game and playing, and I was like, yeah, I was plowing and planting and, doing all this stuff, and my grandma looks at me and goes, I've done all that stuff in real life. I'm just like, thanks, Grandma. Like, thanks.
Well, I did it. One of my uncles basically had some really old farm equipment. My grandfather died when I was 2, and they shut down the farm. And he was just in the process of switching from horses to tractors.
Wow.
Of course, the strongest tractor he had at the time was 28 horses. So when I was 12, my uncle decided to restart the farm, and so basically we had a Farmall Super A, which is about a 21 horsepower tractor, and a Henry Ferguson, which is the precursor to Massey Ferguson.
Wow. Old
It was
school.
a 28 horsepower tractor. And we
28
had a baler
horse-
with its own engine on it. Because the
Before the
Henry
PTOs.
Ferguson wasn't right. It wasn't powerful enough to power. You needed like a 50 horsepower tractor to be able to power the baler and pull the baler. And so yeah, so that was a thing. And there were many times we would get stuck, and so we'd have to use we put a chain on the tractor and use the other tractor to pull each other out.
28 horsepower. Working with some power there.
Yeah, oh yeah. And then we would use we had a 2-blade plow.
Oh man, brutal. Brutal. 2 blades. That's what, about, that would be like a meter. That would be maybe a meter wide.
No, it's probably about 2 feet at the most.
Less than a meter.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. That was brutal. That would take a lot of trips back and forth on a field.
It did. It took the biggest field that we had. Usually it was about a week of plowing to plow the field.
Oh man. A week?
Yes.
Man, that is some dedication.
So,
Was it planting by hand, or did you have a little machine to do that too?
we had a seeder. But it was small. It was maybe a 2-meter seeder.
Well, yeah, I couldn't imagine it would be much bigger than the plow.
and it was heavy. There was a, I remember when I was seeding and I went up a hill and the tractor tires left the ground. The front tires left the ground, and I hit the clutch just in time, and I was about straight up vertical, and I had a 50-50 chance of going one way or the other.
Ooh. Yeah,
How
I'm
much
sure
time you
it's
were
also
doing?
you're also dragging it through the ground, so there's a huge amount of friction with that. Like,
Well, I had just picked it up with the PTO, and I was trying to get back onto the road to get back to the house, and so it's a little bit of kind of like a little bit of a ramp. And normally I just take it in a normal speed, and it never had a problem. But I didn't account for the amount of weight was on the back of the PTO, or sorry, the back of the 3-point hitch.
yeah,
And holy cow, scared the living daylights out of me.
oh, I bet.
I think I was 14 at that point, and man, couldn't get me on the tractor again for like a day.
Yeah, my uncle, I was telling him about the game, and he's like, yeah, I was on the farm working at 11. I was 11 years old and driving grain trucks and tractors and combines. He's like, it's the family farm, everybody pitched in. And so my uncle was old enough, he went to the farm and helped his uncle. Basically, my grandma's brother inherited the farm, and so yeah, he was 11 years old. Imagine being 11. I couldn't imagine being 11 and operating a giant piece of machinery. Like, just the sheer responsibility. And there's a YouTuber, what is this channel called? Like Millennial Farmer or something like that? He's got his like young son, 10, 11 years old, work, on grain trucks. It's like a pretty standard thing. It's not unusual at all. But still pretty, the city slickers can't even imagine that. Like, holy cow, you put a kid in charge of a $500,000 piece of equipment? Like, well, you got no other choice. Do it all yourself or hire workers. Well, one of the reasons why farmers had such big family. More help.
Yeah, I started learning to drive tractors when I was 12.
Yep. Yeah, if you're old enough to hit the pedals, usually you start the process. How's the rock picking going? Are you
Waiting on you.
Oh yeah, I went to the other edge of the field because I hired a worker. And I've noticed that when you do a worker, this is one of the things that, like Patrick was saying, like, that sucks about workers. They don't pay attention to where their tools are. So if I would have hired the worker on this side of the field, as he got to the other side, if his tool would have hung out, right, if that plow would have hung out and hit the other field that we have next to us, it would have plowed up that whole field. Like, it would have plowed a line up throughout that field. So you got to really watch which direction the workers are going to travel.
It's even worse, you got crop destruction going on.
Yeah, well, the plow would go right through it regardless of whether you have crop destruction. It would completely obliterate that crop over there if the plow would have hung out enough to hit the field. It would have been really, really bad, which is why I started from that side and then worked my way back. I had that happen on my test world on the Michigan farm. Oh my god. And we're talking like, it wasn't a small amount of space that went into another field. It was like half the plow went into the other field and just obliterated the crop. And I'm like, oh, are you kidding me? I was so pissed.
It looks like you need more room between the fields then.
Yeah, but that's just wasted, unproductive space, man. You gotta use what you got.
Yeah.
You could have gone to the other side of the field and started going down that way too.
I know.
He's taking a
Talk about
little
rock
break.
picking. There was no. We didn't have any machinery to rock pick. You know what our machinery was?
Yeah, you had to do it by
Rock
hand.
head wagon and a pitchfork.
Yeah, my dad when he was a kid worked on the farm too, And he was like, "Yeah, that was the job that nobody wanted, is going out and picking rock." He goes, "It was brutal work, sunrise to sunset, nonstop, just insane, just insane backbreaking work." I just couldn't imagine. Couldn't imagine.
Well, it was not. That was not one of my favorite jobs. This was the least favorite job that I had.
It's just so tedious. Like, oh my god, there's billions of rocks. Like, yeah, the first person to automate that. Imagine being that guy, like building a machine that would automate the picking up of rock, and just knowing that you're just sitting on a gold mine. Like, oh my god, every farmer on Earth is going to want one of these. Finally figuring out how to do it and doing it right, doing it well, is like, yeah, I'm sitting on gold right now. What company like John Deere or Case wouldn't pay millions for that sort of technology?
That's what I was saying about the food industry. If anybody ever figures out how to do metal, I mean not metal, but because they already have that, but for like wood, glass, and stuff like that, plastic and stuff detector for the food, they'd be gazillionaire.
What do you mean a detector? They already have a metal detector.
Yeah,
Well,
but
that's
for
easy.
like glass and plastic, paper, anything that's not supposed to be in there.
Yeah, they have
would
optical systems that do a lot of that.
Yeah, but you can't see inside that. Maybe if you X-rayed it or something, but
Oh, you're talking about like X-raying a Twinkie and see if there's anything nefarious in it? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, that's not supposed to be there. Like I said, they have the metal detectors that, at least get the metal out, but make sure there's not metal going out in your product, but they don't have for the other stuff. Whoever comes up with that first is going to be a gazillionaire.
I mean, I guess I never really had much of a problem with getting product that had a bunch of that stuff in it, so I don't know how much of a problem it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of that
Glass,
stuff
I don't
you
know
eat,
if
you don't even know it.
I don't know about glass so much. I can see
No,
the
but-
plastic. The metals is the big thing that is the big problem. We're able to detect those things. That's the
Yeah, I used to work before I retired at McKee's, make the Little Debbie's, and that's one of them things we were, worried about was metal, but also stuff like glass. And oh man, they were super, super, super careful about not having anything that had glass in it out there in the production area.
Oh yeah, that's
Um,
a massive liability.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we had to make sure we bought machinery and stuff that didn't have any glass in it. Even our sensors and stuff like that, eyes and all that kind of stuff. Had to make sure that no glass in it.
Okay, how do I want to do this? If I go down. Start up top. Yeah, I had to make this DB120 lighter because by default, this mod is roughly 17 tons. Just the planter, 17 tons, and it's so heavy that when you buy it, a lot of times, a high percentage of the time, when you buy it and it drops it in the world, it anchors the front of it anchors itself into the ground. And so when you come by with a tractor to pick it up, the tractor reacts as if it's like embedded in the ground. It's crazy heavy, and so I made it lighter. I didn't. You can't make it too light though. You can't make it weightless because then it would bounce off the ground. You wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to actually plant anything with it because it would just bounce itself off. Really hard to judge. Snow makes it very, very hard to unpack it. But the mod, whoever made this mod, I'll say it again. I'd have to look at the XML to see who made it. Like, hats off to them because I don't know how many hours they put into it, but it was a lot. It was probably many hundreds of hours just into this machine because it is crazy good. Very, very, very good. All the unfolding, all the hoses, like
Wonder how they got all the drawings or whatever to it to get all that right.
A lot of them use reference photos. They'll just search Google and they'll find reference photos or promotional materials. Like John Deere itself put out a bunch of promotional materials for it. Wait till it's done. A couple more passes. How many rocks are you up to?
52,000.
Yeah, those red rocks give you 15 at a bit. So, I tried to mod that. It's one of the files I abandoned trying to get the map to work because the map was originally not working. So I was desperately trying to find things that work. That was one of the things I removed was a custom stones.xml. But I tried to make them basically worth twice as much. Didn't really need to, I wanted to go Uber. Everything I wanted everything to be Uber in the Uber production.
So JHHG modding is the name of that, the one who did the DB20.
Yeah,
DB120.
they are good. This thing it's phenomenal.
I've seen
The detail. I mean, look at the detail on this thing. It is crazy.
I've seen about 7 or 8 versions of this particular mod. Some of them are excellent, and then others, well, they don't work so great.
I mean, every hose, it's just insane to me that.
I actually think it's easier to make a map than it is to make a piece of equipment like this.
I would agree with that. I would absolutely 100% agree with that. Having made
on the last row.
Having made the map, I would absolutely agree because I could not imagine the amount of work that went into this. Now we should be dark blue. Yep. Excellent. All right.
All right, that ended up 62,287.
Sweet. You can dump those in the lime factory?
Is that next to the logging?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Or lumber mill or whatever it is?
Sawmill.
Yeah, sawmill.
it's kind of fun to do the Uber stuff. I got some gameplays where I do super realistic, and I got some gameplays where I do as well, just crazy. I have one mower that, it's probably 25 meters across, but it actually does 100-meter width mowing. It's just nuts.
Also, the physical mower doesn't match the actual effect, the trigger effect.
Yep.
That must look really funky. Like,
It is kind of strange because usually in something like this, you typically use something like that on like a 16x map, and you have a gigantic field to mow. And there's also there's another header that you can get for like the X9 or any of the combines, and it's an accordion header, and it's a 100-meter header for the combine.
oh, I think I've seen. Yeah, I think I've seen some YouTubers like do a sort of a joke episode on that. And be like, look what I bought, and it's like this obscenely large header for combine. I'm like, what the hell is that? Like, insane.
Yes, it is.
That is, see, even I have my limit. I wouldn't use one of those. I would use the Colossus with the Titan Draper header, but I would have 5 of them. You know, I think the challenge would be getting 5 of those working on one field, and just have that'd be a good screenshot fodder. Is 5 of those working.
The FarmSim guy actually has done that with the combination of Courseplay with 5 combines.
Yeah, it takes some setup, but man, it looks cool when you've got all these combines and stuff working.
Well, it won't pull it.
What?
Looked like you couldn't get it to pull or something.
Nah, I was lining it up, getting it, making sure it was ready.
So I started using some of those obscene equipment because I decided that one day I was going to do a 16x map and start farming the entire thing.
Oh, well, that's a challenge for sure. That's a massive challenge.
Yes. Imagine a field that is just a quarter of the size. It's a single field of a 16x map.
That is, wow, that would be a huge.
Oh,
A quarter of the
your
size,
entire
that
map
would be the size of this entire map.
Yeah.
That's how big that would be. Is this entire map is a quarter of a 16x. Alright, now the real challenge.
That's when you throw realistic or even Uber out the window and you go super Uber.
Yeah, you'd have to, because that is a massive area. I wouldn't even know what to do with all the grain or what all the products you'd get out of that. I mean, that would be like 30 million oats. What do you do with 30 million oats? Like,
Yeah, well, there are some pretty silly things. But you definitely don't do this in easy mode. You do it in hard mode for starters, so that it's...
woo! Yeah, then you would have to sell them for literally pennies what you'd sell them for here.
Well, the interesting thing is that the way in easy mode, it is cheaper to sell your crop than go buy chicken feed to sell to feed your chickens. On the other hand, on hard mode, it is more cost effective to harvest the crop and feed it to your animals and then sell the animal products, because the animal products become more valuable in hard mode than they do in easy mode.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Oh, change. this DV120 is so big. I always like to see. I would hate to be the guy responsible for having to program the automated driving of the AI agent. Like, I could not imagine the mess of programming it took. The solving, the three-dimensional calculus that you would have to implement in order for the AI work to be able to turn around. Like that process that we just saw there, that turned this thing around, like that was an enormous amount of calculation that had to take. I couldn't even imagine. You know, they probably by this many iterations into the game, they probably have that pretty streamlined. But you know, I don't know. Did every version always have an AI? I don't know how many versions you've played, but
I started in 2015.
2015. All right, I think they go back all the way to like 2012.
I don't know. I have 2017, I think it is.
Because I know there was a 15, a 17.
Maybe a 13 or 12.
It goes back even earlier than that, actually.
Yeah, it goes way back. I think I saw a YouTube video thumbnail where they were comparing all the graphics from all of the versions of Farm Sim, and I think there was an 09 on Farm Sim 09.
Oh, I go.
Yeah,
I go
that's
back
not the
to
earliest
15.
one. I think I'll.
But yeah, I'm hoping the next one, whenever that happens.
Oh, 13 is the earliest one I have.
Working out rather well. Yeah, they're the 4X Michigan map that I would do. That was my test world until I got my actual map up and running, because it took me almost a month to get this map functional. So I did that Prairie Farms Michigan 4X map, and I would have 2 of these on a field planet. There was a field that was so big that, yeah, I had 2 of these DV120s planting that field, and it still took like 2 hours. It's just massive. So I couldn't imagine a 16X map. Like, oh my god, yeah, you would have to have an unholy amount of these things. And you really need it. Then the AI helpers, I can understand your reliance on Horseplay. AI helpers really would probably break down if you tried to do like 3 or 4 planters. It'd be a lot to manage. Why did you stop, sir?
I always thought would be fun on a 16x map would be divided into 4 quarters, so that each is a 4x map, and set up 4 teams of people and have a competitive farming.
What do you have the same amount of land? So what are you competing? Why is this thing not moving?
Who can make the most money in a period of time?
Why is he not moving? Why is the AI worker? Why did he stop? I'm not seeing any errors. All right, you are fired, sir. I have to try to do this manually. Not easy to do. Not computer. Actually, that was pretty. The level of snow that appeared all of a sudden. Not out of
Usually
seeds.
that happens because there's like they usually stop when there's a stump. Is usually when I seen that happen.
And there's not a stump. I cleared the stumps and the logs, so there's nothing. There should be nothing around. Go over here and look.
So looking at the very first version of Farming Simulator came out in 2008. So there was a FS 2008, 2009, 2011, 2013, and then farming in 15, 17, 19,
19,
and
22. Yeah, it's every 2 to 3 years they put out one. So the next one will either be 25.
Well,
Well,
they were
yeah,
saying it
24 or
could be-
25. The
they
next.
said it could be this year too.
No, it won't be this year. There's an expansion pack coming out in like November and another one in December, I think. And they wouldn't do, I don't think they would do expansion packs to this one while they have a new one come out. Because they actually have license agreements with these companies. They probably pay these companies some money to get permission to use their name. Because the colors, like the John Deere colors, like all these companies, those specific colors are copyrighted. Like you can't paint, if you go to a paint shop, you can't legally paint your truck the John Deere color, right? If John Deere found out about that, they would literally sue you for copyrighted. They copyright their colors. So to use these in the game, you have to get permission. Either that or license agreements to be able to. So yeah, it's important that.
well,
that
you
they
know
have-
what's interesting is a lot of the companies started licensing their machinery to Farming Simulator or to Giants, which is the parent company. Because what they discovered is that sales actually went up when they had their products in Farming Simulator.
Oh, I'm sure. And that's one of the reasons
That
why.
kind of a advertisement too.
And that's one of the reasons why none of the machines break down. Because no company would agree to put their product in a game and then have it break down and need maintenance. There's a maintenance bar, certainly, but you're not in the middle of the field and your combine breaks down. That doesn't happen. I'm sure there are mods that allow that to happen, but base game does not allow that because companies would not approve of that sort of thing. Right. While that is working. What is this? No. I didn't re-enable prefab floors or prefab walls. What the heck?
Well, they got out there that they have on their website there. They have Farming Simulator 22, but they also are showing Farming Simulator 23 and Ski Region Simulator.
23.
23 is a mobile edition.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, they've been releasing basically every couple of years. The
Well, didn't they get off for some reason? The last one, I don't know if it was COVID or what, but weren't they off a year or two?
well, actually, what they did is they used to have a distributor that was distributing Farming Simulator for them,
Yeah.
and they actually fired them, And so the contract that they had, the original distributors, that they had to release a farming simulator every 2 years.
The distributor, the agreement with the distributor, that was the term. They had to release one every 2 years.
Every 2 years they had
Holy
to release one.
crap!
Which is, if you look at the farming simulators, all the numbers line up for every 2 years.
They're
Right.
all odd ones too.
And then Farming Simulator 22 was the first one where it was different. It actually, because
Yeah,
It was
it should
the
have come out
3-year
in
gap.
21. Yeah. That's why they were talking about that they possibly could come out this year with a new one to keep with the
But-
2 years.
Yeah, they
22 is,
probably realized that their customers were not going to be infinitely patient having to pay for a new version every 2 years. 'Cause that's a lot of money. You're asking quite a lot.
Especially when you count in all the DLCs
God.
they want you to get.
There was an Oz
Yeah,
suddenly.
that's expensive. Yeah.
Suddenly there was an Oz.
Sounds like
Yup.
it
I
was.
needed warning.
You get none. Haha.
Okay, let's
The,
feel
so
this.
the big claim to fame with 22 was they actually made the engine multi-threaded.
Oh.
The 19, prior to that, everything was a single thread. So
Oh
even
my
though you
God.
had a multiple CPUs,
Yeah,
it was pretty bad.
it's a lot harder than it sounds to program in multi-thread, and it's a nightmare to debug. Believe me, I've
Well,
been down
didn't
that.
Factorio say that they did study on it or something that came out that actually doing the multi-thread slowed it down and instead of speeding it up?
Well, technically, Factorio is multi-thread. The rendering thread is separate from the game simulation thread, and I'm sure they have other minor threads that deal with like other things that are separate. But yeah, the way the Factorio itself is built, it's not conducive to multi-threaded. But they've optimized it to the point where you don't really feel it unless you're factory. I mean, we did that. We did the Uber production factory in Factorio that was 100,000 science a minute, right? And the game actually went pretty well until we started researching, and the consumption of the science actually took more of a hit on our performance than the production of it, which is kind of but yeah, it's I don't know. Is this getting rid? Okay. It's amazing how much of the swath is covered by one run. It's a beautiful piece of machine. Yeah, look at how wide that is. It's so beautiful.
So talking about multi-threaded, I don't know how many languages you code in, but you tried Rust.
Haven't worked in Rust at all. C# is really my specialty. That's what I'm most comfortable in. That's what I enjoy programming in. It's just a super easy way of programming. It's a beautiful language. I know Rust is one of the newer ones. Don't know anything about it outside of that though. I don't know what it looks like, what its syntax is, what sort of flavor, what sort of flavor it is. Object oriented or script based, interpreted language. There's so many developments in the industry that it's hard to keep up with them all sometimes.
Yeah, Rust was designed originally by a person at Mozilla to take the place of what's it called, the of C. And one of the problems with C, especially when you're doing multi-threaded, is that it's easy to stomp on variables from different threads. And the way the Rust compiler works is it actually will protect your variables from cross memory.
Yeah, that's how C# works. It's a managed system. C is an absolutely raw language. Like you can pretty much damn near do anything in C. Your hardware drivers are written in C. So pretty much anything is possible. And yeah, you can access memory you're not supposed to. You can cause a lot of problems. But a managed memory system like C#, or if you say Rust is like that, sort of creates a protected box around your code so you can't get out and damage other parts of the machine.
But you can actually mark sections of code as unsafe, and then you can do anything that C can do at that point.
Yep, same. You can do the same in.
Because
You can do the same in C#, unsafe. So it sounds a lot like C#. Like and C# is
it doesn't have a garbage collector in the same way. The way it actually frees itself in real time, just like it was manual memory management. And so you don't get the lag spikes from your garbage collector collecting things. So you can use it in real time OSs and those types of things.
I know my brother is coding an Electron right now, and for what it does, for the purpose of it, it does it very, very well. What it's used for.
It's just Node.js and HTML and JavaScript.
Yeah, but it's you can compile a program written in that for pretty much any platform, even web based. So he really likes it for what he does. But yeah, C#. I just sort of fell in love with it really early on, back in 2002 when it first came out. I started using it, and man, just beautiful language, and it's only gotten better. The garbage collecting, depending on what you're programming, the garbage collector is there. If your program is using and sort of using and tossing memory in large enough amounts where it's causing you lag, it's actually noticeable, then you're using the wrong language. You shouldn't be using C# for that task, because the garbage collector is for like just simple, creating variables and using variables. I mean, if you're creating arrays that are 4,000 objects wide, and you're literally declaring and using and then going out of scope, gigabytes of memory at a time, then you're using the wrong language for that. You shouldn't be using C# for that sort of task, because it's not built for those sort of mission critical large memory footprint sort of application, like big database
I actually
processing.
disagree on that in a lot of respects. The advantage of a garbage collector over manual memory management is it actually defrags memory. So if you have something that runs for long periods of time, it will actually defrag your memory. And for example, something like in C or in Delphi where you have manual memory management, your memory will become fragmented to a point where it won't, you actually run out of memory because you've got these little gaps between free memory to the point where there's nothing left. Versus something like Java or C#, they will actually defragment your memory, kind of like defragging a hard drive.
Yeah, but the language isn't doing that. The thing that's managing the memory is your operating system. That's
Not in the case
the
of,
underlying thing that's managing all those memory addresses. The low-level hardware stuff is all OS and chip-based stuff. The compiler, all a program does is ask the operating system, hey, I need X amount of memory. Like, I need 10 megabytes. And the operating system then allocates that, wraps it in a bow, and hands it to your application. Your application then has access to that memory. A garbage collector is the thing that, behind the scenes, is keeping track of that memory address and going, here's 10 megs that I gave this program. As soon as that memory goes out of scope, as soon as there's no more addresses in the stack, so the memory stack in the low level hardware, if there's nothing in the stack that is directly addressing that memory, it knows that nothing is needing to access that anymore, because nothing is holding onto that pointer, and therefore it knows, hey, I can collect this memory, and it goes and it doesn't really do anything other than reset the bank of addresses that it gave. It resets that as can be used again. And so yeah, that side of things can fragment your memory, but it's not up to the language to defragment memory. I've never, in all of my use, the last 30 years of programming, have never heard of a language or a compiler or anything like that defragmenting memory. That's why you have to periodically reboot your machine, is because that just happens sometimes.
Well, the C# and Java have they allocate huge sums of memory, and so what they have is they usually have like a generation 1 and generation 2. Actually, sometimes they call it short-lived or long-lived heaps. When you first use your allocated variable, it goes into the short heap, and then after a period of time, if that as it collects my words here. As the garbage collector collects memory, if that variable still exists, it will actually move that pointer to the long-lived heap. And then it will actually, when the first generation gets to a point where it starts running out of memory because it's fragmented, it will actually move pointers and defrag that area of memory. Those two area memories are controlled by the garbage collector and not by the OS at that point.
Yeah, but what controls what controls the garbage collector? Something is running that. The OS is the thing that .NET installs into.
Yes, but the garbage collector is also the memory manager for C# or .NET.
Yeah, because it has to track where the memory is being used. It has to be like, oh shit, this program just used all this memory. I need to keep track of all of it. Right. Oh wow, that has soybeans at six growing stages. Holy crap! Sorghum's almost done. 2 more months and sorghum is done. So those are our 2 fields are now basically growing. We have 2 whole fields, everybody. That was a lot of work. Those 2 fields, a lot of work. Yeah, it was a lot of work.
Cut down all the trees and.
Yeah, that was crazy. At first, I mean, the trees. Again, the first part, I completely misread how much work it was going to be to cut all these trees. So yeah, most of my time in my test world on this map was cutting trees down, and I just quickly realized, like, oh my god, this is going to take so long. I need to find a different solution for this, which is why I started looking at as many possible like mods, like what can we do, trying different like timber loaders and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, that new trailer that we got working and being able to just load wood right in it, going to be a lifesaver, because I think this one over here has over 3 million wood in it.
So some of the other maps that do this, they use like the tree devourer.
Yeah, it's Tree Be Gone. Yeah, they just voids them.
Yeah. Well, actually, what it does is it converts it to wood chips. You stick it into a wagon.
Most times I've seen people use it, it just voids them. They don't, the wood chips, I don't know if they turn it off or maybe there's a way to disable that.
Then they've modified the sawmill to basically take the wood chips and place in logs.
Oh, it can make, yeah, it can make the stuff out of wood chips, yeah. I actually have those recipes. I have 2 recipes in the Master Carpenter. I have my plywood recipe and my particle board recipe. It makes planks and boards from wood chips. So we could grind everything into wood chips. If we got desperate, we could grind everything into wood chips and just feed it to the carpenter, and the carpenter would make the boards. But I like loading the wood in the sawmill and having this thing like, because yeah, now we've got a ton of stuff in here that we can move. We've already got so much. Yeah, one of the mistakes I made with the recipes is too much stuff makes wood chips. But it is what it is. It's almost once you get a load of wood in there, it's almost like you don't need to load any more in, because there's so many wood chips generated. Then those wood chips make boards. Those boards go back into the craft and make more wood chips, and it's just like this infinite loop of wood chips and boards. It's like, maybe I went too far, but whatever. It is what it is. We can just start selling planks and beams and boards and whatever. We just start selling everything. That's what I did on my test world. I just started selling paper and boards and tables and chairs and just all the things. I just started selling it all because I was building up so much wood after clearing exactly what we cleared here. We still have over 2 million, no, 3 million? Yeah, there's over 3 million wood still in there. And this is full. Which is kind of crazy. There's cardinals. We have pallets and barrels. And there's already a bunch of trucks over here ready to unload. We have planks, longboards, more planks, more longboards. Yeah, we have 2 million of each plank and board already. This thing isn't even like nearly out. Nearly out. So what I can do is get that autosave done. Wow. I can turn off my particle board. Turn off my plywood. I would allow wood chips to build up and start consuming planks and boards. Which is what we will. Building up wood chips is fine. We can then turn that around. Diesel. So having a bunch of wood chips is fine. Oh yeah, did I turn on flour? I did. How much flour do we end up? 1 million flour. Are we done with the oats? I think we're done with the oats. Yep. So that harvest of oats gave us 1 million flour. And chaff, it's only 181,000, fortunately. So I'm going to have to go get the Unimog. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Oz, do not like leave material in the Unimog like this box truck. This is like our main
Yeah, sorry.
hauling stuff around. So,
It never occurred to me that the factory didn't have much capacity.
I mean, yeah, we can go. We can sell a bunch of. We can sell a bunch of metal. We can sell all this stuff, but so I took the 800,000 iron that was in there and I put it in the big silo next to the tree. It's a big tree. So don't grab don't grab any more iron out of that facility. Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. I think it's this facility over here that I need to do. We need to empty the silo out first. A little bit of chaff, which I can turn chaff silage. Oh, chaff silage is already on. So that should, start building up. We're going to get exactly 100 and whatever, 118,000. 180,000 silage out of that. If we have to, we can convert a little bit of the straw that's in here into silage as well. I'd rather turn the hay into silage. But TMR, that's what we want to feed our cows because we get a bonus. Let's see, how are we doing on this? Wow, we fell back. Crazy. All right, and then we have. And all right, let's go here. Turn off furniture. Spot. But yeah, again, I set all these crafts to produce or to store 1 million and then 2,000. So there's always going to be slightly over 1 million, but not enough for another pallet because the pallets are 5,000. So I can spawn all of these. They'll load and fill the truck up, and then I can just easily turn them off. Whereas before I was having to spawn and then enable the craft for just a couple milliseconds and then turn that off and then turn it. It was too much, too many steps. It was hard to describe how to do, but now it's just fill the truck up, enter to stop storing it, and then turn that back on, and that'll fill right back. And what is furniture worth now? About exactly the same as what it was. I don't know if it would be like better to change the value and have a wider spread. That way there was more incentive to wait. Right? So like having like hay worth way more in the winter. Like, exponentially more. That way, you just wouldn't sell it right away. You'd sit on it. Wait. I don't know if that is the better way of doing it or what, but always been torn on what values to use. What the proper balance is without it being too crazy.
Well, unless you're following seasons, I don't know if it really makes a difference.
I mean, even if you don't follow the seasons, which I don't because I like to plant what I plant, right? Seasons say, oh, you can only plant cotton in January. Well, where the hell do they plant cotton in January? Obviously not anywhere that it snows because the ground would be frozen. There's no way you'd be able to plant.
It's all south. down
Yeah,
there.
there's no way you'd be able to plant anything in January here. The ground would be hard as a rock. No way that you would plant anything. So it was already for me unrealistic where it snows and you have to plant something in January or February or December. Like those three things don't match up for me. So for me it's just like, okay, well, we're already kind of going crazy a little bit with the realism, then I don't need that. We're already waiting the requisite number of months for it. You can't plant anything around here anytime past, say, October. There's no way. Not, and you wouldn't want to anyway. It would be stupid because you wouldn't grow anything. It wouldn't grow until April. It wouldn't even start. One of the things they do on the news, if you watch the local news here in the springtime, part of the news is reporting what the temperature of the ground is around the state. They report like what the ground temperature is because that's what dictates when you can actually plant. Is how what the ground temperature is. So
In seasons in FS19, they actually would. It was a mod done by actually in seasons in base game. They actually had ground temperature, and you would have to wait for that ground temperature to come up.
Yeah. that's realistic. Yeah, you can't plant a seed when the ground temperature is 30 degrees. Just it would kill the seed. I mean, certain seeds of like weeds can stay in the ground for years. There was one weed that was hitting the state when I was in high school, way back, prehistoric times. There was a weed called leafy spurge, and it was starting to take over. I mean, people were panicking. This weed was so crazy, and they said that a single seed of this weed was able to last dormant in the ground for 20 years, and it would still germinate after 20 years sitting in the ground. Crazy, like that is a insane weed that is able to. And the root system, one of the reasons why it was so hard to get rid of, it was able to grow from the root system. And the root system went down like 8 feet. It just went straight down into the ground like 8 feet. And it was nearly impossible to get the whole root. And you had to get the majority of the root, otherwise it would grow back. So I don't know what they ended up doing, but I haven't heard anything about it in years. They must have went crazy mode on it. Got rid of it all. Whatever they did probably wasn't pretty nor environmentally friendly.
What if they had that herbicide that specifically targeted that?
Yeah, I'm sure Roundup went around, and I'm sure they sprayed that like crazy, which is its own level of hell. That is a horrible chemical.
Well, Roundup just killed.
At least they weren't using DDT.
Well,
But I could have swore one of the guys that works for Roundup said that you could drink it even.
Yeah, until they ask him to go ahead and drink it.
Yeah,
"Oh,
it's like,
no,
here's a
no."
cup.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's in the food and everything.
Yeah, I'm not thirsty. Like, yeah. All right, what else can we sell? We're working our way up here. Paper roll. Hey, how about that? Let's disable paper and start.
Yeah, another thing is killing off the bees and stuff too.
Yeah, for years I've been hearing about the poor bees and all the death of bees and the bee colony collapse disorder and all of this kind of stuff, and I haven't heard anything lately. So either all the bees died and we're screwed, or it was a non-issue, or something else was causing it, and I don't know. I just haven't heard anything about it in years.
I think we just came to accept it. Just like, yep, we're all gonna die.
I know that in England they got in trouble. So the UK ran out of bees. They had no more bees. And they went over and they had, I don't know, some small group of people that went into Scandinavia and they stole like 100 queen bees from like Sweden. Because they literally had no more bees. And none of their crops were getting pollinated. And I was like, holy shit. That's kind of an eye-opener. A problem like that happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, crazy.
I think they're heard that they were planting crops or something that they weren't using the Roundup on beside the crops that were, or something. I don't know, but so that the bees would kind of have a sanctuary to keep some of them alive, I guess. I'm
Well,
not sure on how that.
I think part of the issue is the monoculture farms. Like when you have like an apiary set, you have a big apiary area where a bunch of bees are, but then you surround those bees with one type of plant, like just corn. Right? You have endless fields of corn around it, and you have this apiary. Well, that is a dangerous setup to be, because you don't know like what possible problem that could one little issue could be brought back to that hive, and it would completely collapse because it wouldn't be able to, because of the monoculture that it's coming from. If something was wrong with the corn or something, the bees were unable, they didn't have any options. There was no options to like get their nectar and pollen elsewhere. It was like, that's it. I think that's one of the major problems with modern farming is just endless fields of just one type of plant. It's like, yeah, the bees did not evolve in a setup like that at all. All right, let's try for the first time the spawning of stuff from this software. I don't think I've really tested this a lot. Might have to expand a little bit the area that they're spawning. It's so hard to judge in the editor the distances, like how long is that box truck, right? Yeah, this is, oh, I guess it's just enough. It's just enough. Oh, then it, oh, no. There it is. Okay. It's keeping going. That's good. Probably could extend that a little bit more to the outside of those. I tried to stay inside this time, but you need that enough where the first pallet disappears by the time the last pallet. And bingo, look at that. Perfect.
Looks like it's working.
Let's stop storing those and start making more planks. We already have 2 full trucks and planks up here. Now, I don't think you can sell the wood directly from the trailer, as the cell station here does not have wood as part of the trigger. You'd have to customize. I didn't really want to customize the sell everything on here because it's the mod hub version. It's not a customized one for me. And I would have to add. You have to add wood to the fill types inside the XML in order for it to work. Otherwise, it doesn't.
Alright, well, it's pretty much past my bedtime here. Up early in the morning, so. At some point, you start doing all
All right.
sleep and start drooling.
Yeah, I'm gonna be, as soon as I sell these products, I mean, somebody could hop in a truck and it's gonna take some practice to learn, like, all of the little steps involved in filling one of these trucks up. Making sure that the important thing, the most important thing when you fill up one of these trucks is to make sure to turn off the spawning of the pallets after the truck is full. Because if you reenact, like I'm loading longboards here. If I forget to do that and I start making longboards again, they're just going to start spawning. It's just like, oh my god. I have done that so many times that it's like I beat myself up every time I forget. Right? Because it's like, oh my god, like, I cannot believe I forgot to do that again. Because then you come back and there's a bunch of pallets sitting there, and it's like you have to move the pallets because there's not enough to fill the truck again. There's not another million. So that would be a pain in the ass, but it's just like, just kind of. So I'm really trying to show good best practices, trying to reinforce that a little bit. Longboards I'll sell. The beams, don't sell the beams. Park that truck if you grab the beams. There is an empty trailer up here. Park that truck next to all these other ones up to this carpet, because we have planks and longboards. We don't have an extra beams. And that's one thing that I cannot make. One of the beams are the one thing that we cannot make. I don't think there's a particle board version of a beam or a plywood version of it. Maybe there's a plywood version.
Is
Really?
that this trailer over here?
It's the trailer next to the farm, the animal building. Just sit kind of on its own.
Oh.
But it's right next to the animal building. Way over by the shop. Like where do new vehicles appear? It's way over there. Let's go grab. There's this structure here, this old grain mill. I definitely need to edit and add another pallet spawn zone on this, because this is not fast enough. This is going to be slow as hell. It's going to be. So I want to spawn the million or so pallets out of here, or liters. I gotta watch. Yeah, see, it's not fast enough. So I need to extend. Let's see where these start spawning. Come on. There it is. So I could extend it off the edge a little bit. Not by much, a little bit. But I need to add something to the other side in order for them to just constantly spawn. Otherwise, it's just going to sit here and do 35k at a time. Which is rough. it's just rough. It's going to take a while. But this is one of those situations where, unfortunately, the flour, for some reason, is like 1,308 liters or 1.308 million. For some reason, that number is like, I don't know where these numbers came from, but I'm pretty sure I just added a 0 or 2. All not really thinking ahead, going, oh, this is something I need to pay attention to.
I'm not seeing a beams trailer up here.
No, it would be an empty trailer that you fill with beams.
Oh, okay.
That's the whole point. Is we don't have a beams trailer up there. We need a trailer of beams sitting next to all those other ones, so that there's one that's sort of perpendicular to that row of 4 that's empty.
Yeah.
That we need is filled with beams. And then don't sell them. Just park it next to all the other ones. Actually,
Yeah.
look to see them. There's actually quite a few. So, short. Sure it's good. Chips. It's fine. It's fine. And then how's our sawmill? Slowly chewing these up.
See if I can thread the needle here.
Yeah, it's so deceptive in the editor how far away things are. I've been tempted many, many times to just import a model of the trailer, because I can just import the i3D of the trailer and just have that in there and be able to like line it up and then put the other, like the spawner on the other side and really line it up right. But so far, with the minimal amount of tweaking, I've had to tweak a few of the buildings. I've gotten pretty good at it. One thing that really helped is learning that the pallet is roughly the size of one of these corner chevrons, one of these yellow and black chevrons. So the pallet is roughly that size, right? So you can see that it's roughly that size, which allowed me to visually like, okay, if it's that size in the editor, I can then use my imagination to sort of space it all out. Yeah, I can definitely stretch that back another section back here, and then add another one to this side. And I have to tweak the XML and make sure the XML knows that. I've had to do that on a few different graphs now. Okay, let's check.
Now,
this.
what are you going to do with the flour?
Flour is just going to be stored in there for now until we figure out where we're going to build, like the bakery. But I wanted to empty it out of here just so there was room for more stuff down the road. But yeah, I want to make sure that.
Okay, I spawned wood beams, but they don't seem to wanna get in
Nope.
there.
It's not set as spawning.
I told it to just spawn 200.
200 pallets?
Well, it said 1,000,000 liters, I think.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do that because it tries to do that all in one shot. And there's no way you're going to have 200 pallets. So that's why you go in, you select the outgoing products, you select wood beams, and you hit enter, which changes it to spawning.
Okay.
And then let them spawn, let the truck load. Once the truck is loaded, you go back in and you hit enter on that 3 times, and that changes it back to storing. And then you're good to go. You can actually enable the creation of beams again on the left side. You just hit enter on that.
I think I need to pull the thing forward a bit. That's not going in. Maybe.
Sometimes you need to give them a little shove. in order to get them started.
There we go. All right.
So now, let's see if you set it. Oh, it's not. You still need to set it to spawning.
Yeah.
That's why there's 2,000 extra. 1,002,000 is so it'll spawn. You can just let it sit and spawn, and once it's done, it'll be near exactly 1,000,000 in the trailer, and it will stop spawning because there's not enough for one more pallet. You need 5,000 to get one more pallet. Well, it won't. So that's a nice stop. So you just go in and then you turn it on storing again, and then you can drive away because it's good to go. All right, we are one more. Let's see, 35, 6, 7. So two more runs, and then I have to. Yeah, this will be much faster after I did it.
And then just park this one parallel to the other ones. sitting
Yeah,
there?
just park it next to the other ones. As an extra. Yeah, 9:45. 7. 980. Let's go and highlight that so I can do it fast. Where is it? There it is. Now, 5,000. We need 4 pallets. Flour. 4 pallets. And bingo. Go. Good to go. There. Now we have flour, and like I said, park the products that are made we're not using right away. Just gonna park the full semis right. The flour is not a consumable, so you don't need the reefer, but if you make bread, if you have the bakery and you make bread out of it, then you need the reefer version of this, which I tag differently. It has a different logo on it, a different color, so you can see it. Oh wow, there's 9 million honey in there.
Not very much, huh?
It's a lot. Can you imagine 9 million liters? Imagine an Olympic-sized swimming pool filled with honey. Oh, the ants. The ants would.
Liquid gold.
Yeah, right. That'd be. Whew. All right. Well, let's do one more sleep. Since we've got all the. Ooh, let's re-enable before we go to sleep. Let's re-enable wood beams. Re-enable those. God, planks is almost full already. God Lord, that's fast. What time do we want to wake up? Wake up at sleep in as a farmer. You guys gonna go to bed? Yes, no?
I had done it. Wildman, are you in Windows or something?
Nope, sorry.
Go do it again. We'll get you.
What is he doing?
I hit yes there.
There we go.
There's a little bit of a delay.
hoping it gets done snowing, crying out loud. I'm going to see enough of that in a couple months. I don't need to see it right now. Yay, we are in February. It's growing nicely. Soybean, good to go. Over here. Sorghum is great. Next month, that'll be harvested. That'll be something we can do on Wednesday. But that is going to have to do it for this stream, everybody. We made some phenomenal progress. We've got a couple massive fields now. So now it's just a matter of where do we want to expand? How much is going to be on our way? What can we do to, you know, make it go faster? Although I think we'll be plenty fast with the new logging trailer. So yeah, if you want to get your hands on that, it is open to channel members and patrons. And yeah, there's a link in my Discord for the Google Drive that you can download the map and all of my customized mods to use to whatever extent you want. Whether it's, you know, playing your own game, playing your own multiplayer game. But yeah, the lumber, the wood version of the thing works great. Loads the wood. We have it over here. We have 3 million wood inside of that thing. It comes in 4 different capacity variants. A realistic 60K, which is actually a realistic amount of space in one of these trucks. All the way up to the 5 million, as this one here is. So, and yeah, the custom sawmill that I have here is able to load the wood from that. And the Master Carpenter, which is wood products, also you can unload the wood over there to make the walls. So yeah, I tried to all of the mods that I have, you know, they try to work in tandem with one another. All the factories, all the recipes, all that kind of stuff. Whether you play on hard mode or whether you play on easy, you know, whatever your flavor is, all of the mods are available to you if you're a channel member or a patron. So consider doing that if you're interested in getting your hands on this sort of 4X No Man's Land style open world, like do your own thing sort of map. And I will likely do a version of this map where the majority of the map is actually open grassland outside of the, like a thick border of trees all the way around. Probably have a border of trees and then maybe 1 or 2 patches in your starting block that you can earn a little bit of money right away and get the ball rolling. Because, you know, the plots of land are not cheap. They get more expensive as you go out. So the ones surrounding your center plot here, 320,000, and then you go one layer out, 416,000, then 582,000, 864,000, right? And then finally the last 1.3 million for this last set all the way around. So yeah, if you want to buy the whole map, it's going to be many millions of dollars, which is a good goal to have, right? We could do that right now. I could buy every plot of land in here, but you know, maybe do that. I want to buy the land as we go, you know, as we progress, as we move into a piece of land, buy it, get the trees out of it, process it, get it ready, and then move on, like, as a progression sort of. So we'll probably, you know, try to decide which direction we want to go in, which plot to go in, and then on Wednesday we'll start down that path. As we get more and more and more plant stuff, more and more farm stuff done, we'll then grow our production sides, right? We'll get bakeries, get all of that stuff rolling to get us the sweet, sweet goodness that is going to come from all of that. All right, well, again, that's going to do it for the stream. I thank everybody for coming by. Please hit that like button if you're enjoying the series so far. Yeah, subscribe if you're new to the channel.